달라 다시 불을 지펴 이그나이트 We are born to be angry Now we rise yeah Sterling and plus Run it at the toki Ping flash Ping flash Sterling and plus Ping flash Ping flash Wake up Sterling and plus Respawn
이런 말 하면 이거 약간 이상하게 될 수는 있겠지만 정말 피지컬 1등일 정도로 엄청 높다.
이 선수 데프트 같다. 그리고 중국 쪽에서는 우지 같다.
제 신인 때 뭔가 좀 보는 느낌? 왜냐면은 저도 좀 많이 공격적으로 안무빙도 많이 치고 상대가 보이면 뭔가 딜을 뭔가 참을 수 없는 뭔가 그런 게 뭔가 보인다 생각을 했었어가지고 그래서 패기가 넘친다 생각을 했습니다.
LCK가 시작된 지 13년. 페이커, 데프트, 피너, 수많은 전설들이 이 무대를 빛냈습니다. 그리고 2025년 또 한 명의 전설이 되려는 선수가 등장합니다. 그 이름은 뉴 블러드.
공은 바다가 앞에 있어갖고 김이나 미역 같은 게 많고 해산물 같은 게 많고 원도 있고 밥도 있고
야, 이렇게 춤을 집에 가야 하는 번에 끊고 뭐래. 하나 남고 있는 거지. 그렇겠죠. 그리고 세명이 모여있습니다, DK.
디아블 아버지 남현호입니다.
안녕하세요. 전 디아블 선수 엄마 김영숙입니다.
디아블 선수 어릴 때 좀 어떤 아이였어요?
별로 이렇게 튀고 그런 나이는 아니었는데 뭐 하는 거 보면 좀 집중력이 있었던 것 같아요.
자존심 세죠.
자기 자존감이 있죠. 태권도 할 때 보니까 이 메달을 자기가 목표했던 그 메달을 못 따고 오면 아파트 이렇게 올 때 밭소리 들어보면 좀 다르더라고요. 허벅터벅 걸어먹어서 메달 나눠놓고 그냥 구석에 앉아서 그냥 자기가 이렇게 멘탈 관리하는 것 같아요.
또 3단까지 땄던 것 같아요. 근데 뭔가 태권도는 제가 막 때리기도 하고 해야 하는데 그런 거엔 좀 적성이 안 맞아가지고 하기 어렵더라고요.
가장 처음 롤을 했을 때는 뭐 언제?
코로나 터지고 나서 이제 제가 친구들이랑 자유랭크나 이런 걸 좀 많이 했어가지고 그때 좀 많이 시작한 것 같아요, 게임.
그렇게 하다 언제 좀 프로게임을 어떻게 하겠다
중3 때부터였던 것 같아요. 진짜 막 롱이 아니라 그냥 그 나이대에서는 제일 잘하지 않나 좀.
그래서 내가 했지. 야, 그럼 프로게임 되려면 엄청나게 잘해서 뭐 스쿼드 제이도 온다 하다 그 정도로 해야지. 그런데 얼마 있다가 갑자기 현실로 그게 오는 거예요. 그건 저는 보이핏이냐 했거든요. 근데 자꾸 전화가 왔는데 제가 못 받았어요. 근데 신용복 감독님께서 문자가 왔더라고요. 안녕하세요, 샌드박스. 그래서
눈에 띄는 이제 원거리 딜러를 찾고 있었는데 선수가 한 명 있어서 그 친구를 이제 검색해서 솔로 랭크를 한번 이제 다 좀 뒤져봤었어요. 그래서 발견하게 된 선수입니다. 가장 눈에 띄는 점은 정말 미친 듯한 공격적인 플레이였거든요. 칼리스타 했던 그 게임이 결국에 저한테 이제 대근이를 이제 데려오는데 결정적인 계기였는데, 뭐 칼리스타를 하는데 혼자서 뭐 1대1은 당연하고 1대2, 뭐 2대3, 1대3 뭐 이런 식으로 계속 공격적으로 게임을 하는 걸 보면서 결정적으로 데려오게 됐습니다.
샌드박스 연습생이었을 때였는데 그때 딱 첫인상이 귀여웠고 그냥 순박한 시골 청년같이 생긴 선수였습니다. 그런데 그때 보고 진짜 딱 느꼈어요. 얘는 진짜 피지컬이 엄청 좋다. 젊어서 그런지는 모르겠지만 피지컬이 너무 좋아요. 그냥 좋다가 아닌 것 같고 진짜 정말 좋아요. 정말 감탄이 나올 정도로 피지컬이 좋다고 느꼈습니다.
상군에서 2군으로 콜업 됐고 그때는 어땠을까요?
상군 때는 상군 올라올 때는 살짝 올라갔네 이런 느낌이었는데 2군 올라갈 때는 진짜 엄청 열심히 했어가지고 제가 봐도 잠을 1시간 반 아니면 3시간 자면서 한 달 동안 했어가지고 그때 챌린저 900점까지 찍었던 것 같아서 200점에서 그렇게 하고 이제 합격되니까 이게 진짜 이게 노력인가 하면서 뿌듯했던 기억이.
3군에서 2군으로 올라가는 과정도 되게 다사다난하긴 했어요. 워낙 천방지축 같은 친구였어서 점수 안 올리면은 테스트 기회도 안 주겠다, 뭐 이런 식으로 아마 했던 거로 기억을 하거든요. 그 얘기하고 나서 독하게 올렸던 기억이 나고, 얘는 그래도 성공할 수 있겠다라고 생각했던 거는 중학생 때 챌린저 달성하는 사람이 그렇게 많지 않거든요, 선수 중에서도. 대근이가 중학생 때 챌린저를 달성했거든요. 그게 되게 좀 크게 와닿았던 것 같긴 해요.
뭐 CL 선수들이나 LCK 선수들 자주 만나는데 그중에서도 디아블 선수는 만났을 때 솔랭에서는 그 공격적인 성향이 한 2배, 5배는 나오는 것 같아서 완전 공격적이에요. 진짜 뒤가 없는 플레이를 한다? 이즈리얼로 앞비전을 하면은 전멸이 빠지거나 전멸 없으면 죽어야 되잖아요. 그런 모습들이 서스름 없이 솔랭에서는 나온다? 올라가서 한번 경험을 해봤으면 좋겠다. 시도를 해봤으면 좋겠다. 그런 생각도 좀 했었어요.
디아블 선수는 2007년생입니다. 최연소입니다. 그리고 디아블 선수도 잠재력이 엄청난 선수다라는 팀 내 평가가 많아요. 우리 여기는요. 와! 디아블 개인기. 가 오히려 벽을 활용하면서 멀리 때릴 수 있어요. 오, 디아블이죠. 반응했어요. 그럼 알리스타 신난다 소리 있거든요. 잡혔고. 신난다. 호랑이 갇혔고. 이러면 다시 한번 신나요. 디아블 신난다. 그럼 그림까지 만들어. 잠깐만요. 잠깐만요. 디아블 일단 위치가 일단 위치가 보긴 해야 됩니다. 위험하겠네요. 근데 잠깐만요. 디아블 지켰어. 잠깐 이게 왜 갑자기? 아니.
자, 각이 보이자마자 바로 들어가는데 케이틀린을 잡고 남들이었으면 뭔가 뺐을 것 같은데 역전하려면 뭔가 더 들어가야지 않을까 하고 바로 대시를 눌렀던 것 같은데 그때 처음으로 진짜 게임하면서 도파민이 터졌던 것 같아요. 진짜 처음으로.
불리한 상황에서 상대가 실수를 했을 때 캐치하는 게 엄청 중요하다고 생각하거든요. 이제 한 발짝 실수했다고 생각이 들었고 제가 봤을 때는 이제 그걸 정확히 캐치해서 앞대시를 하는 거 보고 많이 감명 깊었던 것 같아요.
CL 때도 LCK와 비슷하게 그런 공격적인 장면들을 굉장히 많이 만들어냈던 선수였었고 디아블 선수 같은 선수의 플레이를 보면은 퇴근하고 나서도 이제 중계를 열심히 하고 집에 가서도 롤을 마렵게 해요. 이렇게 하면은 진짜 롤 재밌지. 딱 그런 느낌을 주는 선수였다 보니까 되게 좋아요, 그런 부분.
저는 근데 제 플레이를 제가 개인 화면에 엄청 많이 돌려봐서 스킬 같은 것도 어떻게 피해야 더 좋은지 상대 심리랑 다 좀 생각하면서 하는 편이라 그게 익숙해지다 보니까 이제 상대가 이제 뭐 할지 좀 예측이 가능하다 보니까 전멸 반응이나 아니면 진짜 암흑 시야에서 오는 걸 좀 반응을 좀 잘했던 것 같아가지고 그런 점에서 좀 칭찬을 많이 받았던 것 같아요.
일단 이제 2군 시절에 2군 스크림하는 걸 제가 가끔씩 보거든요. 그래서 원딜로서의 피지컬이 좀 충분하다고 일단 생각을 했고 아마 그때 원딜 선수가 좀 아파서 저희가 스크림을 해야 되는데 그래서 상대팀한테 이제 양해를 구하고 이제 2군 원딜 대근이를 끼고 했었던 기억이 있고 공격적으로 하면서 안 죽는 모습을 보고 좀 많이 기대가 됐던 것 같습니다.
되게 자신감 넘치고 킥캐치가 좋은 것 같아서 저 선수 딜 잘 넣는다 생각하고 있었던 것 같아요. 코치님이나 감독님이 그냥 잘하는 것 같다라고 그냥 했던 거 기억이 남는 것 같아요.
게임 할 때랑 일상생활 할 때랑 정반대인 사람이에요, 대근이가. 일상생활 할 때는 그냥 귀요미 그 자체인데 게임을 하면은 자신감이 넘쳐나는 약간 테토남 이중인격인 것처럼 변해요. 게임에 정말 진심이었던 것 같아요. 근데 대근이 같은 경우에는 뭐 다일라인 피드백도 뭐 할 수 있으면은 물어보기도 하고 자기가 그래서 그만큼 대회도 열심히 보고 잘해질 수 있다면 그래도 뭐든지 하는 게 제 눈에 보였습니다. 그래서 피드백을 할 때 좀 많이 싸웠던 것 같습니다. 다 같이.
일단 민규 형이 좀 대근이가 미드에서 되게 공격적으로 하다가 좀 많이 죽었거든요. 너 그만 좀 죽으라고 그런 말 했던 게 기억나고 대근이가 일단 되게 정글을 원래 그냥 자기 위주로 맞춰서 썼는데 정글은 이런 상황이고 이런 걸 되게 설명을 많이 해주고 대근이도 그 부분에서 노력을 많이 해줘서 서로 좀 정글 원딜의 이해도가 좀 많이 쌓였던 것 같아요.
원래 저도 정글을 잘 몰랐거든요. 그래가지고 막 정글 감수성이 없다 보니까 좀 찡찡대기도 했었는데 이제 정글한테 많이 물어보기도 하고 같이 보다 보니까 좀 정글 감수성이 생긴 것 같아서 그때 이후로 이제 랩터 선수가 진짜 얘기를 많이 했거든요.
작년쯤에 이제 일본에서 대회를 하고 이제 지고 와서 그 당시 운영 상황에 대해서 저랑 이제 코치님한테 찾아가가지고 이 상황에선 정글을 땡겨야 되고 안 땡겨야 되고 땡기면 어떤 이득이 있고 뭐 이런 부분에 대해서 좀 얘기를 했던 것 같아요. 새벽 한 5시까지 좀 이제 얘기를 하려는 모습을 보고 이군답지 않게 엄청 열정 많고 팀이 잘 되려는 방향을 좀 찾아보려는 노력이 좀 기특하다고 생각했었던 것 같아요. 자기 라인전 위주로 하면서 게임을 좀 살짝 작게 봤었는데 좀 넓게 보려는 성향으로 바뀌어가지고 이 정도 피지컬을 가지고 이제 노력을 하다 보면 좀 1군에서 성공할 수 있겠다라고 생각을 했던 것 같습니다.
디아블 선수가 콜업이 되었습니다. 강력한 라인전을 바탕으로 해서 게임을 풀어나가기를 많이 원하고 있는데요. 디아블에 대한 고점도 아주 깊더라고요. 성골 유스로서 바텀 쪽에 캐리력을 보여줄 수 있을지도 기대 많이 하고 있습니다.
대근이처럼 나이도 어린데 잘하는 선수가 별로 없다고 생각을 해요. 그래서 제가 사무국이어도 대근이를 썼을 거예요. 그 정도로 대근이가 엄청 잘하고.
시즌 끝나고부터 이제 생각을 했고요. 디아블 선수 콜업을 하고 디아블 선수의 장점을 좀 살리면서 성장시키면 팀 방향성에 대해서 좀 잘 만들 수 있겠다. 일단 처음에는 그렇게 생각을 했고 사실 대근이가 잘하긴 하는데 라인전에서의 디테일이 많이 부족하다고 생각을 했거든요. 그래서 그런 부분을 채워줄 수 있는 선수가 딱 켈린 선수라고 생각을 했고 자기도 켈린 선수가 제일 좋은 것 같다고 생각을 하더라고요. 그래서 좀 그렇게 진행을 했던 것 같습니다.
감독 코치님들이 막 저를 원했대요. 그러니까 대근이가. 근데 얘는 저한테 아무 말도 안 했거든요. 그냥 인사도 안 하고 그러면서 그런 애인가 보구나. 뭐 이런 애도 있지. 그래서 했습니다.
실제로 그럼 처음 스크림 했을 때는 좀 어떠셨어요?
팀이 원래 쪼는 게 대부분인데 대근이 같은 사람은 처음 봐가지고 너무 공격적으로 하다 보니까
근데 사대훈이 아무래도 이런 차이가 디아블이 열심히 때리고 있긴 한데 그래서 디아블이 전멸이 들어가요. 상황만 차리고요. 나랑 같이 열심히 밀어내면서 디아블한테 전멸이 있거든요. 디아블 시우가 들어가는 것도 잘 빨아들이면서 마무리까지 했고 켈린이 날아다니는데요. 켈린이 신호탄을 끊고 거기에 연계를 계속 하니까 없는 각도 계속 나와요. 006 킬에 모두가 됐습니다. 완전 동의합니다. 거기는 덮긴다. 이걸 다 사네. 근데 디아블도 소름 끼친 게 돌아갈 거 알면서 거기다 궁을 쐈어요.
아 진짜 직겁했어요 진짜. 저는 오히려 지훈이 형이 딸 줄 알았는데 디아블 선수의 이즈리얼이 말도 안 돼요. 감탄밖에 안 나옵니다.
돌아가는 곳에다가 공을 미리 써놔서 예측을 한 게 좀 되게 좀 신인인데 노련미가 있다고 좀 느꼈고요. 그때 죽어있는 상태에서 보면서 서로 잘하네 이 생각을 좀 했었습니다.
지진 않겠다 생각으로 계속 하는 편이기 때문에 게임을 그러다 보니까 자연스럽게 그런 장면이 나오는 것 같아요.
사실 이 대회를 볼 때 계속 긴장하면서 보고요. 그래서 이제 안무빙 할 때나 이럴 때 계속 긴장을 하고 그런데 중요한 건 이제 같은 팀원들도 그 각을 보고 같이 안무빙을 해줘야지 그게 좀 완성된 플레이가 될 수 있는데 팀적으로 같은 방향을 바라보는 게 안 됐다고 생각을 합니다.
They're not really liking that. Kellen, he's trying to set up here. And they know he is. Clear is zoned away. Siu is in the thick of it there. But clearance is being taken out for free, and now they gotta fight more. They're looking for more than 3-man engage brawls as the Nico. Oh, and the zone is joined in here for he is able to
Never mind.
baiting the TPs. I guess the silence comes on in. You're next in as well, but clear. Not really as tanky. See, oh no, not again the anti-synergy. As Kellen was going for the O's and Diablo closed it back.
그것도 신기하긴 한데 제가 먼저 궁을 쓴다 했는데 갑자기 땡기더라고요. 근데 그게 한 두세 번 나왔던 것 같거든요. 대회에서. 연습이 되게 잘 됐다고 생각했었는데 많이 아쉽다라고 생각했던 것 같습니다.
칼리니코 오면은 둘이 좀 얘기를 해가면서 좀 공을 써가야 되는데 각자 보는 각에서의 플레이를 서로 맞추다 보니까 연습이 좀 덜 됐다고 생각합니다, 둘이.
LCK컵 때는 막 서로 피드백을 하진 않았어가지고 다 막 친하지도 않고 아직 이 게임에서 잘하는 것보다 그 피드백이나 아니면 같이 각자 이제 라이너들이 어떤 걸 원하는지 얘기하면서 하는 게 저의 장점이라 생각해가지고 근데 그런 장점이 뭔가 안 드러났던 것 같아가지고 LCK컵 때는 그게 좀 많이 아쉬운 것 같습니다. 게임할 때는 그냥 당연히 해야 되기 때문에 말을 그냥 부담 없이 하는데 게임 안 할 때는 그래도 좀 어려웠던 것 같아요.
고생했어 얘들아. 수고했어. 오늘 미안하다.
전화로 여기 와주셔서 진심으로 감사드리고요. 오늘 져서 아쉽긴 한데 저도 상당한
그 이후에는 조금 더 이제 그런 얘기를 많이 어땠을까요?
연패하는 과정에서 서로 막 불만인 점 얘기하거나 아니면 말해보면서 해보자라고 말해가지고 얘기를 하다 보니까 한 번 맞추고 그러다 보니까 친해진 것 같아요. 할 수 있다고 생각했습니다.
아니 근데 디아블이 스킬을 다 피해요.
와, 아니,
스킬을 다 피해요. 아니 제정신이 아니에요.
보는 저희가 살 떨리는데.
Now we rise, yeah. Sterling and dance, run it at the toki. Pink flash, pink flash. Sterling and dance, pink flash, pink flash. Wake up, Sterling and dance, respond. Started with a whisper. I know I'll find it hard to lose. Counting down our waves, but I'll take way less time than that. I've been there before a million times, caught in between the truth and the lies. Can't hold me down for a minute longer. What doesn't kill me makes me stronger.
DRX 화이팅!
디아블 화이팅!
DRX 파이팅!
Hello and welcome back to the LCK. We're here once again for the Rise Group matchup. We got BNK FearX up against DRX, and all the teams here are preparing for their play-ins matches or their playoff matches. DRX, they're not in play-ins yet. They really need this win tonight, and they're going to be trying their best to do so, Alex.
Yep, super important that they get this win. They are chasing Bro on their heels, trying to make it through. Remember, in the Rise Group, it is do or die. If you don't make it to play-ins, there's no second chances. You will leave the tournament at the end of this week. So everything is on the line for this team.
At the same time, even if DRX get 2-0'd and it's really one-sided, they still do have a chance, actually, to make it into play-ins because their last match is against Bro. So that direct head-to-head is going to really be what determines it, but obviously you set yourself up for a better situation if you do get the win here tonight. Bro have... obviously, DRX only left. They did get 2-0'd by DK yesterday, so that was kind of unfortunate for Bro. They kind of had a chance to solidify their spot if they got that win.
Yeah, I think it's really important because if DRX do end up losing this, and then they win against Bro, it could come down to game score. Like if they lose 2-0 today and they only win against Bro 2-1, there's a chance they don't make it through. So every game is going to be important. And obviously maximizing chances. They've had a really good record against BNK FearX. You know, despite the fact that BNK FearX have been one of the top performers of the Rise Group, DRX have had a good record against them and is hoping to continue that. You know, they've beaten them both times so far in round 3 to 5. You know, round 3, round 4, they managed to get the 2-1. If they beat them again, it would be such a huge boost to their odds.
Yeah, they really do need that. BNK's relentless aggression continues as they're bringing the heat and fights with Raptor and Diablo at the core. What is DRX's game plan? Because DRX is a team that likes to take it slow. They like to wait until Teddy is online and he gets 3 items on whatever hyper carry he's playing. That is certainly their comfort zone, but BNK isn't a team that allows you to do that. Now, that being said, this kind of, you know, counter strategy, you could say in air quotes, DRX has been winning against it. So they've figured it out already as Teddy is approaching 3,000 LCK assists and 2,500 kills.
Yeah, I mean, huge achievements. Obviously, Teddy being around a very long time and had some very long games in his career. I think 3,000 assists, very likely to get that today. Not sure how far away he is from, it says there, 17 away from possible to get that today.
You did some pretty quick math there.
But could be lofty.
Yeah. Generally don't want to do math on the stream, but
that was a pretty simple one.
Yeah, well, it was impressive nonetheless, Ox.
Thank you.
Yeah, we're getting ready to send our players out here as all the fans are waiting for them. Definitely going to be a pretty fun matchup. We're certainly favoring BNK coming into this one, but I mean, like we said, you know, DRX's head-to-head match against this team has been winning, so it has been fantastic so far for them.
Yeah, and also, even if you look at the most recent matchups, both of these teams in the past 2 matches have actually played DNF and D+. They both 2-0'd DNF, and it was actually DRX who took a game of D+, whereas BNK FearX got 2-0'd. So recent match record slightly better for DRX, who have been trying to ramp up and claim some distance. So I think based on the whole of round 3 to 5, definitely favored towards BNK FearX. But based on, you know, that little bit of recent form and the matchup individually, that's where DRX has the edge, which is why I feel like a lot of people expect this matchup to be a close one.
Taking a look here, the difference in damage per gold is 0.001.
How much in it?
But it's still a lead for Sponge, and we're going to highlight that. But certainly Raptor has been one of the key players for the side of BNK. Sponge has been a bit Sponge. You know, sometimes he really shows up, sometimes he really doesn't.
I think this has kind of been true for both players. It's more so for Sponge. This has kind of been something that's followed Sponge throughout his time in the LCK, quite feast or famine, and he is really feasted sometimes, really been a little underwhelming at times, but I think Raptor also this season has sometimes had pop-up performances and then sometimes has struggled, so it really makes this jungle matchup volatile. You saw there as well, Fierce Blood percentage highest in the Rise Group for Sponge, 57%. and that is really important to see who gets off to the good start, who finds the early momentum, who gets a jungle pick, and especially when the meta at the moment, a lot of junglers are building Sundered Sky, that huge one-item spike that we're being complaining about, Pony being complaining about in the comments as well.
Yeah.
If you get that early lead, you get that one-item spike, you can take over the game, and these junglers in particular, I feel like, are the swords who will do so. So I think the featured matchup make a lot of sense between these two.
Yeah, jungle always hotly contested in terms of what picks you want to get. Some teams have been leaving Pantheon open even. And by some teams, I mean, you know, Genji's done it. Some other teams have done it. A little bit of testing going on before we do make it into playoffs and into play-ins first off. But definitely could be the thing that turns the tide. Obviously, also, when we get to Rise Group matches, Annie has been a big winner, whereas Wukong has fallen off a little bit, but still Annie Wukong strong in this group.
I think part of the problem is that Wukong has struggled specifically because Pantheon started to be left open, so we've seen a trade of Pantheon into Wukong. I think Wukong, if Pantheon is not open, is still a really good pick, but it's kind of that situation where, you know, a pick seems good until it has to deal with a stronger pick.
Absolutely. As we got the fans out today for DRX, hoping for the victory.
And yeah, as we said before, today would be a massive boost for their chances. Just take a lot of pressure off that remaining matchup. They can overtake Bro in the standings with a win today. They could match them in the standings if it's a 2-1, which would obviously make that final series really interesting. But if they do win this series today, then it just all comes down to that last series. It's winner takes all. If they do lose today, as you said, still the final series can decide it. But yeah, definitely. I think the most exciting timeline is they win today, and then it's just whoever wins gets it in that final series.
Yeah, because it is the final series, as you mentioned. Match 150.
Yeah.
It is the last one we'll have, and then we'll have our team make it through.
Crazy, because sometimes with like last year, previous years, where we have the two splits, obviously a lot shorter, we get to the end and everything's been decided, but well before the last match.
Yeah.
And here we have such a long split, and there's a good chance that we get to the last series of the very long season, and we still have something to play for, so they'll have something to be decided. Is very, very cool, very fun to see.
Yeah. As we're getting into the draft here, Annie, going to be the first ban, as they say, Annie's too strong, and we don't want to first pick it, which is pretty interesting because Vikla definitely is a guy that has played a lot of Annie and has shown some prowess on that champion, as much as you can on a champion like Annie.
Yeah, a lot of mid lane bans coming out already. Yunara now taken away, so Pantheon's still up, Wukong's still up, Varus, Poppy's still up. The Varus priority in terms of bans has fallen off a bit since his nerfs. Still seeing some, but more so like an earlier pick. But even then, I feel like some teams have sort of shied away from it. Aurora coming through as a ban. That does obviously mean things like Gwen, things like Rumble. And Clear in particular has been pretty high on the Rumble, so you could see that prioritized. I feel like it's difficult here for DRX because if you end up banning the Pantheon here, they are just going to take Wukong, but I feel like leaving the Pantheon open feels pretty bad regardless.
I want to see a Rumble selection as well.
Okay, Pantheon ban, and then the choice here for being KFX, you just take the Rumble, that gives over maybe the Wukong.
That's what I want to see. I want to see the run. I think it's just too strong.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's really powerful. And there are still some good junglers to trade over. I assume DRX would want to pick up the... They could go like Gwen Xin Zhao, though, which you've seen be pretty... We saw D+ run that to great success. When Lucid had that 47,000 damage.
48,000.
48,000, sorry. You know.
Don't cut him short.
Undersold it, yeah. But obviously that was a pretty crazy performance. It looks like they are going to go for the Gwen. We'll see if they do commit to the Xin Zhao as they're pairing the double circles composition. Pretty frustrating to deal with. Or if they do want to go specifically for the Wukong. Rumble Wukong, obviously a great combo for providing that dive threat. They could also look for that.
Yeah.
If they're not too bothered, they could look for a mid pick. You know, Yehu's played a lot of Rise. Oriana's a decent denial away from Vikla. So they will lock that in.
I think it's a mistake to give over the Wukong, though. Like you were saying, like Rumble Wukong is so strong.
Yeah.
And now you can just kind of go all in onto this immobile mid lane pick that is the Orianna in some of these team fights.
You could go Rumble, Wukong, Galio if you're feeling confident. You could also just not pick up a mid laner now. And
pick Rakan.
You can pick Rakan. You could also go for an AD carry in this situation. If you're still feeling strong with the Varus, you go that now. You go something... you go Jhin maybe if you have the priority there. Nico also syncs well. You know, that engage support we've seen be very high priority. So they opt to go for that. Fully commit into this sort of dive focus composition. And now for DRX, you feel like they have to lock in their jungler here. They can't really respond to the support pick, and they will be going their Xin Zhao to not too much surprise. I feel like that's one thing with taking the Orianna there, is you kind of... I get you are denying it away from like the Wukong Orianna, which I get, but you're also very telegraphing like you have to take the Xin Zhao on 3. They know you can't respond to the Nico. But in fairness, I mean, what are you really going to respond to the Nico with? Because I feel like that pick is just so... top tier right now. There's not really...
Yeah.
I guess you could go something like the Karma, which you've seen Beryl run into it, but I don't think you'd prioritize that really in the first rotation.
Yeah, now for DRX, you're thinking about banning mid laners or AD carries if you really want to, you know, take some of the good Nico combinations away. The Kai'Sa is a big one that goes really well with the Stive comp that they've already made.
Yeah, I think Kai'Sa is 100% that you want to take away from this. Maybe you're concerned about a Galio. Syncs up decently well, but the Orianna's maybe an uncomfortable matchup to play into it. Lucian ban comes in away from Teddy. Obviously trying to limit some of the, I guess, safer options. I mean, I feel like Lucian's a little uncomfortable to play into this because he's short range, but just a dash. Obviously, if you can force Teddy on a pick without a dash, it's going to make things a lot easier. And we'll see what they opt if they do look towards like the Galio. They go for the Varus instead. Which, I mean, I feel like in this situation, if BNK really wanted, they could just go something like the Jhin. I feel like the Varus isn't even that good here.
Yeah.
Because we saw the Varus played into the Xin Zhao Gwen when it was played by Lucid. I believe that was what was into it. And they just kind of struggled to... They lacked the DPS.
Yeah.
That was one of the problems into the front line in the situation.
Circles are very good against Varus, you know. So that is one of the things, but... Still a top-tier pick. They wanted to deny it. Alistair will be taken away from Ondil, which would have been a fantastic, you know, anti-engage selection. Corki.
I think Corki's a no-brainer. I feel like Corki has just been... He's solid in lane, scales pretty well. He has the Valkyrie for a bit of safety. I feel like he's just that kind of slot, plug it and play sort of pick on the current patch. Yeah. Sivir obviously gives that movement speed for the composition. Spell shield, decent value against Corki. Has the wave clear, and also the DPS, which you could be a little worried about into that front line that can sometimes be a bit harder to cut through. And now the mid lane pick. Again, talked a little bit about the potential for the Galio, but I don't think it's necessarily 100% needed. The Rise is open and available. That's something that Victor's played a decent amount.
Offers a lot of utility to this composition as well, just getting around the map. You're kind of playing this ball of engage, but Rise offers you a little bit more. As Bard, the final selection here, very good into all the engage of BNK.
Yeah, I mean, I think Bard is a pick that we've seen countless times really show the strength of the pick, but it's also a pick we've seen be very hit or miss. You know, the burden of execution is so high on this, and if you mess up, you can easily be more of a hindrance than a boon for your team. So hopefully Andal's able to show some of the big plays that we've seen from the Bard. There's definitely a lot of potential, but it's definitely a pick where you have to be delivering well. And one thing I do feel like they are lacking a bit is the setup for the Orianna with the Shockwave. You do have the Xin Zhao who can dive in a little bit, but it's not as, you know, they did have the Alistair band away. They don't have something like the Rakan. We have seen the Tempered Fate set up for a Shockwave, but it's a little bit less consistent.
Yeah, I also feel like you're only doing that if you're very far ahead and you don't have to worry about the enemy team's engage, you know, because if you use Tempered Fate to try to set up a Shockwave that's kind of like not going to hit a lot of people, if you get a massive one, obviously that can be good, but it can be a waste if you don't have it defensively against this comp.
Yeah, I think BNK pretty happy with that composition. It suits them, the sort of engage-focused composition, where they are just looking to see champion, kill champion. I think for DRX, you know, it really comes down to what can Andal do in this Bard.
We'll have to wait and see. Let's hop on the riff for game number 1.
소환사의 협곡에 오신 것을 환영합니다.
All right, game number 1 on the cards here. B&K, they've already locked in their slot for play-ins. You know, we talked about we're at the end of the entire season, the regular season, and one of these teams is desperately trying to fight to make it in. B&K, on the other hand, also said a little bit of what we heard from Genji and Coach Kim, which was, you know, we're testing things a bit. We want to see if we can expand our top side of the map champion pool, is one of the things he specifically said. This game isn't exactly a good...
Oh, Gwen Sinza, wow.
Yeah. Well, on the side of B&K, you know, it's like Rumble, Wukong, Rise.
Yeah, you're
it's
right.
like, yeah,
Rumble, Wukong, Rise. Yeah,
definitely a lot more unique over there.
Yeah. Right, B&K, Ferex, obviously.
This is pretty much the most standard comp you can get.
Yeah.
On the side of B&K, so not a lot of testing done here.
I think, to be fair, maybe if we get deeper in the series, and I think Genji very comfortable in their position, and obviously still able to win despite what they are testing in a lot of their games. But I think in this situation, B&K Ferex still drafting a lot of power in that game 1, but maybe if we get to like a game 3, we might see them do a little bit more experimenting. I guess we'll see. We'll see if this goes to a game 3. Right now, seeing Helen and Diablo getting some good pressure. You got to remember, as a 2v2, this duo has really performed well. Very high in terms of duo kills, and really a big driving force for this team.
Yeah, I mean, they just control so much of the pace on the bottom side of the map, or the top side once they do eventually swap, if they want to. I think right now, obviously not feeling like that, because they're dominating the lane. Wukong is not winning. Even Lucid couldn't win with this pick. So 0-5 on a streak right now. This is, of course, just for Rise Group. But Wukong across the board in recent times actually still has 100% presence, but is 4-8.
Yeah, I don't read too much into it. They actually nerfed all of the other junglers, and Wukong was kind of untouched. But again, I think a lot of it is just Wukong being traded for Pantheon.
Yeah,
which it doesn't feel good.
Yeah, and you can be strong and also lose occasionally. Doesn't mean that because you're losing, you're a bad champ. So I don't think we need to read too much into it, but interesting stats so far nonetheless.
For sure.
We'll see if it gets a win here with B&K. It feels like I think they favoring their comp here.
They have the tools, they have the surrounding pieces, right, for the Wukong. You know, you have targets you want to jump on as well. You know, an Orion and a Corki are great targets to focus down and look for. And also, I feel like I like the Sivir and the Rise, because in the longer fights, I think some comps you just run out of damage, but that's not going to be an issue in the longer fights here. Oh, a fight started here.
Yeah, I mean, TP is coming in as Sponge says, I win this, and Raptor says, well, I also win this. And so the two of them just going head-to-head, and it's going to come down to a first blood going to Raptor. Just a solo kill as the two junglers with a bit of biffo in the river.
Yeah, I think Raptor playing that one really well, and Sponge a little bit overconfident in his skills. The clone usage, pretty good from Raptor. You know, Sponge committing damage onto the clone briefly, even just that little bit, you know, wasting an auto onto the clone, and Raptor using it to get some extra damage on Sponge. And also having the foresight of being ready to flash to follow him, so Sponge just ends up locked into the 1v1 and dying.
Both Harpoon's gonna miss. They're still gonna go for the dive here, though, as the exhaust. It looks like it is gonna take out Raptor, but finally they get the kill. They don't even really deny that much CS, so I think Rich pretty happy about that setup. Meanwhile, we got a little setup on the bottom side. Nice spell shield there, but Diablo now down a flash. Probably going to use that barrier at the last possible second if he has to. Doesn't even need to, as the TP is coming in just to make sure. Clear does come down here and pushes them away.
Yeah, wow. The bot side play, you know, I think pretty good from DRX, and not so bad that Clear TP's box. They could obviously go for the swap, but that dive. Well, let's see this replay. Yeah, that was the moment where the knockup was actually used onto the clone there. So Raptor using good use of the clone and able to burst out Sponge. And then here, Rich has exhaust. You know, both harpoons miss, so that the shred isn't there. And then Clear flashing badly. It was overconfidence. You're playing into an exhaust Gwen. Both harpoons miss. There was just it was one of these plays where like you're
very
so
BNK.
You're so confident after getting the solo kill. You're like, you know what? We can do anything.
Yeah.
No, you can't. No, you can't. And the thing is as well, even though Raptor had gotten that kill, no one had backed. No one had spent any gold.
Yeah.
Like, you're just running around with like no items, so you don't even have damage. You know, these dives are so much. If Raptor had farmed it more, gone back and had a Sheen, think how much more damage you're doing.
Yeah.
And how much easier it is to make that play.
I don't even think he got a level either. He was still level 4, so it was. I got nothing except taking a bunch of damage, and then went for the dive. Again, I think it's just very BNK. They're just, you know, they're gonna send it. That is what they do. They're not scared to make overly aggressive plays, and sometimes it definitely backfires.
Yeah.
In this case, it definitely did.
Wow. Wow.
Oh, Vikla in a bit of trouble here. He's gonna flash away though, and gets the phase rush off, so he's very safe after the flash as well.
Yeah, I think DRX happy just to pick up the summoner spell. Oh, that is a stun.
Yeah, Kellen in a bit of trouble. The flash on in from Teddy! Bloodthirsty here, as now Diablo says, okay, I'll look for the kill. Gonna force the barrier out of Teddy. And yes, they do take down Kellen, who didn't elect to flash into play.
You know, a while ago they buffed Valkyrie's base damage by quite a lot.
Yeah.
And we've seen a lot more players utilizing that base damage there. Teddy with a very aggressive Valkyrie on top of Kellen's head to secure the kill there. And yeah, just a good stun from Andal, an overstep there from Kellen. This has been, you know, I think after that solo kill on the Sponge, I was like, wow, this is how this game's going to start. I guess it might just be, and then everything else that happened after has been so DRX favored. And it just feels a little bit of BNK FairX goofiness, I think is how I would describe it.
Yeah. You could also say that's Rise Group, baby, if you feel like it, you know?
I'm not ready to say yet. I think there's more time.
There's a lot more time and more opportunities to have those moments.
We'll have ample opportunity in this game, in this series, I'm certain.
Well, it's a Chemtech Drake first, so no Chemtech Soul. Probably going to mean even more action in this game, as...
Oh, most definitely.
We do know that BNK is not going to be giving up any other kind of Drake. I'm trying to think, is there like any Drake that they really don't want to see given over? Maybe like Mountain Soul? But you've got Rise and Sivir, so I don't think that's really the case. Feels pretty good overall, I'd say, for them.
What's next, Dragon?
Well, he's got to kill the first one first. Okay, there we go. Cloud, yeah.
I mean, if it's Ocean, that's like the lowest value
in
this situation. So that's kind of the one you... If DRX keeps stacking, that's the one you're hoping. But yeah, let's trade a Dragon for Grubs. Pretty standard here. I'm not sure BNK FairX is going to get super large value out of the Grubs in this situation. I think, obviously, Ryze is in the side lane, but Orianna's okay handling him. But this Gwen is already a little scary. I'm just still kind of in disbelief they just gave the Gwen 2 kills like that, you know?
You're still...
That's a thing that happens.
You're still thinking about the dive.
I'm still... It's stuck in my mind. You know, some plays are just etched in your mind. And some of them, because, you know, they were... For example, the Faker Shuffle on Ruler.
That's the exact play I was thinking of.
Yeah.
That's really weird.
It's etched in your mind.
That is etched in my mind, yeah.
Yeah.
The owner rel play as well.
Yeah.
The flash engage on a 4 people.
And then some plays etched in your mind for other reasons.
I'm still thinking about Chovy's Ziggs. Although he did say that he, you know, that was a little bit of a miss.
You know what? Takes a big man to own up to his mistakes and say, you know what, Rod of Ages Ziggs was a mistake. So I have a lot of respect that he was willing to do that. He hasn't yet apologized for the WMAX session, but you know, we're making progress.
Yeah, I don't think you're going to get that one, Ox. I don't think that's going to happen.
It's okay. We made some big moves. It's fine, right?
Yeah.
It's a good day.
Especially for a guy like Chovy, who's very much on top of the mid lane and of the entire league.
I also think
be like, you know what? Yeah, that wasn't it.
I also think it's cool to experiment. You know, I think I'd rather have a player who experiments and does something goofy like that, and it goes, okay, that was a miss. Then sometimes we have players who just kind of do. You know, I was about to say, they just say, what does Chovy do?
Yeah.
But I guess Chovy, he can't ask what does Chovy do because he's Chovy.
Yeah, who does Chovy look up to, I wonder?
He just looks in the mirror.
So he can ask Chovy, he's like, what are you going to build today? What did you build last time? I'm going to follow that. Rich actually doing a ton of damage with his needles. Also, we had Ondil here. TP does come in from Vikla. I just wanted to say hello.
That minion's walking in a very weird direction, you know, that seems a little bit suspect.
Yeah.
Not to be trusted.
No minion is.
Yeah. Okay, I mean, things have been pretty slow since that first initial action, and the gold lead's dead even, so nothing too crazy has come from it.
Grubs value?
A little bit of Grubs value here for the play. Oh, Raptors looking for Andal, won't find anything. They are trying to make a little bit of a play towards the top side. TP comes in from Yehu to try and mitigate the pressure. Rich not having a fun time into the rise.
Yeah. See a lot of little action here, though. Spun's going to flash away. Looks like he will be fine, but flash burned.
Yeah, didn't have the backup there. It was actually kind of nice because he got the knock-up, because he stacked up on the ward, had a knock-up, but he was still like, I don't have any backup here. I need to flash out.
Yeah.
It's Triforce already completed for Raptor. It's not the Sundered Sky, because obviously you don't go that first on Wukong, but it's still a pretty big spike to have that completed already. And Sponge obviously does not have his Sundered Sky, so...
Yeah. Even with the 2-kill Gwen, the 2-kill Wukong is the one that's actually farther ahead of his opponent.
Yeah. The Wukong is right now the main character.
Yeah. A little exhaust action here. There's no needles available for Rich. So
I also think it's one of these things...
Tempo exhaust.
It's one of these things with junglers. I mean, obviously, if you get really ahead as a laner, you can deny farm from your lane opponent, but we haven't really seen that come through. But as a jungler, you know, if you get ahead, you can clear camps faster, you can obviously contest camps a lot, and we've kind of seen Raptor pull a little bit ahead in terms of those jungle camps. Do not see the Sundered Sky coming through for Sponge, but once Raptor gets that 2-amp spike, then he's very strong.
Yeah, he's potentially going to take over the game as Root comes in, a little bit of damage. It does look like DRX are trying to set up here for Double Dragon. Even invading into this red buff. Got to be careful not to go too far, though. A lot of damage, though, is going in on a Raptor already as he's looking for the red. He's looking for the setup with the team. The Tempered Fate, though, going to stop a lot of that engage from the side of BNK. Clear goes over the wall and just dies immediately, but already did the damage. And now Rich is all by himself, has to take the journey out. And, well, we are going to get a binding, but only on to one, and so that's just going to be another kill here. 2 more kills to Raptor. He's just taking over the game as now they're trying to turn on to Diablo. A triple kill for Raptor's Wukong.
There's that Triforce spike. He's just cleaning up on those kills with the monkey bonk on the head. It's coming up so big. 5 points in that Q. He's doing so much damage, and this is kind of that feast of famine we were talking about, the jungle matchup. Raptor's now so fed. He's going to be, honestly, not even that far away from the Sundered Sky on the back of this fight. And this wasn't ideal, even, you feel like, for BNK4X. Actually, Clay was trying to recall to finish his first item. It gets cancelled here. We have Raptor not even with his ult. And a lot of the equalizer value is lost from the Tempered Fate. But that flash there from Raptor to dodge the stun. The focus comes on a Clay, but his job is done. And Raptor just starts cleaning up members of the fight. And DRX started to disengage with the low health bars, and Raptor's just getting constant value. E in, Q, you know, Vikla sets up the root. Again, get that big bonk that does so much damage.
Yeah, that was our key player matchup, the jungle.
Yeah.
And currently it is the biggest gap in the game by a significant margin. As you mentioned, you know, Raptor was down his ult. He wasn't exactly healthy, but still just able to clean up the kills means that he picks up a large portion of the gold.
Yep, and now able to pick up the dragon. It is an Ocean Soul. I mean, it's not the worst game for Ocean Soul, because there are some like bulkier people who get decent value, but it's not a huge value soul. But it definitely means if one team gets it, we're going to need healing reduction even more than we already do. But yeah, I mean, the fact that BNK4X got the second dragon anyway, Soul is super far away. The focus is certainly going to be on things like Arakan, on this Herald as well, on Baron, more so than the Dragon stacking. But now with its 5-in-1 Wukong, Bitsy Raptor finished off the plated steel caps instead of just rushing towards the Sundered Sky, so he's not actually that close to finishing it right now, but he is so strong.
I mean, this is like a solo queue jungler who got Omega fed, and then he just kind of takes over every single lane. Obviously, it's not solo queue, so DRX do have ability to group up and try to mitigate it, but I don't know if you can really do that, especially because everybody else is just kind of passively scaling in the background. Like, there's a nice amount of scaling on the side of DRX as well, but you're going up against Sivir Rise.
Yeah, I mean, those picks...
of BNK.
Those are just guaranteed value picks, right?
Yeah.
Sivir's always going to be strong, also has that utility in the kit. Rise, just, you know, as long as you're getting your mana items, you're going to have that value. The tiers stacking up nicely. You have the Rod of Ages completed now. You're in a great spot. It was also cold for Diablo as well, so BNK FairX in a pretty fantastic spot. I will say, you know, I said we saw the loss streak for Wukong. If he loses this game, maybe it's a Wukong problem, right? If you
He's proven it.
Yeah, if you lose at this
Wukong's
point,
fault.
then we gotta point the finger at Wukong a little bit. If you can't carry from 5-1, then yeah, maybe there is an issue. But
you know, we have seen some games. I think it was Sponge actually who went 5-0 on Trundle, and they actually lost that game.
Yeah,
maybe that was Trundle's fault.
Put some blame on Trundle.
We don't see as much Trundle anymore. You know, after that game, just kind of disappeared.
Yeah.
First turret actually went over to DRX. They're going to get feats of strength off of that. Kind of insane. Andal is in a lot of trouble as he is going to Tempered Fate, but too late. So yeah, he's just kind of dead. He magical journeyed over the wall and then found himself face to face with now a 6-1 Wukong.
I think this is one of the things with Bard is that you have Redemption, you have your ult, and these buy so much time, but they take time to come through. And I think just the fact that Raptor's so fed, he just wasn't able to actually have either of those really do anything for him. Raptor just kind of nuked him, even with the exhaust as well. Raptor's doing so much damage, this Bard feels very squishy in comparison. And the end result is just a really easy pickup for BNK FairX. Now 6 kills for Raptor. They'll throw the Herald down and get that mid tower. Obviously, as you said, feats of strength went to DRX already. But I think BNK FairX not really too bothered. Second item already completed for Diablo, and he's working towards his third. Rocket Belt for... Yeah, I mean, Animal's already a little bit low on HP. So the Q just gets him low. The exhaust comes through, and yeah, before the redemption or the ult even has time to come in, he just dies.
So his whole team was there. There was also a ward in that bush, but Raptor was around the corner.
Oh.
So I think Raptor wasn't seen. He's like, okay, I'm safe. Goes over with the magical journey, finds himself against the Wukong, and he's like, oh, well, crap. I guess I'm dead.
Happened.
No, I missed it.
He just completed it.
Oh, no!
He's got the Sundered Sky. Okay, guys, pack it up.
I mean, every dragon from here, it should be BNK's.
We also just got Rocket Bell for Kellen, which is like, it's so broken, because I mean, Flash is so powerful with the Nico, but like, Rocket Bell just means you essentially always have that reposition on the ult. If you have Rocket Bell and Flash, good luck. Good luck, by the way. Yahoo at least has Seeker's Arm Guard. But Teddy doesn't even have boots, by the way. Not even like tier 1 boots.
Wow.
And you may be wondering, why does his plane go faster with boots? I don't know, but it does, and he needs them. He is
even planes gotta walk, you know? Like, even planes need that extra bit of traction.
Well, it's actually a toboggan, so...
Oh, yeah, that's true. Yeah, I mean, DRX are here, and they're like, well, we can't do anything.
Just let it go.
Honestly, I don't even know why they're here. Like, somebody should be top lane.
This is supervisation, you know? This is one of the...
Supervisation, yeah.
Yeah, they just like to make sure, yep, they're doing dragon. We've seen that. We're aware. We're aware.
I don't like
now.
supervisation all that much.
No,
to be honest.
I'm not a fan of it. It's not a good strategy. But they do make sure that they're verifying that BNK FairX are doing the dragon. It's something you'd expect, but they just wanted to make sure. They needed to verify. And they did see them do it, and they did do it. So there we go. Speaking of item spikes, Vikla just completed the Seraphs. So he's definitely ramping up. That's the problem, is that you're in this situation where Raptor is extremely strong, but other people on BNK FairX are getting very strong as well.
Yeah, over time.
Yeah.
So BNK are winning now, but also they're winning later.
It's one of these situations where Realm Up coming in.
Yeah, we're making a play here. Guess who's here? It's Raptor. He is the raid boss. Can Exhaust stop this Wukong is the question. The double cyclone comes in. As a bunch of damage does go out from Rich, actually, but not to outdo the raid boss. That is the Wukong, and a bit of help from the rest of the team. And guess what? Otacon's right here, so let's just go ahead and start this one up. Raptor is a little bit low, but he does have Sundered Skies, so we do know that that's not really a big problem. And Kellen's got the angle here. There is that arm guard from the side of Yehu. And so that does mean that BNK actually are going to back off of this objective. Clear just flashing away.
Oh, now actually, DRX considering the Atacon. I think it's a dangerous move. But they do have a TP coming up in 10 seconds. Oh, Shockwave!
The Shockwave going to catch both him and the clone. And with Raptor this low, it just means that DRX say thank you for the leash.
And they actually get it. So big pickup for DRX. An overcommit from BNK FRX, an unforced error. I feel like they managed to get the kill onto Rich, but the low health bar on Raptor and the exhaust actually I think a big factor here from Andals, really slowing down the play and allowing a lot of return damage to go through onto Raptor. The redemption as well, buying some time. And yeah, so Raptor a lot lower than you'd hope otherwise to start this play, and yet they still commit to it. And it ends up giving a lot of power over to DRX in this situation. Oh,
and now
Vikla, you don't have anything.
Vikla by himself, no Realm Warp. He is Rise, so like maybe if he gets a couple of rotations into this Orianna, he is getting pretty low, but it's still going to be a pretty straightforward 2 versus 1 kill. As in goes the rest of BNK, trying to get something on the top side of the map and trade. They'll get some wards for it.
Yeah, so I think DRX, considering how doom and gloom were kind of being, really finding some plays in return. You know, managing to get the Atacon, managing to get a couple of kills, and they didn't get too much else, but I think considering the state of the game, to bring it back to a 2,000 goal difference to get that the big boon of power, and also make up some of the level differential. Sponge is now up in experience compared to Raptor, which is massive. I think this has now put them in a position where, having given up that previous dragon, I don't think you need to go for the supervisation strategy for the next one. You can actually contest it.
You actually can, and I think they might just do that. You got 2 items here for Sponge, 2 items for Yehu, although it is a very defensive build. I feel like it's somewhat necessary into what they're playing against. I mentioned it early on where they picked the Orianna. It's like, well, we got all this engaged in Orianna. It seems pretty strong for the side of BNK, but if Yehu is playing safe and he's got a lot of defensive items, maybe he can handle the pressure.
Do you see a lot of focus coming around to this vision on the bot side? Diablo's close to the Infinity Edge. You know, he's definitely looking to finish that off before we get into this dragon fight in a minute. Not sure how far away he is.
Looks like we're getting Collector for Teddy.
Has been kind of the standard for these Corki builds, you know, as you start to move towards the crit and it gives you that bit of lethality. Definitely kind of like a bridge item.
We saw it from Ruler as well yesterday.
I remember when Doctam had that Bruiser Corki build, you know, when he went like the Shojin and the Black Cleaver and the... What's that item called? The Overlord Bloodmail? Yeah, that was a fun build. When he had like 4,000 HP and like so much AD as well. Honestly, I wouldn't hate that here, just considering how much like backline threat that is, but you know, maybe not. Maybe that's a bit too much cooking.
Maybe just do some damage.
Do some more. I mean, he did damage to that build, but yeah, I think the thing is, there's a lot of DPS from BNK FRX as well, so maybe just a punching bag with the Sivir, even if you go that build. But anyway, IE was completed for Diablo here. We see DRX the ones with control over the area, and it's up to BNK FRX to try and move in. Vikla's just pushing top. He does have TP. I mean, they can just give it the dragon. It is just second Drake for DRX. It's Ocean
It's just an Ocean Drake. 700 gold. How about a bit more gold in mid? I think they're going to get this and get out as well. Like, Raptor's got to go in awkward direction, but he's totally fine. Even some damage on the top lane inhibitor turret.
I think it's a good decision, you know, and it kind of shows with there being Ocean Soul, with the fact that the first 2 dragons were traded, 1 each, the priority on these dragons has really dropped. It's been more around the sort of Void and Noxus neutral objectives. And with that being said, Baron, it's, yeah, why not, you know? You know, this is BNK FRX in a nutshell.
Yep, I mean, they realm warped in, so DRX know this is happening. Sponge just kind of running at it, trying to get some vision as he will. But the knockup comes in. The Temper Fate going to keep this around, but now the turn should come out. No, instead they just go for the flip. And it goes over to DRX. Sponge gets in. As now Rick just trying to follow up here. They want to take the fight after the fact. Some low health bars on BNK, and already that's 2 kills to DRX. And maybe make it a third here as Clear's on the run. And it doesn't look like he's going anywhere. Double kill goes over to Rich, and they got the Baron.
So what point do we just blame Wukong for the lost streak? 7-1 now on this pick, and they just made a massive throw. DRX now in the driving seat, having picked up that Baron. They just rushed this. Sponge immediately makes his way over. Kellen's trying to stall it out. The Bard comes in. The Tempered Fate buys time during the CC chain, and then he gets over. When did the smite? They just didn't smite from the Wukong. It was late. It was late, and the health went pretty low. Raptor just kind of fumbling there.
Yeah.
And a great play from Sponge. You know, if you look at the KDAs of this game, definitely it's favored Raptor. But if you look at that play, it was all Sponge. Water.
Says 5,000. Ults.
먹었어.
Got it.
50 구원 있어.
Yes, he
Wukong
did.
has ult, he says.
And now, I mean, with the Adakan plus the Baron, we're starting to see XP leads kind of across the board for DRX. You know, Gold's still a little bit behind, but they've got a 3,000 Baron power play and starting to really pick up these structures.
So are you on Team Gwen or on Team Wukong in this game?
Right now I'm feeling a little bit Team Gwen, you know? It's feeling pretty bad for Team Wukong. Any Wukong haters are feeling very good after this game.
I mean, it's just been the way the fights have been breaking out. Like, that wasn't even a fight. They just kind of threw the Baron away. That equalizer is gigantic, but also going in on a clear, very deep, and now the counter engage comes out from the Nico. But look at the damage that Teddy is doing. Ori has a kill, as now the Runelmorph is going to get him away. But Diablo stepping up into 4 people, going to push them out and stop that Baron push for now.
It just feels like they're not able to really get backline access effectively. And it's like a disengaging fight. You know, this composition is about getting on the backline, engaging, setting up. But like the equalizer comes down and like there's good value from it. But then it's DRX who are pushing forwards. Raptor's trying to ult, but then also moving backwards while he does it. Andel's able to get this like super aggressive stun. Teddy's dashing in. And Diablo finally starts to get damage in, but at that point they're like, okay, we've already won the fight, we got the tower, we're backing away. And now DRX have a gold lead.
They have a gold lead. You know, the Dragons are kind of whatever at this point. It's really just going to come down to the execution and whether Gwen can outdo Wukong or vice versa. Those are the 2 most fed guys on the Rift.
I mean, the Gwen, also the Orianna's getting a lot of value in these fights.
The Xin Zhao, even in that last fight, like Sponge just dove the turret.
Yeah.
Nearly got the kill and still lived. Like, he's still Xin Zhao.
Teddy as well has picked up some pretty nice items. Level 16, so max run with those rockets. And the thing is, like, you look at BNK4X, that composition's still strong, right? Diablo has 4 items, Vico's got the Rabadons. I still think that composition is objectively strong. It just feels like they're not really finding the windows to execute properly with what that comp wants to do. Feeling very tentative. They just need a big engage on the backline, but Yehu and Teddy have Sums, Yehu has Zhonya's, and they're feeling very tentative right now.
All right, well, the vision is off, so you can tell that something is brewing as Raptor's got an angle. The equalizer good too, as now the follow-up comes in. Gonna catch 3 in the front line. Immediately he dies though. And the amount of Zhonya's and Temper Fates that are keeping them alive is insane. Clear is out of the fight already. Raptor desperate to get something. He will get Ondil and actually heals an insane amount, but still, it's just that. And they get the shutdown on the Wukong. Another kill that will go over to Orianna.
At least trying to go for what your comp wants to do, but so much time bought there by Andel. Teddy getting the 3,000 assists on the back of that play. A good team fight to get it, and a huge achievement for the player.
Yeah, AD carries generally don't get that many assists. You can see he's 6-1 and 2. I say that as Diablo's 0-0 and 6.
I mean, Siv's a good one for getting it. But yeah, so they go for the engage, but Teddy isn't caught thanks to Valkyrie. Yehu has Zhonya's, Yehu has Flash. Tempered Fate comes out after the Zhonya's and then flashes over the wall here. bar just causing so much issues, but also the stasis from the Orianna. I still think this is a good fight to go for B&K FearX, because you start to burn resources. You get the flash from Yahoo, so maybe if you go for a fight like that again, this time Yahoo does just die. But that's the sort of approach you need. You need to start threatening the backline, which they haven't been doing for the last few fights, few engagements.
Yeah, they've kind of just been going for little skirmishes, and the team fights haven't exactly been determining a whole lot, it feels like. I do like that Vikla is really playing into this Ryze win condition. He's just in the side lane, and he's got Realm Warp soon, has TP and Flash, and is just trying to get value out of the grubs, trying to get value out of the fact that he is Ryze.
Yep, has the Rabadon as well, so actually doing a good amount of damage to his turrets. We do see a counter punch here from DRX on the top side, but B&K FearX is happy to cross map right now. Oh, TP coming in. That's a level 17 Corki, by the way.
Raptor just gonna pull the trigger on this one. Just goes in. It's a lot of damage into Teddy. And now the knockup comes in and Teddy's dead as he gets baited into that fight big time. But now Kellen is gonna go down, and it's Team Gwen who is winning this one big time. Rich says, I am the real carry here. They take out the Rumble, and now it's just Diablo. The rest of his team is gone. 007. Secret Agent not able to help out in this one, and they are just kiting this one out. Diablo not one to back down from a fight, but he had to be there to clear the wave regardless. It looks like this game might just end right here with DRX on top.
And I feel like there's going to be a lot of regrets for B&K FearX in this game. You know, that dive in the top lane that gave Gwen the 2 kills, but also things like the Baron start, some of the throws, the Atakan start as well. This was a game where the Wukong really got so much momentum, and yet they just weren't able to close out. And DRX, they hold strong. You know, they are being so resilient, sponge for the big players around the Baron, and also just so focused on getting towards that final match against Bro and keeping their hopes alive.
DRX were just simply the better team in this one. I mean, they had a lot of tools in this game, and once again, the core key value showing itself. The Gwen being a lot more valuable than the Rumble even, which was first picked on blue side for a good reason. But in terms of the way that the game was played out, DRX just made their champs look better and made their team the victors at the end of the day. And B&K, Ryu, and Joker are going to have to talk a lot about what went wrong in that one.
There's a lot to talk about in that regard, and Wukong's loss streak continues. I have some mixed
unbelievably so.
Yeah, some mixed feelings about that one. Definitely some execution problems there. But yeah, I wonder how B&K FearX, maybe their priorities might feel some shifts, because that one does not feel good.
9 kills on Wukong, not enough to win game number 1 for B&K. And DRX once again are going to take the lead against B&K. They have had their number all of this Ryze group so far, and they have it again to start off 1-0. We'll see what happens after the break.
지금은 싸움 좋아 우리. AC 봐 AC. 나 11. 나 오케이 오케이. 아 뭐 잡아. 코르키 봐줘 코르키. 인들 잘 잡았다. 몽 뒷골 빠졌고. 라이즈 노플 라이즈 하늘 아못 던졌다 자 오고 라이즈 노플 라이즈 니콜 니콜 세벨이 딜 못해 야 라이즈 노플 아 반대 맞았네 내가 가는 중 야 석비를 잡으면 끝나는데 야 11을 그냥 할만하지 않아? 아 근데 기자 할만한데? 아 근데 바론 버프 없으면 안돼 얘들아 아 바론 갈래? 가자 그럼 3주 가자 나 조약 있어 아 확인 얘 노플이야 노플 그냥 가봐 10초 남았어 갔다 아 까비 아 빨리 지원할게요
Hello everyone, welcome back to the space here at the LCK on this wonderful Friday. I'm joined by the Double W Analyst Desk. It's Wolf and Wadid here, throwing up the W's, which is what DRX were able to pull out here in game number 1 against BNK Fearx, against the odds, which was surprising because of the way that it played out early. It felt like BNK Fearx were in control, but DRX able to come back after a huge play up there.
There were some amazing moments for the side of BNK. Like, Kellen had a fantastic Nico game, but some of the interactions with the champions got broken and messed up by Tempered Fate. And obviously Tempered Fate is a tool that can set up combos, it can also break your combos. I think BNK were a little bit too quick on the trigger finger to try to actually engage, especially with some of Clear's Rumble ultimates this game that were just completely denied by Tempered Fates. And I think if they did play a little bit slower, a little bit cleaner on that Baron, for example, this game could have looked completely different. I think it was in their hands until DRX took it away.
I mean, I think I can see the angle to just pick Bard into Wukong. I think it's kind of official right now that you just counter engage with the Bard. Whenever like they just like high prior Wukong in the draft, you just pick Bard into it, and I think you feel actually great because whenever he wants to like make some plays on the team, you always disengage with the Bard ultimate, and I think that was the key point for this game as well, because he actually kind of counter engaged Nico ult and Wukong ult whenever it was really impactful.
Yeah, so despite the early lead that BNK Fearx were able to get, DRX stall the game out up until a Baron call here, where they realm warp into the pit to BNK Fearx, but they give the opportunity for the steal by Sponge, and he does not squander it.
I mean, Kellen is trying his best to zone the rest of the members away here. Equalizer is dropped on the zone as well, which is a big problem because it's now a team fight tool that's down here. The smite timing incredibly off here. Like, he just doesn't hit it.
Yeah, I mean, that's because of the shockwave as well. I think they actually timed really well with the Orianna ulti, and I think the issue with the Kallion there was, again, with the Bard ulti, you know, I think if there was no ulti there, I think it was great timing to zone them out, but I think, again, Andil made the difference here, and that was really huge.
You can get those kills when you prevent them from entering, and you could time it with your Baron secure. You deny them from getting exit kills, you secure the Baron, but instead they ended up using a lot of tools, still don't get the deny on the entry, and don't have those tools then for the follow-up team fight. The Orianna shockwave you mentioned is pretty massive there, and it allows them not only to secure the Baron, but the team fight win. That gave them a gold lead and map control for the first time. We know Orianna is not going to work as well if she has to operate more offensively. If she can play defensively, control vision, control choke points, it's a lot easier.
So that Tempered Fate was on the attempted stop to the Baron. This Tempered Fate in highlight number 2 is what you were alluding to earlier here, Wolf, where it just feels like there's zero value on this equalizer and the engage by Wukong.
This is not the only time this happened in this game, but there were quite a few moments where the equalizer just didn't hit. Like, it's a fantastic engage from Kellen again here. Notice how he's trying to approach this. They have the flank as well, the Wukong. Equalizer gets dropped down, and this time it's just Azonia's to deny, but we saw so many of these just deny the value of the equalizer in fights. And like, this particular moment was not the best example of it, but it's another fight where, again, you didn't get much out of it. Now the equalizer's down, and DRX can turn the fight.
Yeah, and I think if you cannot one-shot, then Ryze and Sivir cannot hit their front line because they have Gwen, they have such a great infighters into those champions. So I feel like whenever they got disengaged by Bar Ultimate, it was just a disaster.
Yeah, and the whole reason why that became an issue was because the individual play by Rich earlier in the game took the tower dive like a champ, able to get a double kill in a 1v2, and was constantly being a menace here for BNK Fearx. And Wolf, his performance over the last, I would say, 3 or 4 weeks has been crucial to DRX's run to being in the play-in picture.
In my predictions, DRX go to play-ins, right? And I think Rich is a huge part of that. Like, you knew Teddy was solid, you knew Yehu's on the way up, right? Sponge hasn't really changed, but Rich night and day makes such a big difference for this team. When they're struggling, it's often on the back of him dying in lane, sometimes getting solo killed, getting dove a lot, but when he's actually performing well, it looks like a completely different team.
Yeah, they're the veterans, you know, and I think Rich did the 1v2 on the top lane, and Teddy got the dual kills on their bot lane as well. So I think the veterans are leading the rookies pretty well, and I think they're feeling a lot more confident.
Yeah, and for BNK FearX, obviously this game doesn't mean too much for them in terms of the standings, but the form going into play-ins, DRX is a team that they could potentially play against if they end up dropping the game to D plus Kia in the play-ins, which is already locked. You got to play them again. You got to be ready to go. You have to have these answers. And when you're able to get a lead like that earlier in the game, you need to find ways to play through a Bard or ways that teams stall out a game on you.
I mean, the fact that they're able to win these team fights, DRX, despite amazing engages from Kellen, despite some really nice Wukong setups as well from Raptor, they could still win this game with a tough draft as well. I think most of us lean towards BNK having the better draft. It's a good sign for what the future could look like here for DRX if they make it to that play-in stage. Maybe they could go deeper.
I mean, I still like the structure from BNK. I just don't want to see some silly mistakes from the individual players. For example, like getting solo killed or like just getting dove on the top lane again. Like it's just having so many issues again. You know, like you have to work on the team stuff, right? At this point, because you're gonna fight for the better teams. So I feel like they just gotta need to stop something in the lane.
All right, well, if you're keeping track at home for POM voting, I think there's one candidate that stands above the rest. It's that man on your screen right there, Rich, as we send it back on over to our casters for game number 2.
Rich, thank you very much, Stegon, and the guys there on the space, Wolf and Wadid, for the great breakdown. Rich has been great. The rest of the team following up as well. And just the fact that BNK could not get it together with a 9-kill Wukong, also a bit of a worry. And I am curious to see, you know, there's a lot of praise for DRX, obviously, after that win. But also, it does feel like BNK were kind of just not really 100% there. And I do hope that we see a better BNK here in game number 2.
Yeah, it takes 2 to tango. And I think we should obviously praise DRX. But I think on the other side, there's also some question marks about BNK FearX, who certainly should have gotten that one over the line. I think you give that sort of gold lead to certainly some of our teams in the Legend group, and that game was a complete blowout. But I think, you know, again, credit to DRX for holding strong and bouncing back. And now the 1-0 advantage in the series going to feel a lot more comfortable. And bear in mind, they went into game 1 on red side. You know, they were at that disadvantage where they didn't have side select. They will be on red side again, but that means if we go to a game 3, they will have side selection. And we talked about this at the start of the day. The matches are really important for DRX. Stakes not as high for BNK FearX. They have locked their place in the play-ins, and they're incapable of catching up with D+. Also incapable of being caught up by Bro. So this is kind of just them just trying to show what they can do.
Yeah.
Test things out for play-ins. But for DRX, every win, every game, super important. So even just getting that one win is vital.
Yeah, definitely going to be pretty interesting to see what does happen in this game number 2. Yunara going to be banned again, not a big surprise. Will it be the Yap, the Yunara, Azir, Pantheon once again? Last time they did it in a little bit of a different order, the Ape, AYP, spelled AYP, with Azir, Yunara, and Pantheon.
Yeah.
Getting a Poppy ban always feels pretty nice. I like that they're banning out the Aurora as well against Rich. He has played it a decent amount, and they want to make sure that he is not going to get his hands on that once again.
Yeah, it's interesting they opt to prioritize it again, because I feel like we sometimes see in game 2, 3, the priority on the Aurora ban drops a bit, simply because we see like Rumble, Gwen. Those are 2 picks that really struggled into the Aurora, so the priority in terms of banning it falls off a bit. Still maintaining it, I think it makes sense. But maybe suggest that they want to pick... I mean, to be fair, she does well into a lot of picks. But I know that maybe if they want to go like an Ambessa, potentially, could be something they want to run here and not want to have to deal with that Aurora. The Annie, if they want to ban it, the Talia. Annie, Talia. Maybe they want to try to get their hands on one of those. They ban Annie here. Maybe go for Talia first pick in this situation. And DRX kind of have to ban Pantheon, so they're just playing into Talia. And the Talia feels really bad to play into because a lot of the mid lane picks were taken away with Azir, with Annie, with Ryze, with Orianna gone.
The only thing I will say is that Yehu is one of our big Ahri players, and we've been seeing everybody and their brothers just picking up Ahri into Talia as, no, we're just going to ban Renekton.
Okay.
And just give them Pantheon.
It looks like DRX are trying to go Talia and Bessa on this rotation. is my interpretation. So Renekton often picked into Ambessa. That is the vibe I'm getting, is that you're going to go Taliyah Ambessa on this first two. You can't give over Taliyah Pantheon, so it's definitely going to be that.
Yeah.
And the Ambessa is what this Renekton suggests to me, especially with the Aurora gone as well. A big risk, leaving the Pantheon open.
That was locked pretty quickly. So,
yeah, this is Rich's most played.
Yeah.
So they're going to go for this. This is kind of one of these calculated risks, and we'll just have to see how good DRX are at math. It's a lot picked up, but it's a lot given over. And now we see what else B&K DRX can sort of match up with this.
There have been some teams that have been letting this Pantheon through. We mentioned that at the top of the day.
Yeah.
Thinking about Zyra Khan here.
Okay, so not looking towards their solo lanes at all. This is interesting because it's hard to secure Zyra Khan. Because often, you know, you see in this sort of stage, because of second rotation, maybe one of them's banned, or you're picking them at different stages. But we very rarely see like Zyra Khan pick the first three. And in this situation, you're not given any looking towards your solo lanes, so the pressure is going to be amplified even more in terms of bans. And then you're just playing into the Jarvan as well. So I think DRX pretty happy with how this has panned out. You're also picking Rakan into Taliyah. You know, the more I think about this, I'm really not a fan of the Zyra Khan here.
Doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me either, as now they're going to ban away the Ahri, so now it's Vikla, another Ahri guy. Not going to be able to play that into the Taliyah. Has been the most commonly picked, quote-unquote, counter pick, although I don't think that Taliyah really has one.
Yeah, it's a lot of players see as a good match with Source Showmaker have a good match into the Taliyah, specifically on the Ahri, but that's now been taken away. I could see you getting rid of the Galio. I think Pantheon Galio is a really strong combo. Rakan Galio, really strong combo, because he goes in, Galio can follow up on top, and the global pressure at the Pantheon Galio is really strong, so I could see that maybe being denied away, and they do get rid of that. I like the Lulu ban, because I think this composition that DRX has, if you put like a Lulu Jinx or something on top of that, I think it's just kittens.
Lulu Jarvan is, even Lulu Ambessa is ridiculous, the combo with the Wild Growth, and also it's a fantastic lane into the Rakan.
Yeah, and the Alistar just makes sense in general. In terms of AD carries,
oh, the Ziggs.
They have enough AD to go the Ziggs.
Yeah.
Lucian's okay in terms of a pick, but Lucian Braum doesn't feel super good into Rakan, and Lucian Braum has been the most popular combo. We could see Lucian something else, that's completely fine. But just to see what they go, but they do commit to the Lucian here. A bit of mobility, and it does... Rakan is not fun to play in a Lucian.
Yeah.
Very hard to actually connect your W. And if you lose pressure in the lane, he can just kind of run a Xayah.
Oh boy.
Okay.
They are throwing the gauntlet.
We have seen Akali.
Somewhere.
We have not seen Akali do well.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, maybe the strategy is there's just so many dashes on this B&K FearX. It's like they're gonna
stun us all.
They're gonna clean up the Unraveled Earth, right? If everyone dashes over the Unraveled Earth,
what a strategy! Wow.
Clean up the rocks.
How come nobody's ever thought of this before? Nobody's ever done this before. Stack this many dashes into Taliyah.
Yeah, that's the tech. Yeah. The sweep them all up, you know. In fact, Jax can take a broom instead of his fishing pole he normally has, and just sweep them all. Yeah. I think the Braum has a decent amount of value into like a 4 melee, 1 range. It's a short range comp. We don't typically like Braum into Rakan, but I think overall the value here is pretty decent. Just in terms of applying the passive to all these short range champions. And it's still a strong lane with Lucian, even though it's not the best into Rakan specifically.
Yeah.
I think it's pretty obvious that I feel like one team has a different edge in terms of this draft. But I haven't seen the rock sweeping composition before, so maybe the rock sweeping strategy is going to come off, is going to work. We'll see if there's any team. Maybe B&K FearX can do it. Maybe they can sweep up all the rocks before DRX can get control.
Some crazy signs out there. This is like the ghost of OK Man. Brian was on that sign. Very interesting stuff. Very interesting stuff. Just like this draft. They got Pantheon, and then from then on, I don't think we liked it very much.
This is limit testing Pantheon.
BNK did say they wanted to. We'll see how it goes in game number 2.
소환사의 협곡에 오신 것을 환영합니다.
Alrighty, game number 2. DRX in the lead, BNK on the blue side, and they have picked every dash possible.
Well, in fairness,
except their 80 carry.
Yeah, Diablo doesn't have a dash, and unfortunately Gale Force isn't in the game anymore, so he can't really help.
Yeah.
So not a contributor here. Could have gone something like a Tristana, would have been good if you really wanted to help out.
Samira.
Yeah, those are champions who would have been able to help. Also, I'll be honest, Pantheon he does have his W, but it's not the best dash in terms of clearing up the rocks. Sadly, Wukong was obviously picked away.
Yeah.
And Jarvan was actually Jarvan was picked later. Jarvan would have been great at clearing up those stones.
Yeah, they could have picked that up actually. So already a big trade here.
Vikla hard won the trade, and then had to suffer from the fact that he is melee and had to walk away. And suffer the receiving end. But also, you know, you're playing Akali, who has Doran's shield, and also probably running second wind, so it doesn't really feel as bad if you take a bad trade, as you kind of just have that free sustain built in. Yehu burning both health pots already, whereas Vikla hasn't burned his. So, not the best early start for Yehu in this situation.
Yeah, I mean, just okay. Very interesting tempo heal there. It's going to relieve any amount of pressure that they would have potentially had from that trade, as now they're trying to hit the wave here, and level 2 will be hit by Diablo and Kellen. They're very good at doing this.
Yeah. The level 1 not so great from Lucian Braum, and also felt like they were kind of more focused on trying to hit Kellen than the wave. It's also it's not a great lane into Zyrakan specifically. You know, I like the power of Lucian Braum, it's done really well, but it's kind of hard to get super high value into this matchup. A big factor is you're really a threat if you're going too aggressive. We're getting the Featherstorm, not the Featherstorm, the Blade Caller coming onto you if you're like trying to dive in too aggressively on a Xayah. Also, you know, Rakan can body block the Winter's Bite and then dash away,
yeah,
so that he doesn't end up getting stunned. And if you don't get the Winter's Bite onto Xayah and you're just running a Xayah, it's going to go pretty badly. Revel did a little late there. So Vikla didn't actually clean up the rocks.
I think the second the shuriken hits you, you got to put down the rocks, just to make 100% sure. You know, maybe he like waits it out, but then you probably don't take damage from the shuriken dash.
Yeah, Vikla doing good in the mid lane matchup. Bot lane matchup going pretty good. I spoke to... Oh, never mind. Raptor's here too.
Yep, Raptor here, and the Blade Caller comes through. Ondil in a lot of trouble. One auto would do it. Flash forward. First blood given over to Diablo. And already they're getting a lead here on the Xayah Rakan.
Yeah, paying a little bit for this Braum pick, which
Yeah, Sponge in a very awkward spot. Maybe not expecting Raptor to be here or something, as he was running straight towards him in the brush.
Yeah. Interesting passage of play, I will say. Andal definitely overstepping a bit too aggressively. And again, I think the Braum not really achieving what they wanted in this situation. And Raptor being there, you really have to respect the strength of this Pantheon. You know, as much as we kind of lamented about some of the aspects of BNK4X's composition, the Pantheon is so strong in these early skirmishes. And especially as the Jarvan, you go in with a Flag and Drag and you get jumped on, you're going down. Oh.
Yeah, Vikla might be in some trouble here, although he is looking to turn this one around. Lands the Electrocute proc, but the Jarvan is here as the flash comes out. Yehu very low himself, but they do get the flash out of Vikla.
Yeah, the Electrocute coming through and the level up from Vikla made that very scary for Yehu, but Sponge there to recover it and get the Summoner Spell from the Akali. Definitely a nice help out to his mid laner. A lot of action so far.
Yeah, we haven't seen too much from the top lane, but Renekton was banned so that Mbessa could come through. And Jack seems to be doing pretty well up there at the same time from clear.
Vikla actually stayed around and cleared up another wave, so he's a decent amount ahead in terms of farm. not how you expect the matchup to go, really. The Akali having a farm lead and an XP lead right now onto the Talia, and also Vikla only using his TP now. So Vikla's going to hit level 6 first, and Yehu's actually in a pretty uncomfortable spot.
Yeah. Really not sure how that happened. I mean, we did see the level 1. That was certainly a big consideration, especially the fact that the health pot was used from Yehu.
Vikla's just had Yehu's number. Oh, no.
Yeah, we do not have flash here on Ondil. That is going to be the choice that they do go for, but he is able to hop over to the minion at least. As Raptor pays another visit to the bot lane.
Yeah, this is one of the things, the fact that Teddy still had flash, so they wanted to go for Andal, but he has his dash available. And one of the things with Xayah, you're running forwards, and they're running away. You never really get to set up the Blade Caller, so you don't really get to set up the route in that situation. An attempt doesn't pay off for BNK4X. And once again, action, but not really many kills coming through in this game. And now Teddy's looking.
Yeah, trying to set this one up as Sponge is here as well. No flash on either of the bottom laners.
This is what I mean, though. This is how often it goes, where like the Rakan can like buy space, block the Winter's Bite, and then just dash the Xayah. It's so hard to find pressure.
Raptor level 5, but he is walking down. They're going to spot him. And so that just means that Sponge going to steal all these plants, buffer that very nicely, and get out scot-free. So much pressure down on the bottom side. I mean, Raptor's going to spot Sponge moving in. Question mark ping goes right onto him. They might look to set up something here in the 3v3.
Oh man, if DRX overcommit, this is going to be so bad.
Well, they're certainly doing that. They're going to take out the ward. As Raptor now here, they flash on to Teddy. They want to take him down. They burst him for basically 100 to 0. And through the barrier as now a follow-up does come in. We got Vikla on in as he is going to land that Q2 and get on in as well. Gets the double kill. And it's just a massive win here for BNK in the bottom lane.
Huge lead. The pressure that you had mid lane from Akali. So rare that you're going to have more pressure mid lane from an Akali over Talia. And the Viklas are one able to move first, making such a big difference. But the initial play was already favored towards BNK4X, but the fact that the Akali's there for the insurance turns this from, you know, a favorable play into a 3-0 sweep. They get Teddy initially, and without Vikla being there, it would have just been an escape. But the cleanup comes in onto the Braum, and then the fact that they get not just a J4, but the Pantheon is able to walk away as well. And, you know, we were critical of the draft critical of the composition coming out of the draft, but if you get a lead on a comp like this, it just doesn't matter.
I mean, draft is one thing, but then when we get into the execution, it is Rise Group after all. We have said many a time that sometimes the draft just doesn't matter.
And again, you could just clear up the rocks. We established this, you know? They
have the benefit of doing that,
They can just sweep up all those rocks on the ground.
So now DRX, after that loss in the fight, down 2,000 gold, they say, let's go ahead and take out the grubs. They are going to get 2 and get out. So actually a pretty nice play outside of this big wave that is going into the turret, and Clear getting a demolished proc. It's going to be 2 plates for the Jax already.
Does that not always just give you some anxiety when you see Jax hitting a turret? Just when you hear like the noise and the rampant attack speed?
Makes me feel good.
Well, I guess from the Jax's perspective.
Yeah.
I guess it's all a matter of perspective. I feel like I've had too many experiences where he's not been on my team.
Yeah.
And my top laner's not there, and I see him hitting the tower, and I'm like, oh man, oh man.
It's okay, your top laner had a good death. That's what he told you, at least.
Yeah, well, I mean, 1 good death. What about the other 7?
Ah, yes. The classic 0-8 start.
Yeah. No, you don't understand. I got unlucky. Okay, you get unlucky once, maybe twice.
Yehu just here pressuring. And so is Sponge. I mean, they could potentially dive clear here, but he's got Flash and his Jax.
And there's also a Pantheon on the other team who can just...
Yeah. Clear, in fact, is going in. They want to make the play with the Pantheon.
Yeah.
It's not really going to happen, though.
Well, a good move from DRX not to overcommit, but the fact is they still brought so many resources down here to make this play happen. It feels bad not to get anything from it. I guess the ultimate from the Pantheon, the Grand Starfall, but...
It's just a gigantic wave going into the turret in the top lane as we speak.
Yeah.
It's not every day you get like a lane gank from the mid laner for the top laner's lane.
It's also...
And then the jungler's there.
It's not every day that you get to 10 minutes in the game and the Akali has 1,000 gold lead over the Taliyah. This is, you know, we've been critical of the Akali. We've seen the Akali just really not work. We said this kind of about the Wukong last game. I mean, I'm pretty big on Wukong, but he has been on a loss streak. This is the Akali test, right? If Akali loses this game, we blame the Akali, you know? This is about as good a start as you can get. And again, we've already highlighted the sweep-up composition, so you can't even blame the Unraveled Earth.
Just a bunch of brooms coming in to sweep up the rocks. Sponge, he's fine.
Yeah, maybe...
After those nearby.
After was a little bit closer, could have... I guess if Sponge was a bit closer, could have been some follow-up, but no. Nothing to come from that. Do you see... I don't think anyone... Oh no, the plate credit did go over to Vikla, so wow. 1,200 now the gold lead in the mid lane. Well, a little bit spooky, a little bit scary. It's also a full level lead in terms of experience.
All right, going on in, utilizing some of that gold, but a very nice ult to disengage here from the side of Rich. Also had Ondil for the follow-up if Vikla was going to overcommit.
Yeah, I mean, you'll take it from the side of DRX. If you're able to disengage from that scary Akali and not get killed, always going to be happy about that. Rich is pretty strong now with the Eclipse, but I still don't think you want to tango and risk it against Vikla. Oh, they're setting up for... Andal leave... no, Andal... Oh, no.
Well, everybody's around. They're trying to clear the wave here. It's just a full-on dive. The promo does get a lot of value, but I'm not sure it's going to matter all too much. Kellen will go down.
Okay. Okay, that didn't go too badly. You know, the wave was already gone. It's a 1-for-1.
Could have gone worse.
I think they take it. You know, I was a little bit scared that, like, they were both... You know, it looked like Rich was just going to leave Andal, but they stuck it out. You know, I respect that. They had some solidarity. Wasn't the easiest dive to pull off, and fortunately, Kellen did have heal up, I believe, there. I don't think it would have saved him. Looked like the tower hit was doing a lot of damage, but yeah, he just holds on to that. Okay, it's still a big lead for BNK FearX. Not insurmountable, but not feeling too hot about it. It is Sunder Sky for both junglers, though, so even though there's a lead there, still not going to feel too terribly about that. It is mostly just spooky Akali. And we've seen Akali jump into fights, get one-shot die, and then the game is just over from there. So, you know, there's that possibility.
There isn't a ton of point-and-click CC. You know, if Ondil gets in there and they get concussive blows down, maybe, but it does feel like, you know, the Akali should be moving around enough to avoid that, and you're not really hitting her as Jarvan.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's very much about connecting. There's a lot of CC that would be devastating if it hit. Like if Rich hits an ult, the Flag and Drag hits, Andal's ult connects, then yeah, they could probably burst Vikla, but will it hit?
All right, trying to set something up here. Big engage from the side of the PNK, but the Cataclysm comes down and zones pretty well. Actually, for the side of DRX, as now the Featherstorm does come down. Here is Rich joining the fight, gonna zone away the rest of the team, but Clear also joining up, gets that kill out of the AD carry. And Raptor comes in and cleans up the support. 2 more kills on the board for BNK.
That was so awkward, because what actually ended up happening is when the Cataclysm came down, Teddy actually couldn't...
He's gonna dive him. Yeah, he's absolutely gonna... Okay.
Oh,
that's not the shuriken we were looking for.
Well, looks like Vikla not getting the value maybe we're hoping for Akali, but it doesn't really matter when your team are just winning everywhere else. Speaking of everywhere... Oh, wow. Yep. Goodbye to your turret. That's feats of strength. Feats of strength. I always feel like it's the situation where you see a draft, you're like, wow, I really don't like this draft, and they end up just stomping. Oh, okay, look at this. So Teddy, the Cataclysm comes down, and he tries to auto, but he's not in range because the Cataclysm, and they're at the other end of it. It's so painful. One of the problems of having a short-range AD carry on the Jarvan's team. That actually meant he missed out on a lot of damage, and then he had to awkwardly play around the Xayah in this situation. And I feel like they're kind of suffering a bit from this Lucian's range.
Imagine if he was playing Ziggs.
Oh, baby.
Just imagine.
Yeah.
Like, it would have actually been insane.
No range.
Oh, very nice combo on a Kellen. He's just dead.
Can do that. Rakan into Talia does not feel good. I feel like there's a lot of champions in this game that just don't feel good into the other team's champions. That's been like a consistent theme.
Yeah, we were talking about the Akali, but what about like the Pantheon and the Jax and the Xayah?
It's the sweet. Oh, for the Lucian?
Just in general, like B&K, they're just winning literally everywhere.
Oh yeah, no, yeah. They are all ahead. They've got a lot of momentum.
Oh. Okay, we have a bit of engages coming both ways, and the flank comes in, and Teddy's just dead! And they get the angle. Yeah, there's nowhere for him to go. That's 2 kills now as Rich gonna dash into the Jax after the fact. And now 5,000 gold to lead here. 15 minutes in, the Shuriken from miles away! And the damage is just insane! They're diving every turret they can, and Vikla's gonna stay alive. B&K are smashing them here.
They're just absolutely dumbstering them. The awkward hand comes up from Handel, yeah. It's kind of how I feel at the moment. See this flank angle from Vikla is so good. Teddy tries to disengage away. Gets jumped on, the immediate engage from Vikla. Redemption's too late to do anything. Yahoo's just in the middle, nothing he can do. And then it's the fact that the play continues. Vikla finds this great shuriken angle as well onto Rich, resets the tower aggro. Such a mobile composition. And DRX just don't even look like they're in this game right now. There is such a massive lead across the board. This is a stomp. This does not even look close, not even remotely.
Yeah, limit testing when it goes right, I suppose.
I mean, this just feels like a B&K FairX composition when you pull it down. It is just C champion, kill champion.
Very good at doing that, you know, and if you get the right angle on the Lucian, who doesn't quite have the range, or the Talia, who's this far behind, like, a lot of the tools that DRX have for peeling against this composition just don't really exist anymore.
And the rocks keep getting swept up, you know?
All right, well, they're going for Teddy again, but it's actually DRX who are engaging here. They're caught, and the double knockback comes in. Are the wallets too heavy is really the only question. Teddy gonna go into the Rift Herald and actually survive, and the comeback is happening here for DRX. And a big kill, actually, from Vikla. Insane damage from him, but it's still so many kills going the way of DRX, and they'll get this mid-tier 1.
Big fight comes out from DRX. The Rift Herald usage pretty fantastic there from Teddy to buy some time. And just as we're thinking they could do no wrong, it goes back the other way. And Chronicler would tell you cases don't exist. So they start the play.
Shame.
You know what? This is Xayah into Jarvan. I feel like the cycle continues of champions not being fun to play into other champions. The play pretty fantastic from DRX, the flank angle as well. The setup from the Talia. Unfortunately, Teddy maybe would have wanted to actually just stay in the Herald for longer there. Vikla gets the exit kill, but they do get the objective bounty on the mid tower as well and take that down. It's a big influx of gold. And now Yahoo's 4-1.
All of a sudden. I mean, that is
out of nowhere.
He's got a lead on the Akali.
That's insane. That's because he got all the shutdowns.
That's Rise Group, baby. That's all I can say.
That is so
Rise Group. There's no other explanation. You can tell me all sorts of different reasons and the way the fight happened. No, that does not matter. All that matters is that this is Rise Group, baby.
I feel like, you know how in like fantasy media, like in books and stuff, there's like different experts. You know, there's like some of them are like all about science, and some of them are all about like magic.
Yeah.
I feel like Legend Group is the science, and Rise Group is the magic. You know?
It's very accurate.
Legend Group's the logic, and Rise Group is just, it's mystical. You don't really understand it. You're just in awe.
Powerful forces.
Powerful forces
clash together.
Yes.
We're not meant to understand, I don't believe. Going in now is Vikla. He's got a lot of damage. Actually, Rich is going to flash there. And the Redemption utilized just to make sure. The Akali is still very strong. 5-0-3, yet behind on gold.
Yeah. I think we're just truly tested when we witness the Rise Group experience. And today that's what's been going on. DRX, once again, though, showing a lot of resilience. We talked about the Wukong, the 9-kill Wukong, managing to hold on against that.
Yeah.
Now it's the 5-kill Akali, managing to weather the storm. It's not over yet, though. There's still a deficit. There is still a lot of things that could go wrong. We just got to see how the team fights play out. Diablo has his flash again. Oh, Andal.
Going in on Andal. It's not the best feel, but he's still going to do a big chunk and just essentially get away.
A big thing with that last fight was the fact that Diablo not having flash means he's a sit and duck against the job. You know, Xayah, not a great pick into the job, but his flash is up now. And that limits their ability just to insta-kill the enemy AD carry effectively. Well, not insta-kill, force heal and then kill him. But with the Atacon up and available, and that Hextech Soul being a looming threat with Dragon in a minute and a half, DRX wanting to try and contest some of the vision down on this bot side.
I mean, they can contest vision. There's no Otacon start here from the side of BNK, so not a whole lot to worry about just yet.
They would do it, though, in a heartbeat.
Yeah, they would. Clears top lane, though, with no TP, so I think the timing on this a little bit off, and maybe feeling a little bit sheepish and potentially not as strong as they were before the last fight we had, so...
I'm not sure BNK FRX have ever felt sheepish.
That is true, that's a good point. Yeah.
They feel only... I was going to say wolfish, but I guess foxish, you know?
Fox-ish.
Yeah. I guess
that makes a lot of sense, given that,
yeah,
their mascot
is the yeah. Well, the fox is often seen as very cunning.
Yeah, they're just going to start it.
Yeah, a cunning move from the foxes.
A ruse here from the foxes.
A delightful ruse.
And now they're just scrambling DRX to get in here.
Oh, look at Clear. Oh, look at the flank.
The flank is gigantic, but Rich is going to spot him. I just don't think that DRX can do anything about this objective. And yes, they will in fact get away as now the engage goes in on a Teddy, but Clear all by himself, taking a ton of damage. The knockback comes in, but Jarvan goes in as well. It's a 1-for-1 trade. A lot of damage already done here by DRX. As now over the wall, in goes Vikla, but on the rocks, the Rakan just gets one shot, and now Teddy gets peeled for on the back line. He's going to live, but the front line is being totally run here by Vikla and Diablo on the left side. A pretty close fight, all things considered. As with no flash available, doesn't look like Rich is going to get in range of these two. But the Otacon still taken by BNK.
A noble sacrifice from Kellen there, sweeping up the rocks for his teammate.
That's how it works, Hawks. That's how the comp works.
Guys, someone needs to tank these rocks right now. We'll see the moment. Yeah, Clay goes for the engagement Teddy. Very isolated from his team. The follow-up isn't immediately able to get onto him.
Wait, no, not this one.
Not this one, not this one.
Next one, next one.
Next one. Next one. Yeah, the engage comes in after, and he jumps in. He only catches like the latter end. But yeah, doesn't even clear that many rocks.
He'll clear two.
Step it up next time. A very scattered fight. And Vikla stills such a very looming threat when he has his ult available still. But the Dragon doesn't go down. Team's able to get back on the map. Vikla is level 15, very scary. The Diablo also 2-level lead on Teddy.
Yeah.
Atacon giving a lot of XP. Now Vikla on the flank.
Sponge is taking a huge amount of damage on the Strake. They really don't want to give over the soul point here, but I think they might just have to. There it goes over to BNK. And so Hextech soul point.
Yeah, not a good one to give over. Especially because I feel like this composition for BNK FRX generally struggles to take towers, with it being short range or melee champions. So getting things like soul, huge way to push the pace of the game. And look to close it out. Everything really more so going in favor. And you remember last game, BNK FRX obviously had a lead through, but you know, feats of strength did go over to DRX. Atacon did go over to DRX. The Dragons were more even. This game, BNK FRX have stacked up a lot more of those objectives, more than just the gold lead.
Yeah.
So it is feeling a lot more one-sided. The level leads as well I was talking about before. Diablo's a full 2 levels over his counterpart. Vikla is as well. Raptor's about a little bit over a full level. Clear is just under a full level, but there's pretty sizable advantages right now. And it feels like DRX need a big fight win. Probably around Baron. BNK FRX, ideally you want them to start Baron and then you wipe them, you get the Baron. That would firmly get you back in the game for this next Dragon fight. I think if not much happens for the next Dragon fight, you're actually in a bad spot. You'd rather Baron be started and they throw on that. But I think if you're playing for Soul, I think it's so dangerous because it's such a power deficit with the level disadvantage. And also, I mean, looking at items, Diablo's 1,700 gold ahead compared to the Lucian.
Yeah. It's feeling pretty good for him at this point in time. A lot of wardage here. See 3 wards coming out from DRX on top of that Baron already, so very aware that BNK could just start it at 25 minutes if they felt like it, which generally they do.
They generally do. I don't think they should. I think they should just play for the Dragon in 3 minutes. Look for picks if you can, but unless you have like a major advantage that signals like we should just go for the Baron, you don't need to do it, especially with what happened last game when Sponge stole it. Just play for the Dragon. Safer. That being said, if you do get a pick...
Yeah, TP's coming in. Sponge in a lot of trouble, has to flash. Good idea, otherwise he's just dead, and then they absolutely start the Baron.
They're trying to corral Yahoo in here. Does have the wall.
Yeah, it's going to go ahead and dive. They got 2 guys. Going in on a Sponge, though, as now the TP comes in, and it looks like that's all they wanted, essentially. They're going to back away after getting that Summoner out.
Yep, they make sure the TP trade is even, importantly enough, between the 2 top laners. Teddy wants to recall now to pick up the Infinity Edge. I think the call is like, okay, they're not going to do the Baron right now. Hexgates as well, we do get back pretty quick. But again, I think this is fine for BNK FearX. You're not under a huge onus to make things happen right now. The second that soul that is looming is the big point of contention. And I'm just struggling to see the angles for DRX for that, because we saw them so choked out of vision when it came to setting up for that. And right now, you see Andor setting up vision in the Baron area. I don't think this is wrong, but the problem is you're putting so much focus towards the Baron. What about the Dragon?
Yeah. That feels like the much more important objective at this point in time. Like, the Baron is nice, but Hextech Soul wins you the game.
I think if you lose Baron, you're probably going to lose the game. If you lose Dragon, you're definitely going to lose the game.
Yeah.
But like, I feel like,
yeah,
I don't think he's wrong for putting up the vision around the Baron, but now you have to move towards Dragon. It's up in a minute 15. You're kind of scrambling to get the vision down. But now they're moving up towards Baron, and you're like, oh wait, guys, we have to, you know, this vision out is very difficult to keep control on both sides.
Scrambling around the map, essentially. Trying to see whether or not they're doing this, or at least get enough vision around it. They have a ward nearby. That should tell them that they're not. The culling comes down. An angle here for Vikla. The knockup goes in on a Teddy as Rich is trying to peel. Kellen's getting low, but Teddy's already dead. And now Diablo kind of just has a free moment. They're trying to get onto that backline, and they will take him down as he went way too deep for that one. And that's going to be the final kill. Vikla coming in from the bottom side. And it looks like BNK have just done it here in game 2.
Pretty masterful game from Vikla. No deaths on this Akali. Looks like the broom composition working, scooping up those rocks. And DRX will fall in this game to 1-1. And the series that's so important to them will end up going to game 3. Vikla picking up a Medjai's. He actually recalled that, bought the Medjai's and TP'd. I saw that. That's cheeky. Right.
It's like, I would have bought this. We would have won this game anyway.
Yeah.
Even if it went longer. But it only goes about 28 minutes as BNK, they just get very far ahead on an extremely aggressive composition. They're able to pilot it to a victory.
You know, I was pretty critical of their composition, and they proved that they can make it work. You know, they found the aggressive early plays, and I think main credit, honestly, going to Vikla, who in a matchup where you'd expect Taliyah to have that early pressure, kind of just manhandled Yahoo consistently. Was the first to move on that bot play. And we've seen so many Akalis get early momentum from either ganks or skirmishes, and then it comes to one big team fight, they misplay, they get one shot, and the game is over. Never happened. So very consistent play from Vikla on this Akali pick, and really a credit to the team.
Yeah, it's definitely a nice look. It's almost a game where you feel like, as BNK, you're like, this is what we should look like. This is how we should dominate this team. We are the better team. And they prove it in this very game. I feel like Vikla's performance in the lane, even, from the very get-go, was just, he was here to prove a point.
Yeah.
And he did.
Absolutely. In DRX, looking to bounce back. They will have side selection in game 3, so pretty big for them. But definitely not feeling too great about how that game 2 went.
Yeah, Ryu still keeping them around to go over that game number 2, even in the victory. We'll take a break and have the space. We'll be right back.
있는데 미드 봐줄까?
아니야 미드 봐줘 미드 봐줘 이거 탑일 줄 의미 없어. 나 위치 많이 좋아 얘들아 이거. 아 천천히 와 천천히.
봐봐 쫄지 말봐 쫄지 마.
나 이거 궁으로 볼 거야 궁으로 볼 거야.
루시안 볼게 루시안 볼게.
나 루시안 볼게. 루시안 높을.
봐줘 나랑 볼게.
이기긴 했거든.
잘 봐줘야 되는데. 잘 봐줘. 땡 끝낼만도 한데 이거 죽이면.
야 밀어가자 끝난다. 나 시간다 텔로 올게 얘들아.
하나고.
The blossoms fall, and the black rose rises. Do you feel like the heroes of this story? Coming to save the day. You're pawns in a game that's already been decided. You will fight, as good soldiers do.
I will seal you away once more.
Your age has passed, Dark Enemy. Stay buried.
And you will fail, as mortals must. Your course was doomed the moment you left Demacia. And entered my world of thorns. Make your final stand and see how your story ends.
welcome back to the space, as it is B&K DRX tying this one up, and they made sure to focus where they wanted to. It was on the bottom side of the map. Constant dives and constant pressure, as we will take you through the whole game. Digon here alongside Wolf and Wadid. Let's start with the draft. One thing sticking out here in the mid lane, Akali is the one that gets selected here.
Yeah, it's another one of those Ryu drafts where we're not sure if the win cons are very strong. Ultimately, they picked Rakan into Taliyah. They picked Akali into Taliyah as well, and picked the Xayah early when the Jarvan is still available, the Lucian lane is still available that you're going to have to play into. So when I saw this draft for B&K, I was like, this might just be a 2-0. This is looking rough for the bros as well. They're like, oh god, this is not exactly what we want to be seeing. But then you see how you could snowball the early game, and when they were able to snowball the early game, they still made it work. But I thought this draft was incredibly risky.
So yeah, I mean, I think that's based on their mid champion pool. I especially think after Azir and Taliyah, Aurora is gone. I think all the mid champions are literally the same, you know, like Galio, Annie, whatever. I think you can just pick whatever you feel really confident enough. And I think whenever you got Pantheon and Zyra Khan on 1 to 3, you feel already good about like how you draft around. So you just pick whatever you feel comfortable around. And I think that was just Akali from Vikla there.
Yeah, DRX had to find something. Again, a lot of the times you see on the red side, it's the Pantheon, it's the Azir getting banned out, and the Yunara getting banned out. So something went through. Pantheon there helped out for B&K DRX as they focused a lot in our highlights on the first portion of the game, down on the bottom side of the map a ton.
Yeah, I mean, you have Pantheon who can just point and click, go on the target he wants, and there was a little bit of over-aggressive posturing from Teddy and Andal. Like, this is not the last time we're going to see it. It's not the first time as well, where they're really far up in the lane. Teddy gets pushed out, but they go for a second pass as well.
I mean, I gotta explain why that happened is because of the matchup. So basically, Zyra Khan wins this matchup if they just play slowly and play around Rakan's Q. So what Lucian Braum used to do in lane is just consistently just go on the target, just try to trade whenever they can. So that's why the lane was just set it up like that. And I mean, I guess I would say Diablo and Kelly played really well about their matchup, and also I think Pantheon kind of boosted up with the matchup because he also wins the jungle matchup 1-on-1.
Yeah.
So there's no way they can win out these 3v3 on the bot lane.
The wave is also in a really rough spot where Teddy has to step forward, but stepping this far forward, trying to bait them, doesn't work out when it's a 3v3, and you have 2 players to block for the engage, except it's Pantheon. He just clicks on the 80 carry and kills him.
Yeah, and here you already said that yeah, the Akali was questionable, but again, you picked Lucian and Braum into Zyra Khan. That means you have to be perfect on the lane, and you have to like somehow try to win out by their 2v2, but it didn't work out, and that's why they lost, I would say.
There was some really cool moments for Kellen in the lane, like his follow-ups are really strong. He also had some like tempo heals to keep the lane in their favor. I really liked how he played the Rakan in this matchup and was able to generate some of those really frustrating moments there for Teddy. You could see Teddy was like, I've had enough. We're going to camp. We're going to look for the gank. We're trying to bait them, and then it ends up being a 3v3 there. So just phenomenal performance in the early game. I think this comp needs to snowball, needs to be ahead for this Akali to work. And Vikla ends up being one of the extra benefactors of them shutting down Teddy in this bottom lane.
Yeah, which then got them going in an early lead. So DRX, they want to try to set up vision. They want to get over by the Herald. They end up getting jumped on immediately, and this fight was over before it even started in highlight number 2.
I mean, it was really one-sided at this point. Like they were kind of like looking for the objective really hard, so their positioning was not kind of ready to fight. And I think with their abilities like Pantheon ulting in, Akali jumps in on the different direction, and Jax jumps in as well. I think it's really hard to react on it. I mean, that was the reason why they could actually snowball really from the early game, but also at the same time, it was really risky, and they got some bounce back from the DRX side because they jumped in too much.
Both of those plays are Raptor finding a really big wraparound, right? And getting those engages onto Teddy. And I think if you do a little bit more due diligence with your vision, you can prevent some of these things from happening if you're going to take that risky objective.
So what did earlier you said the mid lane pool, it seems kind of all equals. We take a look at the Fearless Draft results so far. where do you think they go with the mid lane picks if you know that Annie is going to stay banned and Azir stays banned?
Yeah, I mean, again, mid lane is pinched at this point, and I think you gotta pick it on 1 to 3. And I think it's really easy to build up with your jungle. So I just want someone who just first pick Annie into stronger jungle in the follow-up as well, so you can have the control from the mid lane. And I think that's the main part for the game 3, in my opinion.
Yeah, Raptor and Sponge have had solid performances in their wins, but who's going to show up here? Again, DRX, they are not out with the loss, but it makes it so much easier for them on Sunday if they can get this win. Let's find out what happens in game number 3.
Thank you very much, Spacers, for that awesome breakdown. We're getting ready for the game number 3. This guy will be a fan if they win today, starting today. We're talking about his friends will become a fan. This guy's already a fan. And, you know, they might just win. After that game number 2, I would not be surprised.
Wait,
DRX went
Brendan,
from New York City.
You're from New York City.
I'm from New York City, too, and so is he. Yeah.
Shout out New York.
Oh, man.
What's your favorite thing about New York City?
Probably the pizza.
You say New York in a really New York way?
New York.
There you go.
Yeah.
We love it.
It's been a long time, to be honest. I've been out of New York for like 13 years, 14 years. So, although I am from there, it's like, you know,
yeah.
When you cast with so many different people as well, your accent just begins to change into everybody else's accent.
Yeah,
I'm really sorry about that, Ox.
I get so much grief about that. Whenever I come home,
yeah.
My sister, I'll say something like an American way.
Oh, no.
Like, that was the American way.
I got you.
I got you. You know, cut it out. Happens regularly.
And then you come back and I can't understand you again. So it's, you know, it goes
Yeah, I go
ways.
back to saying bottle of water.
Bottle of water.
Bottle of water. In it.
Blokes. Any blokes in chat? Oh, man. We do have one bloke. Atlas doesn't count.
Whoa. we share the
He's
Commonwealth.
Not a bloke.
You know,
Aussies are mates, and that's a totally different thing. It's a totally different part of the world.
He's a mate. He's upside down.
Yeah.
Similar, but reversed.
That's why his hair is always pointed up, because he's upside down, actually. Yeah.
You know, he had an exciting story where he forgot to turn his magnet boots on, and he had to grab onto something. He was going to fall off the earth, you know. Okay, anyway, we do have draft coming in. DRX on the blue side for the first time. And as we were talking about in the space, mid picks a big factor. Some of the mid picks I think might be looked at. Galio hasn't had a look in yet. Aurora was banned quite frequently. Could be flexed to mid. Obviously would be high priority top as well. We'll see if that gets banned again, as it was banned first 2 games. Victor, also a prospect that I feel like is moderate prio. That hasn't really shows up here and there. We'll see if that gets a look in. DRX bans feel very more targeted. We haven't seen, other than Renekton, which felt like more specific to let the Ambassador go up, we haven't seen any of these banned in first rotation so far in the first 2 drafts. Kind of taken away a lot of sort of like dive-focused stuff with the Vi and the Kai'Sa. Definitely the
Azir.
Yeah, Azir's just been left open. So it's first pick Azir. I mean, we're talking about the mid-drought, but also, it's not just Azir, but also Annie, but also Aurora. All these mid-picks left open and available. I guess Aurora more likely to go top. Maybe BNK4X wanting to go like Aurora Annie?
I mean, if you're going to leave that much OP stuff up.
I mean, I guess you don't need to go Annie immediately because they've picked Azir. You could go Aurora and then go your jungle pick with the... I guess with the Trundle ban, maybe they want to go a tank.
Yeah. I think Zion's just fine. You know, Ambessa's out of the pool as well. Maybe they play something like an Aatrox, which is something that Rich has gone back to a couple of times. But yeah, Sion going to be the lock, and it's Yone.
Oh, they want to pick Yone.
An old counter into, I mean, I say counter, but
we've seen
an
a lot
old
of
pick into Azir we used to see all the time.
Yone Maokai has been, it's not been popular recently, but when it's shown up, it's done pretty well. So they could go for the Yone Maokai mid-jungle. which is pretty obnoxious to deal with. And makes me wonder what DRX are going to match into this. They're just going to go for the early Alistair pickup. Want to secure that support pick before we go to the later rotations.
Feels a little bit like, okay, it's game 3, let's get all the leftover OP stuff, you know?
Yeah, do you want to grab jungle now? Do you want to grab top lane? Maybe if you want the Aatrox, you have to grab it here and now. But there's a lot of picks you can play into the Scion, right? It just depends what Rich specifically wants. Jin
into Scion.
I mean, they have the Azir to provide some DPS, so...
And Dione.
Yeah. Oh, Jungle Silas?
Silas Jungle.
It's been popular in solo queue, but we haven't seen it come out yet, and it looks like we're gonna go for it.
Hey!
So this did get changed on this patch. They increased his damage to monsters. I want to remind you that all those clips you saw of him building crit, that did get hotfixed. It was bugged.
Yeah, no, that's not big.
It was like bugged, so like he would benefit from crit twice, I believe. So he was just one-shotting people with IE and stuff.
He was pretty good in Arena, right?
Yeah. But no, he's not critting, so it's just, but it's AP, jungle, Silas, and you're into an Alistair, which is a phenomenal ult to take. Azir ult also great, and really hard for a Jhin to deal with, because you are essentially a tank when you take the Alistair ult. The Aatrox is going to get banned, to no surprise.
Yeah.
From anyone, because that's one of the typical picks you see into the Scion. Also, another of the picks that do pretty well in the Cho'Gath is the into Scion is the Cho'Gath, but you know, I wouldn't want to pick Cho'Gath into this composition, especially giving Silas Cho'Gath ult is horrific.
Gonna ban away the Skarner here against Jungle Silas.
What are you gonna pick here? Because you can't pick Maokai into Silas. That's just terrible.
It's a bad idea.
I wouldn't pick Nocturne here or into Silas.
It's not a lot of good options. I mean, it's game 3 of Fearless. A lot of the strong stuff is gone or banned. I mean, we had a lot of jungle bans already. Leona ban here against Kellen. And this is just full, you know, we're going to send it super aggro BNK composition once again.
Yeah, Diablo and the Callista did obviously get those changes to give us some AP scaling, helped with the Ginsu's build. I wonder what build we'll specifically get. We have seen people going a bit hybrid in solo queue, but it does just help out with when you're going Ginsu's to have a bit of extra power on the end. Lee Sin kind of feels like the pick where it's like, well, what else are you going to play?
Yeah.
And truly, honestly, I don't know. I'm not sure there's anything, like, you could have gone something like Viego, but I feel like Lee Sin just might be that sort of answer.
Rich very reluctantly, seemingly going to play this Cassante. Head in hand, little nod comes through.
Yeah.
There it is.
DRX's composition, I feel like, kind of just exists. The Azir was obviously a great first pick, but after that, you know, the Jhin here, I'm not hugely inspired by. The Alistair into Callista Renata, it's not going to feel good. You're giving over an Alistair ult to a Silas, feels terrible. The Cassante, you know, into the Scion, I don't think is hugely threatening. I just think BNK FearX feel pretty happy. You know, I think the Silas angle was great. The Yone is obviously a good matchup into the Azir, and if Yone ever connects on Jhin or Azir, I feel like DRX are cooked. And Callista Renata is going to be a very hard lane to play into.
Yeah, it definitely will be. Also, Diablo's Callista has looked pretty ridiculous, and it's also Kellen on Renata Glask, so it just feels like it's comfort. It's a fantastic comp that works all together. It does feel like they're kind of showing some of that tech potentially that they are prepping for play-ins pretty early. So that would be like the one thing where I'm like, huh, interesting that you pull out the Silas jungle here in this game against DRX. You really want to get the win.
Yeah. I will say the one thing is that Azir, you know, in this mid lane matchup, if you play it well, you should have Prio, Lee Sin as well. Like, it's a strong mid jungle in terms of the early pressure. If you can make that spread out to the rest of the map, maybe that's the angle.
Perhaps that is the angle, but let's see how it goes as we hop into the rift for game number 3.
소환사의 협곡에 오신 것을 환영합니다.
All right, the fans have spoken, and we are getting ready for the final game here of this first best of 3. Definitely potential for a 6-gamer today. We have HLE versus KT up next.
Isn't it HLE against Nongshim?
Sorry, Nongshim. You know, if Nongshim pulls something out, I think that HLE are definitely the heavy favorites in that match, but just saying, the potential's there.
Nongshim took T1 of 3 games, right?
Yeah.
So
it seems like they're getting a little bit of feistiness at the very end after getting bullied the entirety of Legend Group.
Yeah, it's possible. We'll see. I don't think this series will go on for any more games. I think this is probably
What makes
the
you
last
think
one.
that?
Just my experience. The LCK tells me this is probably going to be the last game of the series.
You just have a really good read on the teams.
Yes.
Right? Yeah.
Yes.
That's why you're so knowledgeable.
Yes. You know, I've done a lot of studying.
Yeah. Oh, that makes sense.
We sometimes get 2, sometimes 3. We don't tend to get many 4-game series in the LCK regular season.
Hasn't really happened. And getting a big zoom in on the Sylas jungle.
Yep, so I believe it was passive was made to do 150% damage to jungle camps. Is what made him able to jungle.
Yeah, he's got a lot of AoE, so the AoE wave clears. There he's an AP jungler, so it feels very good. You don't have to play Maokai if you're desperate for an AP jungler. I like that they're adding in a little bit of, you know, variety in terms of some of the picks we can get in the jungle that aren't just, you know, our AD overlords.
Yeah, and especially when you think about some of the picks in the meta, and the, like Nico and Alistar and Rakan are some of the most popular supports. I mean, more so Nico and Alistar. But those ults are so good for Sylas. So there's definitely angles later in Fearless to bring out the Sylas when the other team's like, hey, we want to secure the Alistar before we get the next rotation. Like if Alistar keeps getting banned second rotation, like we've seen in this series, like we want to secure the Alistar when there's less engaged support, so then you just go bam, Sylas, you know?
Yeah.
We even saw the Nico in game 1 was picked in the 3rd, you know, we could have... Obviously game 1 we saw Xin and Wukong taken, so we're not going to get Sylas there, but and the concept is kind of similar. Maybe we see more teams doing this if they are willing to practice the Sylas.
Yeah.
Obviously, if it loses this game, though, the teams will never play ever again.
That'll be the end. We'll never see it ever again. Because BNK lost to DRX.
Yeah.
T1's like, nah, no, it's bad. We're not playing it. It can't be done.
Pretty fast clear, pacing ahead off the Lee Sin, and should be able to pick up a Scuttle Crab. Actually, Lee Sin is there.
Hello.
I mean, later, but he's up there a bit early.
Raptor just going in. They have the initial roam from the bottom lane, and Raptor's winning the 1v1. I remember this happening before. Because now we are going to get Sponge over the wall, so he will forego fighting over this Scuttle Crab.
Yeah, the fact Vikla was able to move despite who having Prio, a little bit funny, just the Unbound Soul to get over there. But bot lane has such absolute priority that Kellen moving up just kind of secured that. Sponge isn't too bothered, he gets to pick up the top side Scuttle, so it's not the end of the world. But yeah, definitely not fun to play the jungle and contest that bot side Scuttle when you have an Alistar versus Calista Renata, which is always going to be shoving you in. Oh, that. If that had stopped him.
Yeah. Spent a lot of time channeling that back.
Would his E have been quicker? I wonder.
I think so.
Because the E has a little bit of a cast time.
Tried to just go for the quick Q, but
yeah,
couldn't quite get it off in time.
Giga Chad move would have been the flash auto, you know?
Definitely worth.
Pop the W before... Actually, the problem is the teleport's so long now. I was going to say pop the W before you teleport, and then when you land instantly. But I think the teleport's so slow.
Yeah.
That would have timed out by the time you get there.
It definitely would have. I think you got to assert dominance and show who's boss on the top lane. So the flash auto would have been my go-to there.
Yeah.
For sure. It's a good call.
Respectable.
Yeah. We have seen this Cassante versus Sion match in a little match up a little bit. Has looked pretty good for the Cassante from what I remember. Sion essentially is just kind of sitting there and...
I think there was a recent one where I think Keen played the Sion the other day into
Oh, that was pretty close.
Yeah. Yeah, I think, to be fair, it was keen into Piff.
Oh, okay. Lining up two. Perhaps didn't want the cow on the backside of that one.
That was so back in the UK, they call it buy one, get one free. In Korea, we call it 1+1.
Yeah.
Getting more than he bargained for on that.
Little bonus action.
Yeah. But yeah, it was, I'm pretty sure Keen played against Perfect, which is, he kind of skews it because it was Keen against Perfect, but I remember he played the Scion and he just kind of ended up being invincible.
Yeah.
And just aura farming on the
But he also, like, got a kill pretty much solo.
He did get those 4 kills.
No, the Cassante, I mean.
Oh.
He got, like, the 1 kill early, like, the Scion tried to ult away and he flashed in front of it. And I'm not sure if it's the same game, but that's what I was remembering.
I don't know. That didn't happen that game because I'm pretty sure Keen was like. But
I've seen it more than once.
Yeah.
Has been a matchup that the players have said, okay, I like that Cassante here. At least in game 3s of Fearless.
Yeah.
Or like game 2 if a lot of stuff gets banned in the top lane. Not the most common thing we ever see. Perhaps a little fight over the grubs here in a little bit. Sponge around. But in they go. Vikla also here first. Sponge in a bit of trouble. Gonna just go over the wall.
He's not having a fun time in this matchup. It just kind of feels like Raptor jumps at him and beats him up. And then he runs away. That's it. That's just what happens. The Raptor's looking for him again.
Yep, just going on in. There is Andal still there. As now he's going to continue forward. The rest of the team says, go, go, go. We want to get this blue. And it's actually going to go the way of Sponge, but now he has to flash away. And Diablo is running him down in the enemy jungle. His first blood for the Callista, just like that.
Was the blue buff... He didn't get it, by the way. But was it worth it?
I thought he did.
No, I'm pretty sure he didn't.
We'll have to see the instant replay on that one.
Okay, let's go verify it. Maybe he did get it. Oh, I think he did actually, because Diablo has it now, so he must have got it and then
yeah.
Okay, he got it. Was it worth it?
The question is still the same.
Was it worth it?
Was it worth it?
No.
The answer is no. This Lee Sin is it's not really doing a whole lot.
Yeah. And you just gave a kill to the Callista. Not ideal, not optimal, I think is how we'd assess that one.
Yeah, we do say that from time to time.
And now Raptor's level 6, so
It's funny, we had that episode of, I think it's called New Blood? Episode 8 with Diablo. As stolen Alistar ultimate here means that Raptor gets to do whatever he wants. And what he wants to do is get 2 grubs, it looks like. Will he actually challenge there? I think with the mid lane being pushed in, the call is to wait. So now he's going over the wall. He still has Alistar ult, so yeah, he's just going to come in here and pick up the 1 grub. Sponge does get the 2. That's a bit surprising, but it's just a little grubs trade.
Conscious on the mid prio, didn't want to overstep there and throw away any lead that they had. Still gets the 1 grub. And they already have the dragon in pocket, so not really the end of the world. Okay, we'll see. And I mean, we had confirmed it based on the buff transfer, but yeah. Goes in for the blue buff. And does get, gets it secure. And then just gives it immediately over to Diablo. I feel like we need someone there. You know how we have Wolf who like verifies every moment? We need someone to just...
That's very rare, though.
We need someone just to say whether or not things are worth, you know? We need a worth verifier.
Hashtag worth verifier?
Yeah. Someone who's just there. When we're in doubt, because I know we're leaning towards that not being worth, but...
I feel like it should be what did.
We just need someone who can officially say with 100% certainty that going for the blue buff there wasn't worth.
Yeah.
You know, when we're in doubt, in moments like that.
You know, what is very smart, former pro gamer, obviously.
Yeah.
Knows the game very well. His name, more importantly, though, his name starts with W.
Oh,
so what about the wadded worth segment?
Oh,
you know?
beautiful.
That could be it. As now they engage here on a Diablo. He does have a bit of help from Kellen, and he's just going to hop away. And they're out of engage, and so they're just kiting them out. Sponge going to land another Q. Does he go in on this? I believe he does, as... No, actually, I think he would have gotten that kill, but not going to opt for it.
A little bit spooked out on the play.
I think that's just an execute Lee Sin Q kill. But maybe he's just a little bit too deep. But
felt very tentative, their approach there.
Well, we're going to get the kick now. The insect looking pretty good from Raptor, but the play is not looking very good after the fact, as now Diablo gets in there as he does have the bailout. Will he get the kill on the Andal? Yes, he will. Immediately dies. And kind of gets baited in there big time by Raptor.
Yeah, that play felt a little bit overthought. It looked cool. If he'd hit the chains, it would have been pretty slick. Not sure it would have worked anyway. But,
yeah.
I just feel like B&K FairX are doing a bit of vibing. They kind of did that, you know, in game 1 on the Wukong when he got the kill, the solo kill, and then immediately went top and died to Gwen.
Little ult on in. Yehu caught out here. Not sure if he's going to be able to secure this kill, but even gets the flash out of Yehu.
Yeah, not sure he needed a flash. I mean, hindsight, he didn't need a flash. But obviously a little bit nervous. It's always really scary when you have the unbound soul, you know the damage is going to come through afterwards. But yeah, this is the play. So misses the chain afterwards. But I think he would have just not died anyway. He was rather healthy.
Yeah.
And then here, it's very, like, his target he's going for is the Alistar, but the ult time's out, fortunately, and he just ran him. A chaotic game, this has been so far. Now, though, zoning away. Oh, or maybe not.
Not really zoning them away, but kind of trying to do
encouraging them to stay on the tower.
It was just a suggestion, after all. Going on in, there's the sweep from the Silas, gonna get sponged over the wall, as the Lee Sin will be just fine for now. Vikla does come over, but Yehu's got a great angle here with the soldiers. They're gonna take down Diablo already, and Yehu once again, double knockup comes in from the Yone. It's a crazy fight now, as the shots coming out from the Jhin, not gonna quite hit Raptor. B&K went so deep for that play, and it did not pay off for them. And it's not even done there. I mean, this is a Scion, but if we had a knockback from the Cassante, surely they would look for that kill.
So normally, you try to avoid getting the Lee Sin behind your team so you can insect your AD carry. Raptor kind of set Sponge up for that one. Very deep play. Very, very deep play, and it really backfired quite heavily. B&K FairX, it's just who they are. Aggressive by nature. But we see the play starting. Sponge goes in. Raptor ults the Lee back so he can just kick his AD carry. And then Diablo's in this terrible spot. He gets rooted and he just dies. Even with a bailout, just instantly gone. And then Kellen gets ulted into a terrible place and just dies. And then the fight is just over after that. You can't redeem it from that point. But I don't think they really thought through being there and also the prospect of shuffling the Lee Sin behind the AD carry.
Yeah, I agree. I don't think they had thought through.
But hey, DRX, they were doing their thing. They, you know, Sponge popping off on the Lee Sin. 2-1-2, looking pretty good.
Yeah. I mean, the fact that he was just standing there as well, like, he's got a couple of soldiers right on the Callista, right in the choke point where everybody is going super deep. It just, unbothered, you know, in his zone, in his element. It just felt like DRX was always going to win that fight. But that's not going to stop B&K. And we know that the next fight, even though they're down some gold, they're still going to go in. Certainly a good team to be a fan of if you just love action. Well, gonna stop the back. Was that worth it?
It did look cool. Also, the ultimate low cooldown. I think it's worth it.
Okay.
It's about establishing dominance. We talked about that earlier.
Actually, I was asking what did.
Oh,
yeah.
Sorry. Yeah, sure. It's his segment. Okay, well, I'm glad we've gotten to the bottom of who's in charge of that now.
Yeah.
It's an important role to just figure these things out.
Yeah, sometimes it's hard to tell, especially when B&K's playing.
Yeah, there's some decisions made. We'll see what the next decision they make is.
I mean, sometimes they do crazy things and it ends up being worth. And when we're watching it, we're like, this is insane. Like, this never works. And
like
that works.
The entire of the last game?
Yeah.
Yeah, the whole of last game. Everything about last game.
Yeah.
This works. This game not feeling as positive. 1,500 gold down. It is a Chemtech Soul with a Dragon of Peace, so it's not really a huge prospect on the mind. Although I will say some of these champions do get a lot of value from the Chemtech Soul. Silas, Scion, Yone.
Yeah.
Right now they're setting up for the Herald.
Callista with bailout, you know?
Yeah.
It does feel like the whole composition of B&K really enjoys that. On the side of DRX, they have like, you know, Cassante, Lee Sin, but it's not, you know, it's not nearly as valuable. Perhaps the Alistar gets some value.
They didn't tech into the chem as hard.
Yeah. I like teching into the Hex, personally. Yeah. We did see that actually in a couple of games already. The Hex Tech Soul. Or actually one game.
Vikla doesn't have his blade yet, and is struggling in the matchup. But I think once he gets that, makes a big difference. It's a big spike. Right now, we do see Diablo moving over here. Yeah. Well, they contest this one.
I mean,
Raptor's the Alistar ult.
Seems a little bit late, but Raptor is going to get into the pit. Rich is just dashing straight at him. He's like, come at me, bro. Use that ultimate, I dare you. He's going to have to use it, but now he's zoned away from the objective. It does go over to the Lee Sin. As a big hostile takeover, that is going to be the end of Sponge. And now Teddy's kind of zoned away. Big Q's going to come down. And B&K are able to fight front to back on this one. Really no way. Okay, the disengage code actually is the way to get on out. And Yehu on the Azir, but the flash on in and the knockup will get the job done. Triple kill for Diablo in the fight.
Diablo just able to charge forward with all of his front line, creating so much space, taking targets down, getting those executes on the Kalista. Does end up being, funnily enough, feats of strength for DRX with that objective secured, the Herald, but a massively lost fight. And initially, Rich tries to focus on a Raptor to deny him access to the Herald, which works. They do stop him from getting it. But it's a Silas with the Alistar. He just pops that and just dashes over. Kellen gets a big ult here that catches Sponge, also catches the Azir. They dive in on the Azir, onto Lee Sin, sorry, and then they start moving forwards with the Redemption heal. The Alistar goes down, they start chasing targets. The Din ult's just not doing enough when there's healthy targets blocking it. And again, this chase down comes through, and it really feels like the DRX composition is just lacking DPS. You know, the Azir's not doing enough right now. The Jhin is a Jhin. He is really not cutting through these targets quick enough.
One item Jhin against like Silas Scion really doesn't...
Everyone's so durable.
Yeah.
People don't die when they should because they have healing or shielding or bailouts. There's so much sustain as well for this composition.
Yeah, and now they have one Chemtech Drake's gonna help out there. Vikla is Yone. Thinking about diving that turret, but Redemption comes down and they say no. It's like they had said no just right before the Redemption, but that was the absolute no.
Honestly, I feel like someone needs to get healing reduction this game on DRX.
Yep.
Unending Despair already completed for clear. 2 Blade of the Rune Kings. Silas.
I think it has to be Yehu.
He's probably the best applier. I think Rich might be going for it, but the problem with it being on your Cassante is that it only applies if people hit him.
Yeah. Which not everybody is going to, or even wants to in the first place.
Yeah.
So, let's get it on the Azir. Or just don't get it, and then you don't really deal with the issues we were talking about.
Just pretend the healing doesn't exist.
Yeah. Diablo, quite strong, I would say, at this point. 5 kills. We have had some of these games have had some big kill players that haven't exactly won. Thinking of you, Wukong. But I don't know. I have faith in this. There's a lot of room-making ability for B&K and for this Kalista, and has the Renata Glass with it. The fact that the Prio has gone down so far on the Kalista means that Kalista Renata Glass just gets through for free.
Yeah.
All right, trying to make the play here on the Scion as the ult will come out, but it is blocked. So this guy is so tanky. Sponge is going to be looking for the kick. Kind of misses out on the angle. Finally is going to get the kick down. And that should be enough to take out clear, as not even going to land that Q. And they finally do commit 4 people to take out the Scion.
Yeah, it survives for a long time, but ultimately with that many people wanting you killed, very hard to survive it. In the meantime, Vikla will pick up a tower in the top lane. We see Diablo recalling for the Ginsu, but not really much of a counterpunch coming in for B&K DRX. In fact, it loses tower as well. This is a big hit. Okay, they will be there in time to defend it. Even so, though, DRX making a good proactive play there. Some pedal picking up there, and Arakan has spawned on the bot side.
Yeah, Arakan is I mean, it's a very close game, so I feel like it's kind of... Who am I kidding? I'm like, it's kind of difficult to, you know, just start it up. But no, BNK are just going to start it up immediately. They have Callista, and they do not have double smite, though. It's actually Guardian here for Kellen. We'll see if Ondel is able to get that one up. A lot of sticks in the Otacon. Clear, they're going to get incredibly low, and the sticks are now gone from the objective.
Got to be really cautious about the shred from the Otacon, and they're just taking a lot more damage than he bargained for. Redemption will sustain them back up a good amount. The teams are still hovering around.
Both teams are like, we're doing Otacon. It's happening.
It's inevitable.
Okay, that's going to be the Sundown and the Kidnap. He is just gone. Vikla, nowhere for him to go. Thinks he's safe because he's Yone, but he gets punished big time.
Yeah, oversteps there. The CC chain comes out, and he just gets absolutely deleted. Now, BNK have to give up the objective. Big misplay there for the mid laner of BNK Fearax, and DRX quick, swift to punish that one. We'll get a ton of XP, ton of adaptive force. Particularly when you're talking about a composition where we said they lack damage, and with the Jhin as well, who scales so much with that raw AD. It's a big boon to pick up here. We see the engage comes in, the stun into the root, the knock around. Just so well layered by DRX as well.
They just threw everything in the kitchen sink at him. And also kicked him. The kick and sink maybe is a better way to say it. And that's just Otacon. I mean, they just pick it up. You talked about the raw AD going over to the Jhin, but also the Azir loving this. And it's just a big way for DRX to try to solidify the lead. Now the Chemtech Drake, though, they've really been trying to bully this Scion big time, have DRX. Clear positioning forward, but DRX trying to make them pay for that. Tons of damage goes into Vikla already, and Q is going to land. The kick goes in, but he's all alone, Sponge. Got to be a little bit more careful about that. As the Q, I think, was in, but he elected not to go, and now we just have ultimate chaos as double Azir ults come out. The first one will be the kill onto the Renata Glass, as Diablo getting incredibly low, but he will just barely die to Teddy. As now it's just a big wombo combo inside the pit. Who's going to win this one? I have no idea. Sponge gets taken out, and 6,000 damage from the Azir is not enough as BNK will win the fight.
Such a hectic fight, so close, so many critical moments. And BNK Fearax, I feel like the sustain that came through, amplified a little bit by that Chemtech Drake, actually making it their win in the fight, just very slightly coming out ahead. We saw so many low health bars there, so many blinking health bars. It starts off with Sponge, I think the initial bit, so Vikla ends up trying to commit onto Teddy. Doesn't quite find him, and then Sponge focuses on a Vikla. We see the Jhin will open up, the Redemption comes down to try and buy time. We get these double Azir ults coming out from Raptor, and again, coming out from Yahoo. It's a massive cluster. Diablo gets focused down. Teddy trying to flash and finish off the Callista. Doesn't quite have it though. Does eventually get him, but then he's just taken out by the Scion. And then look at Rich nearly killing Vikla, but the dodge, the Unbound Soul, and the sidestep.
And in these crazy scrappy fights, Sylas is like the king.
Yeah.
At least in this, like you could say Lee Sin could do well, Callista could do well, but Sylas is a whole nother beast, especially with now double Chemtech Drake, as you very nicely mentioned. They're on the cusp of a actually fantastic soul for their composition, especially if the fights look more like that as we continue.
He's getting so much healing every time he W's.
Yeah, just kind of commit to the bit, say, okay, this is what I meant to do. He's still going in and zoned away by the hostile takeover. I don't think he meant to do this. And he will die eventually. There he goes. Diablo takes him down.
A little bit interesting play coming out. Baron up at 15. And Andal doesn't have TP to switch to. He just switched to Ghost. It's not so much, I mean, him being down isn't the biggest issue for setting up for Baron, but not having any wards is a major issue.
They can just do it.
They can just start it up. And now DRX have to approach. Oh,
okay, face call. As he's going to throw himself back in. And now they're going to turn back.
They get the cooldown, they buy some time.
That feels pretty good for DRX's chances in the 4v5. Now an angle here from Vikla. Not going to get rooted. Oh, he actually does get rooted. He's going to have to ult out himself, but he's not in this fight. This is just a 4v4 for now, but the redemption gets massive value onto everybody. Rich going to get Diablo to the backline, but the bailout is there. He does not get the bailout, though, but down go both AD carries as in goes Yehu into that backline. He's untouched for now, but now the double stun comes in. But Raptor, he's just unkillable. They can't take down the Silas. They finally do it at the very end. And this time, it's the Yone who thrives in the crazy chaos. And the Sion as well. It's only a Cassante left, and down he will go.
Once again, a hectic fight. So many low health bars. Just surviving that little bit too long gives BNK DRX a victory in the extended fight. It starts off pretty scrappy once again. We see Vikla trying to find the angle, gets forced away by the Jhin ult. They actually find Diablo on the offset, gets chunked out a decent amount, chases down and gets ulted through by Sponge, kicked into Teddy, doesn't get the reset on the bailout. But then Raptor gets so low, buys time with the Zhonya's, able to survive so much longer with this stun layered onto the Azir with Clear. Clear getting so much value on this Sion, just untouchable. And then again, the DPS provided by the Yone doing so much work in this fight. The Cassante without the ult available anymore, not really able to do anything in return. And it feels like last fight the main character was kind of the Silas. I mean, to be fair, Vikla did a lot there too.
Yeah.
This time it's kind of Yone, but the Sion is just there. Just permanently there, just getting value from the unending despair, not dying, just aura farming.
Yeah.
Literally farming people's health with the aura from the unending despair.
That's very nice.
In a more literal sense.
He's got Randuin's in, so the Jhin doesn't really deal damage to him.
I mean, Randuin's, for crit 80 carries, particularly for a Jhin who struggles to cut through them, it reduces the damage so much.
Yeah, it's insane. And he's already got enough MR against the Azir. So he's good against the two carries. As now we go into chaos once again. It's going to be Yehu into that backline, immediately down. This time looking much better for the side of BNK as Diablo's able to do whatever he wants. Goes over the wall, going to take out the two of them, it looks like. Flash on over and gets the Ren down. Double kill for Diablo.
That was slick. He was killing one target, hopped over the wall, like to start on the other, and then flashed back over for the Ren to finish. And that should be Chemtech Soul for BNK DRX, which again, it's a soul we've always said, not the most impactful. In this game, it will be.
Yeah.
With the amount of time.
It's gigantic, actually.
BNK DRX have been playing like they have Chemtech Soul already. It's like they've been optimizing for it. They've spent most of this game sub 50% HP. Every fight, they are just permanently going to have it active. Clear is already trying to have it active here.
Oh no, they're trying to stop him, and instead it will be the Yone who is going to stop this Jhin. And Clear was here the whole time, body blocking and bodyguarding for the take. Chemtech Soul comes out, plus the Baron. They just have everything at the moment.
And this was started off by Kellen, who finds a great pick on a Yahoo. You know, the Azir not the easiest target to catch, but he gets the handshake.
Engaged Renata class.
Yeah, it has a safety from the Kalista ult, so it doesn't end up going down. And this was a slick play from Diablo. Has it stacked up on Sponge. Doesn't quite finish because of the hop, and then flashes for the finish afterwards. And then here, I think they have found the Sion, but Teddy just does not do damage to this Sion.
Nope.
Like, Vikla was close by, but I seriously wonder if Vikla was in base, if he could have just ran there and been there in time to help out this very tanky Sion.
All right, well, now with the Baron and the Chemtech Soul, it really does feel like this comp from BNK is unkillable. Like, I just don't think there's enough damage to punch through all of these health bars. It just doesn't feel real. Like, the Sion, the Yone, the Silas, we don't have... I mean, we do have the Thornmail.
That's the only healing reduction.
That's
it.
it.
It's not going to apply to enough people. There's so much sustain. Raptor has Alistar ult in pocket. Look how big the shield is on Clear, because he's got triple Chemtech Dragon.
Yeah. It's actually crazy.
You have the Redemption as well, which is boosted by the Chemtech Dragon, so it's like a Giga Redemption. It's insane.
Giga Redemption.
Yeah.
Think about the Summoner heal value.
Oh, yeah.
Plus 18%.
The barrier value?
Yes. That's massive.
We're cooking.
I love it. The shield bow.
The singular Ocean Dragon?
Yeah. You're just like, we're competing for the least significant
Actually,
thing.
Does it affect the Ocean Dragon? I'm not sure if it does.
I feel like it should.
No, I'm not sure if it does. It's kind of junky. No, it doesn't affect lifesteal.
Maybe because... Wait, really?
Yeah. Heal and shield power doesn't affect lifesteal. Or Omnivamp. It doesn't... You know, you can check on the wiki. This is one of the reasons I always complain about Chemtech Dragon. It actually doesn't affect lifesteal or Omnivamp. Which is why it's not as good as you think it is. But it's still very good here, because like the Silas W isn't like Spell Vamp, it's just healing, you know?
Yeah. But for the Yone, you're kind of like, well...
He still gets his shield and his W.
He does, he does.
But yeah, it doesn't increase the Bloodthirst to lifesteal.
Exactly, yeah.
Lifesteal. The McHale's though, you know?
Yeah, just huge. Amazing. And they're just 5-man pushing. I mean, this is what BNK will do. They already got 2 inhibitors. They're going to just run into your base. Clear's taking an insane amount of damage, actually, at this point in time. But so is the Cassante, just disappears. Engage Renata comes out once again. Actually, some low health bars, but they do have that healing and that shielding. But the Jhin, actually a lot of value here. Gonna get a second kill, holding on just barely. Triple does come forward, though, as Diablo running around like a little grasshopper. Hopping around as now we get the big engage here from Ondil, but unfortunately Teddy just can't get in range. That is the Quadra. Question is, does Diablo go for the Penta or does he go for the end?
Surely's gonna go for the Penta. Surely, come on Diablo, he's looking for it.
Oh, they get it. They're gonna get the knockup. They don't get the Penta. So that's not gonna do it. That's not quite gonna do it.
Yet. Send it. You've already locked in planes. Go.
Handshake. Waiting for the handshake should be enough. No! The Nexus denies it.
Oh, man. I mean, still a great game from BNK FearX. Not a 2-0, which I think for DRX, they're glad they got the one game, but would have loved to get a series win here. But BNK FearX coming through strong in that 3rd game to get the series win. Hard fought, you know. I think a lot of back and forth in the earlier games in particular.
I mean, it was kind of a crazy series. It definitely encapsulated a BNK Rise Group series. This is kind of what you come to expect with these ones. And DRX, you know, they kind of rose to the challenge. They do get 1 win. As we said before, you know, there's still a chance for them to make it. They just got to beat Bro with, I think it's a specific scoreline, like a 2-0.
I think they have to have a 2-0, because now they lost a game score from this. So they're at -17, and Bro are at -15.
Yeah.
So they need a 2-0 to match game score, and then we get a tiebreaker as well. It is the best timeline.
All right.
So all right. 2-0, and then they get a tiebreaker against Bro, which would be absolute cinema.
That's what we need to see. I mean, that's what we deserve.
So that is the timeline we're all hoping for.
There's Kellen.
And if you're a Bro fan, you're also hoping for that, because that is the maximum amount of Bro games.
The maximum amount of generosity from the Giga Chats.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
That's, if you're wondering why did Bro lose these games to put themselves in this situation, it's because this allows them a tiebreaker to maximize the Bro-citement.
The Bro-citement. I don't think that one really works, Hawks.
Don't question it. Don't question
You can't just add Bro to any word. It has to have an O in it.
Yes, I can, and I will.
I think you're being a little bit too optimistic with that one.
No, I will do as I please.
Whatever, Bro. We will have Bro on Sunday for all you enthusiasts in a couple of days.
Yeah, I really like the Silas pick that came out. I think it was a great spot for it, punishing the Alistair early pickup. Had some great ults. The composition from BNK FearX, I think, had a lot of strength. You know, we were critical of their last game draft, which they obviously made work. But this one, I think, it felt like great vibes for what BNK FearX like to do, but also just worked so well. The damage wasn't there for DRX. So hard to cut through these health bars. They just survived too long in so many situations. And it was that sort of stylish, flashy composition that you know these players thrive on.
This fight was actually maybe the most chaotic fight I've ever cast.
Vikla actually broke his ankles.
Crazy.
He actually broke his ankles there.
He really did. I mean, just like the back and forth of zero ultimates and people just going flying every which direction. This was another one of those where Diablo got all outed over the wall and then Lee Sin kicked in another direction. Rooted down. BNK still ended up winning the fight. But man, It was pretty hectic, to say the least.
And then this one, which this strangely enough was like actually kind of close somehow, because Clear's just walking at Teddy and gets fourth shot for 1,000 gold. And then Vikla also dies. And then Teddy goes back to base and picks up an IE. And you're like, maybe. But then we don't even get the Penta. That was sad that we didn't get the Penta. You know the calls are going to come out.
I mean, they're talking about it.
Yeah.
They're saying like, wait. They're just like, end it, please, end it.
Honestly, I would have respected
You're really not going to give me the Penta?
I would have respected it if they just sent it, because, like I said, they've already locked in.
Yeah.
Play-ins. And the minions were about to end.
50k damage.
And it wasn't enough.
It wasn't.
He was the only DPS in the team.
He really was.
I'm going to say it. I think they needed some healing reduction. More than just the sole Thornmail. I think there was a lot of sustain in this composition.
Well,
as you can kind of see from the amount of damage. Sometimes the boom boom damage ain't enough.
You need the boom boom healing reduction. Vikla going to pick up the player of the match here. Had that insane Akali game where he stopped lane and then he stopped the game.
Yeah.
And then his Yone was also fantastic.
I think he had a great Yone game, but I think that Akali game, in a lot of people's minds, mine included, really locked him in. And then as long as his Yone game was decent, I think he would have been good, but he had a really good Yone game.
What did Wadid mean by this?
Wadid's a hater.
Is he saying it's worth? It's some signature pose from someone. Oh, from Vikla.
Oh.
Okay.
Thank you, Wadid.
Well, there you go.
Wadid on you, was it worth authority letting us know?
Yeah. So guys, we are going to have the entire team interview. This is the way it goes at the end of the regular season. Every single player from BNK will be there on the stage. So if you were curious about what someone who wasn't Vikla had to say about that match, you'll get to hear in the interview.
Yep, and obviously we'll get to hear more from them during play-ins and maybe even playoffs, but we get to get a little roundup from how they feel about how the season's gone.
It's been a little bit up and down, you know?
Yeah. They've been one of the better performers of the Rise group, but the Rise group has been unexperienced.
Yeah, it's been great. I actually have really enjoyed it.
I feel like it's been an arc for some teams. There's been a lot of character growth. You know, they come out of it, I'm like, I'm a different man than I was when I entered the Rise group.
Honestly, like some of the other teams should look to maybe pick up some of these Rise players because they've really been through the ringer. You know, they have that extra bit of experience.
It's the hyperbolic time chamber.
Yeah.
You know.
Well, guys, we do have the interview ready. I'm going to hand it over to Deer for the translation of the team interview of BNK.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Deer for the team interview with BNK DRX. We just had a great last match of the season. They secured second place of Rise Group. Please welcome Clear, Raptor, Vikla, Diablo, and Kellen. Let's talk to Clear. This is the end of your LCK regular season. How do you feel? This is the end of our regular season in the LCK. I feel like just being able to know that we have a lot of matches left ahead of us feels great. And within Rise Group, you guys qualified relatively early for the play-ins. How did that feel? It felt great. And it actually does give us a lot of time to prepare for the play-ins. And you had so many highlight plays top. And now you have the play-ins ahead of you, so what can we expect from you? It'll be a rough journey, but I want to make sure that I try hard to climb as far as I can. Next up, we have Raptor. In this LCK season, you had so many phenomenal moments. How does it feel to finish the season? The season's over, but we still have the plans left. So I believe that we still have a lot to do and we have a lot to try hard for. And game 3, we had your jungle Silas, which is what Helios has been waiting for. So what were you looking for in this comp? I feel like this was definitely a viable pick when it comes to, the enemy not having a lot of the prior picks or all the OP picks left to pick. So given that we were against Alistar, I feel like it was very viable this time. We had a lot of communication within the team throughout the season that actually let us grow as a team, and I feel really proud of us. And how confident are you in the plans? I am quite confident. Next, we have Vikla. In game 1 with your Rise and Akali in game 2, you were supporting bot lane at level 6, which was quite impressive. So what feedback inspired you to group with your team so fast? I feel like our team color is really all about team fight, and I really wanted to focus on that, and it just naturally happened. And yeah, you had that huge Yone carry and got a POM. How do you feel? Is it POM after a long time? I'm pretty happy about that. And I feel like that just makes the last match of our regular season that much more meaningful for us. And after joining DRX this year, you just finished your first regular season. So how did the season go for you? I'm back in the LCK. It wasn't easy at first, but I think just adapting and getting used to it actually let me grow as a player in the end. So this was your first season after returning to Korea, so what goals do you have in the future? My goal is our team will be challenging ourselves for the plans. I think my goal is to make it all the way to Worlds. Please give it up for Vikla. And next up, we have Diablo. Diablo, you're consistently showing growth as a player. And you joined the LCK this year and have reached the end of the season already. So how was your LCK experience? Being able to finish off with the plans secured makes me feel so good. And you're on the documentary content as well. So did you watch New Blood? Yes, I did. How did people around you react? I'm not sure if everyone watched it. Did you watch it? Seeing Diablo's younger self, he's so cute. What about you, Clear? Yeah, I just thought to myself, Diablo, he used to be very cute when he was smaller. So we're looking forward to your performance in the plans. So how would you like to show up? Now that we made it to the plans, I want to try even harder to make it to the playoffs. And what would you like to say to the fans? Everyone who came to support us, I'm so grateful. I want to make sure that I'm prepared for the plans and do well in the plans for all of you guys. Lastly, Kellen. As your last match of the regular season, you finally beat DRX after a while. So, how do you feel? I didn't expect today to be easy, but my teammates were doing so well. They're crazy during team fights. And I think I was just so impressed throughout the game today. Support has such a huge impact right now. And with you being such an amazing support, what do you think you're most confident in yourself? I think just being able to find that angle to engage when I catch the enemy being split, I think that's my strength. And you said that you're aiming way higher, so how high is your goal? Personally, I really want to make it all the way to Worlds. And going back to the team captain, Clear, As the representative of the team, what would you like to say about your plans? I want to make sure that we are able to show our team color in the plans and show a great performance. Let's give it up for BNK PRX. Congratulations once again on your win. And that's the end of the season team interview with BNK PRX. And back to the space. Thank you.
Thank you so much, dear Ayaya, for that translation there, as it was Vikla picking up the POM, or sometimes, like we like to say now, the player of Game 3, because he had some big moments.
So here, I especially don't agree that, I think Diablo or Kellen deserves the vote, but I still see the angle because I think because of his champion pool. I think he kind of took the advantage for his other positions as well. So I think he just gave the insane advantage for the other lanes. So he just picked some Yone or Akali for his team, and I think he did really well with those picks.
He did. He had two good Akali team fights where I thought he showed great mechanical skill, right? He was able to use a shroud really well, change targets in the team fight, kill Teddy. Following up on dives and getting the last hits and taking the kills, that part didn't impress me that much. But his performance on the Yone, although it was great in the draft, I thought it was a sick draft, just did not hit for me. I voted for Diablo, like Wadid did, because I think Diablo's performance overall was the most impressive.
Where's a vote for Clear? Clear hasn't had the best second half of the
Scion.
But the Scion play down over by the Drake pit where he survived on 1 HP the whole time. No one? VN Cast, you're usually the brave one. Nothing. All right. Let's get to your comments, guys. Let's start with you. What did comment?
Okay. So actually, what was my comment? Oh, already feeling secure to the documentary Diablo. Oh my God, the content monster.
The content monster, because he was on the
New Blood.
Fresh Blood.
Yeah, or Fresh Blood.
What do you mean First Blood? It's a New Blood.
First Blood, Fresh Blood.
He's on True Blood.
Oh yeah, he's a True Blood.
Yeah, Diablo just kind of popping off again, showing what the Callista can do in that game number 3. Wolf, what'd you have for us?
It was just a cooking reference, stick a fork in it, it's done, but it's because he was playing Callista, he put a spear in it, and the series was done. I don't know, people got mad when I did the basic one.
No, just own it, man.
I don't know, I saw facial expressions. I saw facial expressions. What, you wanted me to say, it was a diabolical performance from him? I thought about it, but I decided...
All right, that one would have been okay. All right, let's see what else we got here. Both were okay. Sorry, Wolf. Both were okay. Trying to think, but I don't think I got anything.
Yeah.
Wait!
Vikla! And robbed my boy Diablo!
Why you don't have any comment on Vikla? He did such a...
People in the chat, either boo or ox sausage.
Great job on the draft.
What do you mean he did such a...
Great job on the draft.
There you go.
Not in game, but...
we don't have to come up for comments for Ox. That's messed up. Boo. Boo that man. Go the GOAT saying, why did Vikla win Rookie of the Year in 2022? Because he's good. We're nearing. That was the last regular season game for.
Please, I don't want to say anything about this comment. I just want to go to the next comment. Roll the next comment.
This is too Korean.
Next comment.
Let's go next
comment, please.
Just go next one again.
Vikla, did you mean the big light?
Because Vikla in Korean is big light. So big light.
Yeah. V and B is literally same in Korean, so.
Good pun. That's a good pun.
What does it mean? What does big light mean, though?
So it's like a lighthouse. Or redemption light for the team.
That's cool, because he's had a pretty big redemption towards the end of this season.
Yeah. Pony going with the catfish of the Rise Group support pool, a monster disruptor.
So there's a lot of Korean dating shows that are very popular right now. And often halfway through the show, everyone kind of is paired up with people.
Someone like D.
But then you just put a really attractive girl into the show suddenly, and then everyone's like, wait a minute, I'm suddenly interested in her.
Yeah, just someone like Dagon, you know?
Yeah, someone like Dagon. Maybe we should put Dagon
with the red head. He's just gonna come in during the date show, and he's like, Hey, dude. I'm here.
I'm just gonna say it. My eyes were pretty focused on some of those Nico engages in game one. I was trying to look at Teddy. I was trying to look around the team fight, but I kept looking at those Nico engages.
When are we gonna get you on one of those dating shows, man? I think you would be so good on there. Here's the final comment here for Prince. Vikla, the Rookie of the Year, is back. Chovy, Faker, Zeka, BDD, Calyx, Showmaker, bring it on. I like that. I like that. We did. What do you think about that?
I gotta open up some discussion with the Korean analysts here after that Yone game. I mean, I'm not saying that he played bad, but I just remember some of the team fights that he had, you know? Like, I just can't just handle it.
Yeah, some of the questions that were asked in the comments were very comical to me. But anyway, look. A palm's a palm, okay? A palm's
I mean, don't get me wrong.
It's a democratic LCK.
Just don't get me wrong. I think Vikla did well.
I'm not a salty loser of the palm vote.
We'll see if he can keep up with all the other mid laners in the other group as we take a look at the standings. After this one, BNK FearX get the victory, but DRX get the all-important game win. That is what they needed against the Bros, or for their race against the Bros. Not only was it good for their morale, but also important for their odds to make it to play-ins. As another important race that we're tracking here was the stakes. You see where it says another stake? Thank you so much to our production team for spelling it correctly, another, and getting the emote in there. Wadid gets the pick correct for BNK FearX over DRX, unlike me, Ox, and more importantly, Chronicler. So that means currently on the global broadcast, there's a tie for first place between Chronicler and Wadid, and it's gonna come down to that final game of the regular season, Bro versus DRX.
And for people like Wadid and myself, like possibly 100% prediction rate on the line.
And here is the breakdown again. Because DRX got themselves the game win today, even though they didn't get the series win, it's a straight up 50-50 for them moving on out. Remember, the beginning of last week, they had a 12% chance of making it to playoffs. Now, playoff starts for them right now. It is a 50% chance. You win, you're in to play-ins, not playoffs.
Absolute banger.
You lose, you're done until 2026. What a big win here for DRX, and a good game for BNK FearX to carry on to the play-ins. Y'all, we're not done yet. We have ourselves another series. It's Hanwha Life Esports versus Nongshim Red Force. Don't go anywhere. More LCK after the break.
젠지입니다. 젠지 이 호랑이들의 표가 몇 달간 끊이지 않고 외쳐지고 있습니다.
Take down Genji for the first time this season.
MSI EP 챔피언을 무너뜨린 건 월 월드 디펜딩 챔피언입니다.
그 때마다 명승부가 나오는데 어떤 또 타이트한 게임이 나올지 벌써부터 굉장히 기대가 많이 되네요.
What doesn't kill me makes me stronger.
Hello and welcome back to the Secret Newsroom. I am Agent Cartographer, and once again we have gathered new intel from the LPL and the LCP. Let's dive right in. First, over to the LCP. The group seeding bracket has wrapped up and the playoffs are officially underway. During the group seeding bracket, the CTBC Flying Oyster were the first team to secure a spot in the playoffs, followed by another LCP powerhouse, GAM Esports. With that, the two teams advance directly to round 2 of the playoffs, where they await their opponents. Teams Secret Whales, Detonation Focus Me, MGN Vikings Esports, and PSG Talon have all qualified for round 1 of the playoffs. LCP playoffs begin September 5th, and you know what that means. Time to find out which underdog is ready to shake things up on the road to Worlds. Moving on to the LPL. You know what Tarzan, Ona, and Levi all have in common recently? They've all won games while playing Zed Jungle. Guess who's next? Kanavi just joined the club. Top Esports, sitting at the top of Group Ascend, clashed with Team WE, a squad who have impressed many during Split 1. It was a close series that went all the way to Game 3. Kanavi, the Korean national team's star jungler, dominated the Rift with Jungle Zed. At around 7 minutes into the game, Kanavi made an aggressive move into the enemy Raptor camp, setting up for a potential fight. After stealing the Raptors, Kanavi instantly ults into Olaf, landing all his shadow marks with perfect execution and securing a solo kill inside enemy lines. Now that's the Kanavi counter jungle bloodline in full display, as we know. Then around 19 minutes, Team WE starts up the Dragon, forcing Top Esports to respond. As Kanavi Zed inches forward, measuring up for a potential smite fight, Monkey's Olaf dives straight into Cream and Kanavi, but Kanavi shrugs it off with a slick use of his Living Shadow and his Deathmark, dodging the engage and pulling off some insane aggro management. With that mechanical outplay, they flip the entire fight, allowing Top Esports to sweep the team fight and claim the Drake. How did he do that? This guy's not just any jungler, no wonder he was picked for the national team. And even in slow-mo, I still can't track him. What an insane play. That's your LPL number 1, folks. Top Esports is showing incredible resilience. Even after the stumble after first stand tournament, they now look sharper, stronger, and more focused than ever. Now they look like a team charging straight towards Worlds. Will they keep this momentum going? Like I said, our agents are already watching closely, and I never doubt our agents. And that's it for this week's Intel. With playoffs now underway all around the world, the race for Worlds has officially begun. Which means it's time for our boardroom agents to be called up and on standby. We'll return after the LCK playoffs and the secret boardroom. This has been Codename Cartographer, and once again, I'm going to leave you with the wise words of Atlas. Stick around soon, we'll see you then. Bye-bye.
파이팅!
Hello and welcome back to the LCK. We're here for the second match of the night. This one being the Legend Group match. Homolife Esports up against Nongshim Red Force, as Homolife definitely the big favorites in this one, but both of these teams are kind of settled in their positions at the moment. Homolife obviously looking for the victory here to try to secure second place, but regardless of that, we'll see how the matches do go. What do you think about this one here, Ox?
I think of the big three in the Legend Group, HLE definitely the most vulnerable to upsets, even though obviously we saw T1 being the one who got upset, but that was KT, you know. And Nongshim, it's been looking more optimistic, right? They had that closer series against T1. They're obviously locked into their place now, but they're still going to be in the tournament. They're still going to go into play-ins. I know obviously it's been pretty doom and gloom with how they've looked in the Legend Group, but the stand in the Legend Group has been so high. We don't know how they're going to look going in up against Rise Group teams. We can only hope that, you know, despite the beatdown they've received in the Legend Group, they're still going to be good enough to stave off some of those Rise Group teams. A good matchup here, like even if they just get a game against HLE, I think would inspire a lot of hope, give a lot of confidence to the team. A win would feel fantastic. You know, even though it doesn't change their fate, it would just give a lot of morale boost. And if HLE wins and T1 loses, then we will have HLE in second place and confirming playoff round 2. Now, if T1 wins, then T1 will make it in. If Homolife Esports loses at all, then T1 also make it in. So, a little bit interesting, you know, if you are trying to get your team into that playoff round 2 where you can kind of watch all the other matches and see what's going on first, certainly you still want to get the win here. Yeah, I think, honestly, the odds aren't too bad for HLE because Gen G, if there's any team that you're relying on to win, obviously, you want it to be Gen G, and HLE beating Nongshim, they are favoring that matchup. But still, T1 definitely capable. We've seen them do it before of taking down Gen G. So, first step though, obviously, is this matchup. Nongshim on 11-match loss streak. It's been rough. They're just not winning. Yeah. It's just not happening. Not in the Legend Group. Viper closed in on some 2 big achievements. 300 win count. No guarantee gets us today. Does seem likely though. I imagine even if Homolife Esports loses this series, I would be shocked if it was a 2-0. And bot kill counts, 10 kills. Again, probable, not guaranteed. He only got 8 kills in the last match, but they only did have 1 win against T1 in that best of 3. So, if they take the 2-0, or if they just win with 2 games at all, definitely a very high chance that they get the victory. As Delight and Lehen sharing some words, some smiles before we do get into the game here. And should be a fun one regardless. Obviously, HLE still have something to play for, so you're certainly feeling like they're going to try very hard and try to end this one quickly in a 2-0. Yeah, it's one of these things where HLE have something in the standings to play for, and I think we've seen it time and time before, even though Nongshim's position is locked. It's kind of different because, you know, often we see when a team are out of qualification, out of the tournament, but Nongshim are still in the tournament, just, you know, they are obviously in the play-ins rather than the playoffs, so still will be continuing on. But I feel like even if you're locked in your place, being in a position like this, we've seen when teams have struggled to get wins, they are fighting to break those big loss streaks to get those wins. It really means a lot to them, and you know that will be the case here. Key player matchup going to be the mid lane. Zeka has definitely had some moments that have looked good, but also others that have not. So does feel like he's not at the top of his form right now, although the stats are decently good for him from the Legend Group, especially competing against guys like Chovy, like Faker. And then you got Calix, who he's got very high solo kills. You know, he's putting on the aggression. He's second there. So at least he's doing that. I believe Chovy's at the top with 8. But either way, still feeling pretty good about that stat for Calix at least. But, you know, it goes beyond the mid lane for the Nongshim squad. Does feel like the synergy wasn't quite there. They couldn't put it together. And once you get on a big loss streak, then a lot of other factors begin to pile in. You start to lose confidence. You start to lose confidence in your teammates. And it all sort of just feels a little bit bad as you try to get back on the horse. Yeah, and it feels like you know, I was looking a bit at the picks that Nongshim have been playing, and it feels like they've been experimenting a lot, particularly the bot lane. Jiu has played 12 unique picks in round 3 to 5. Lehens has played 11. A lot of picks with one game on them. It feels like they've played, you know, like he's played Yunara once, Xayah once, Kalista once, Aphelios, Corki, Ezreal, Ziggs, Jinx. And with Lehens, it's like Tahm Kench, Rel, Renata, Bard, Milio. It feels like there's been such a range of picks, and they really have been trying to problem solve and find some things that will grant them the victory, the win. And obviously, they did get that game win against Team 1, which I feel like was significant. But other than that, it has, and obviously they did that game win against KT, but it has been a struggle overall, and definitely a hit to the morale to keep being on the receiving ends of these series losses.
I mean, it's really rough, as we do have some Noodle fans out there in the audience. And this is, of course, Home Life Esports fan. The Oranges are out in force tonight. I also saw a sign of a raccoon blending an orange with a very evil face. That was very scary. I mean, see if that actually happens.
You know, there was the one where we had a sponge eating a teeny ping. We had a poster with that a while ago.
That was scary.
That was scary, but like blending an orange, you know, in the context of the LCK, he's like looking evil because it's obviously blending, you know, HLE, but you know, an orange is, you know, I'm gonna say it, Brendan, I've blended oranges before.
I don't feel like oranges are very high on the blended. They're not like top 5, you know?
They're not really, actually, have I blended an orange? I said that, but I'm like, have I actually blended an orange? Probably not.
It doesn't, like, obviously you make orange juice by blending it, and you know,
don't you normally do the little...
You can squeeze it, yes.
Yeah. I love how I just instantly went to, I've blended up, but have I actually
peel an orange and blend it? What does that do?
Would I have done that? I've blended up. What fruits have you blended? I'm now in an
like bananas.
Crisis. You know what?
Do blueberries count? Do berries count?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh wait, oh no, this is
strawberries.
Thing where people are like, you know, apparently a banana's a herb.
No, we're not doing that.
We're not doing that.
That's not a... No.
Allegedly.
That's not a thing.
I don't buy into that.
No, nobody here believes
Those are those facts that people come up with and they're like, actually.
No.
And I'm like, no.
No.
What's a tomato? Is a tomato a fruit or a vegetable?
It is a fruit.
Okay.
I think. That was like the first one of those things that everybody used to say.
Yeah.
Which I think it is actually true.
Okay. Oh god. This is not... It's like a philosophical discussion we're moving into.
It's not helping this draft.
No. Getting onto the draft. We do have... They went for the ape, not the yap, with the AYP. But yeah, this feels like very standard red side bans now. Talia just get banned on the blue side. Shen denied from the Hens, and the Annie. Wukong picked up, and then we immediately get the Orianna Xin. Interestingly enough, we don't see Aurora have a look in at all. And nothing else picked up around that. So...
Rumble Aurora?
We could see that come through, give the coverage. But I don't know, I feel like you might just take the Aurora. You could just take the Aurora and keep it as a flex. You could take Aurora mid, Aurora as the flex, and then take a mid laner.
And then lock in Mordekaiser.
Aurora mid, and then take... Okay, they are going to go the Aurora Rumble, okay.
Just pick all the OP stuff that's left and put it in places where it works. Or you go Ambessa.
Thing is, I feel like you could go Aurora and keep the flex open, and then you could pick... That kind of makes it uncomfortable for Nongshim to take, like, a Rumble or Gwen, and then you could take a different pick. You know, you could potentially take, like, Nico for Delight. I think that'd be powerful. You could take an AD carry pick. Because they're probably just going to take Gwen anyway. And the thing is, we've seen Aurora be much more punishing into Gwen than we've seen Rumble be into Gwen.
Yeah.
So I feel like the problem is you take the Aurora, but it's like Aurora into Orianna really that intimidating.
Just play Rumble mid.
Yeah.
Zekka's great on, you know, melee champs in the mid lane, you know?
And I think we end up with this combo that we've seen being quite popular, this with the Orianna, Xin Zhao, Gwen, where you have the double circles with Xin Zhao, Gwen. Very solid front line that buys a lot of time. But the Orianna, who she isn't a full enchanter, but that shielding for the Xin Zhao, very powerful to pair up with it. Now going into the bans, they ban the Elise away from Lehen, so much respect towards this player, with Shen and Elise being two of the major bans coming through.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of powerful supports left open, right? Alistair, Nico, Bard, not had it look in yet. And particularly if I'm playing Rumble, Aurora, and Wukong, I'm a little worried about a Bard, because we've seen in the previous series a Bard be a great answer to that at shutting it down. And they banned Leona.
I mean, it's not exactly a tier list ban. I'll say that. All those picks you mentioned, they're just left available for lands to select. Does mean that Delight also gets one of them, 100% if he wants one of them.
This suggests to me, the Leona ban suggests that HLE want to go Nico. Because one of the things with playing engaged supported Nico is her clone can block, but with Leona, the Zenith Blade goes through the clone and still hits your primary target. So I imagine HLE will probably go Nico here, and they expected Nongshim to pick 80 carry on 4 and go kind of pick support. So looks like they're going for the Corki.
Corki Nico.
Corki Nico.
This is like a Giga tier list draft.
Absolutely.
It's every single lane is either like top 1 or top 2.
In terms of priority, yeah.
Yeah.
We'll see if they do commit to the Nico.
What else would you go?
In theory, they could go
Rakan?
Rakan? I think it'd be weird to go Rakan and not Nico based on like the priority teams have had, even though Rakan syncs well with the Wukong. But it looks like they're going to do it. Delight a lot of confidence in it. I think most teams would go Nico here.
Yeah. I mean, you've been talking all about the Wukong Rakan synergy.
I love it personally, but I feel like so many teams have moved away from it and gone, no, we want Nico.
Yeah.
Instead, I think this is a very low counterplay combination, especially when your backline is Jhin Orianna. Power to them.
Maokai.
Maokai support, specifically a decent matchup into the Rakan, because the ult just kind of makes it really hard to engage. You have to point and click CC, saplings, that you can throw down and provide coverage and brushes. Another unique pick for Lehens, by the way, with this. Kind of following that trend of let's just keep trying new things.
Yeah, if you keep losing, try new things, because you might as well. You're in play-ins anyway.
Yeah.
Maybe Maokai is the goated pick here.
But I will say, it is such power in terms of HLE's backline access. I really struggle to see how they're going to be able to protect Calyx and Jiwoo. And if they get exploded, you know, it comes down to this Xin Zhao Gwen. Can they clean up the fight afterwards? And that's a big question. We've seen games where that's worked, right? We saw the D+ game where obviously it was a 48k damage game from Lucid where he was able to carry and the Xin Zhao Gwen could do enough. But we've seen games obviously doesn't work. So that will be the question. And also it's about finding that reliable engage. We saw earlier the Bard be great at disrupting it. You know, you throw down the Tempered Fate when the engage comes in.
Yeah.
Maokai can't quite do the same. If there's a Wukong on top of your 80 carry, you can root him, but he's still going to be like spinning around. You can queue him away to get a bit of distance. He still has mobility tools to close the gap again.
Yeah. Well, we got someone off the stage. As we got a quick look at Calyx running into the back, which, yep, we got another escapee. Another potential toilet issue.
Unlucky.
That's the way it goes. I mean, you know, if you gotta go, you gotta go. That's what they say.
Yeah, I mean, ideally you go before draft, but better now than in the game, you know.
I'll say, you know, a little look behind the curtain. I often do see a lot of the players getting it done when they have to, right? You go before the games, you make sure you're ready to go. Sometimes there's a lot on your mind. I don't know, or it just happens. You drank a lot of water and you're like, okay, I just, you know, I don't want to play this game not feeling 100%. So for me, I'm like, okay, just, you know, go do it fast and come back. But it is an unfortunate delay.
Yeah.
That is a very cute Viper.
That is.
Nice drawing. That's perfect. That's exactly how I see League of Legends too.
That's how I would draw a Rise group game.
It looks like the description is, you know, sort of describing the Hanwha uncles winning. Like that's like the title of the painting there on the right.
This is how they're gonna win Worlds, and it's so clearly drawn out. Oh, eating the orange, not blended though.
Not blended. I mean, that's definitely a more common way to consume oranges.
Yeah.
Although he didn't take a bite yet, so you know, maybe he won't.
About to take a bite.
He's just kind of smiling. I don't know. This is Chef Hamalife, the best. No, this is actually Best Chef Zeus. And he's back. Big cheers.
A round of applause. Great job.
He got it done quickly.
Yeah.
So I think that's why.
Do we have a timer on that? Speed run?
That was like 2 minutes. That was a good one. All right. Again, I get it. You know, if you gotta go, I wouldn't want to play the whole first game like that.
Brendan has been to the toilet before. He gets it.
That has happened, yes.
Yes, he has needed to go before.
On cast as well.
You've had that moment where you're like,
it's happened,
get in the game, you're like, oh man, I wish I'd gone to the break.
Absolutely, that happens like once in LCK game.
If you ever experience one caster not talking for a couple of minutes, you know what happened. Yeah.
Well, guys, we're ready to go now as it's game one between HLE and Nongshim.
소환사의 협곡에 오신 것을 환영합니다.
Alrighty, game number one. Let's see if Nongshim gets something here. They're gonna find Zeka.
Okay, I mean, not a huge win, but they do force Zeka to start his W, so obviously not ideal, especially into an Orianna who has so much harass with Q and autos level 1. Having to start level 1 with your W, definitely a hit. And obviously Lehens did, I believe, just root him, so no real cost there.
Yeah. We'll see how he does in the lane. They were able to get down a deep ward here as well, but it will be cleared out. Peanut sneaking by, but they're still able to see him. There's a bunch of pings do come down. And we're hiding on Bush.
Yeah, it'll be a little late. Actually, the Hen's gone Aftershock on Maokai.
Yeah.
Not going for Spellbook. Wanted a little bit more tankiness in this game. This is one of the games where when I see the enemy team has like Aurora, Wukong, Rumble, especially Maokai, who's... The thing with Maokai is one of these champions who he's not that tanky on a support economy. Champions who are tanky on a support economy are like Alistair, Rel, Leona.
Yeah.
And then you have champions like Maokai who like they actually need gold to be tanky. So you're very liable to get exploded by a composition like HLE's. So I guess that's probably the thought process behind him going Aftershock. Like, I do not want to be instantly dead.
Yeah.
But it does mean you lose a lot of utility. Rakan also a champion who gets exploded quickly, but obviously he's so mobile. And you definitely want Spellbook so you can take Cleanse against the Maokai is a lot of value. Zeus doing a pretty good job of toasting King in here. And again, I talked about this, Rumble is favored into Gwen, especially with how strong he is since the buffs. But we've seen a lot of matchups not really punish. I think the Aurora into Gwen has been a lot more punishing, and it's good to see.
Peanut's gonna gank
looking,
here.
yeah.
Alex just is not gonna expect this at all. The slow does come down. It's a little bit of a prank more than anything else. Tons of damage actually on the backside, so that ends up being pretty significant already.
That's a recall. Yeah, he has to reset and TP back in. Big hit again. Doesn't force any summoners. Doesn't get a kill, but it's a big hit. And that early pressure we thought there would be maybe from Zek having to start W doesn't really get achieved. So nice early gank there from Peanut. Just a kind of drive-by that comes through. But yeah, as I was saying, top lane matchup. Obviously Zeus is hoping to really put the pressure down on a King in here. The Hens.
Yeah, well, that's kind of an interesting choice. He's going to take a turret shot, and now the Gatling gun is getting insane amounts of value. I mean, you could have seen that coming a mile away.
I did see that coming a mile away.
Yeah.
You saw that coming a mile away.
I did, yes.
If anyone who was watching didn't see that coming a mile away, probably was looking away from the screen. Interesting play from the Hens, was really committed to getting the W down to a bit of his demise.
You know, walking in a straight line for 2-3 seconds also made it very predictable.
Yes.
Wasn't even like, oh, he was hiding in the bush and then, you know, like, he was able to, like, catch him off guard. No, he just...
Yeah, well, he is now going for a top play with no flashy heal and Peanuts in the vicinity. Okay, he's been spotted.
And there's a ward. Maybe that's good for him, actually.
Probably for the best. I actually think it would have been good if... I mean, the problem is, I don't think Lehens was going to go for the play, having revealed himself. But if Lehens committed to, like, a gank top and Peanut turned up, and he just dies, it's game over. Well, it's not actually game over, but it would have been very bad.
Maybe game over.
If the Nexus had died, then it's game over.
Yeah, true.
Lehens is just a top laner now.
He's getting some solo farm. You know, Maokai, you talked about that support economy.
I do like that they're matching the swap. HLE, Nongshim looking for it. They want to keep this top matchup going of Rumble into Gwen. And the bot matchup as well. You know, you burnt the Maokai summoners. You want to capitalize on that. Don't let them get away with swapping away from you. So good moves from HLE to maintain that.
Snow Flash here for Kingin. Zeus definitely doing a good job of bringing him very close in. The flash on in from Zeus just to make sure he's in range. One more Q could potentially do it here. Not quite enough damage, but now, oh, the Harpoon's gonna miss.
Nice.
But Peanut goes back in as he gets his cooldowns up. And that will be first blood up for HLE.
The thing is, the exhaust, really powerful against dives, really powerful the 1v1. But in those plays there, when both the enemy top and jungle have flash, they can just commit super early. They know, you don't have that flash, we commit. We have the extra mobility from the Wukong and the slows from the Rumble. You're overextending the lane, we'll chase you down. And they get an early kill onto that Wukong, so a good start there from HLE.
Alex had the back again, by the way. No TP for him, so just gonna miss the majority of that wave that's being sent into the turret. Don't believe that was a cannon wave. So everything going pretty well here in the laning phase for HLE.
Oh man, Viper has the pitiful recall.
No,
look at his
not the dagger recall.
The dagger tier. Just holding your little knife and crying.
Yeah. It really doesn't do too much.
It just looks so uninspired.
All right, trying to go in on this one. Delight figuring out that the Maokai...
You don't have to go in.
Yeah.
Is a lesson that I think both supports can kind of learn from this. Just, you don't need to do it.
Oh. All right, another all in here. The needles, though, are out. Zeus going to dodge some of them, but not all of them, as now on the very edge, he's still got a Harpoon in and trades back a little bit, knowing that Kingin was out of cooldowns.
Yeah, had to respect the ult from Kingin. Did so much damage there. Even with the overheat, wasn't willing to commit any more into that. Now, Zinzao coming down, getting in the vicinity. Peanut's trying to follow, but he's a little bit further behind, and Peanut doesn't have 6 yet. I think Zeus is just dead.
He should be, as the Snow Flash available. TP is coming in. They're trying to punish this dive, as Gideon has taken so many turret shots. But the TP is just a little bit too slow, and Peanut's not there on time. So, a nice dive from Nongshim.
Yeah, you'll absolutely take that. You know, easy dive pickup. Zeus ends up a little bit low from the 1v1. Gideon manages to swoop in and grab it. And able to disengage from the play. The fact you also have Delight TPing down there doesn't really achieve too much, right, from forcing him down there, but if it burns that TP, you'll take it as the extra resource invested to no benefit for Nongshim. For HLE, sorry.
We got a Hextech Drake here first. Lens really wants to stop the back, but it's not going to happen. He Valkyrie'd away.
We'll set the wave up to push into Nongshim, though, with that, so... I got a little bit of value there. Grub spawning up pretty soon.
What's Lehens doing up there? It's just like in the wave. I hope he wasn't pushing. Well, it kind of looks like he did. So
he has a lot of farm.
He was setting up the wave to push into them, and then he's like, you know what? I'm just going to push it back.
This is my wave.
Maybe they just wanted to set up for this.
Yeah,
and that's probably the call.
Looking at contest these grubs here.
All right.
Zek is moving.
Yeah. Going on in was Gideon, but not a full commit.
No top laner has TP.
Do have the Nature's Grasp. That is a big Aurora ultimate, as everybody's going to be rooted up here. They try to turn immediately on Zeka, and that they will. That's first kill in the fight going over to Nongshim. And that just means that HLE have to back away from this one, losing out on their mid laner.
Yeah, I think Zeka going a little bit too aggressive. The point-and-click CC, a great answer to the Aurora, and no real usage of the Cyclone and the quickness combo. They still have the quickness, a little bit ambitious if they want to go for this 3v4.
Yeah, I mean, maybe just want to get in and say, we are threatening, so let us take one. And that's exactly what does happen. But Nongshim, with the lead after this one, they get 2 of the grubs. They win the fight. They take down Zeka, who had a small lead over Calyx. Still does have like a tiny lead, but had a bigger one before this fight.
Yeah, so the ult's committed, and then Zeka dives in, gets rooted immediately, bursted. And the Markile did a great job of just...
Gideon just kind of getting caught in his own jungle. Not sure how this one originated. Wants to take down his red buff. He does survive for quite a long time, but it's just the buff transfer over to Peanut.
Yep, he'll take that second kill for the Wukong, getting some good momentum on this champion. And will slightly pull ahead in terms of gold there. See how that started off. Very simply, they just walked in and killed him.
Yes, they did. That's the analysis on the play.
Wow.
They walked in, they pressed their buttons, the Xin Zhao died.
It's that easy. No flash was available for Gideon, obviously burnt it after that dive in the bot lane, so hard for him to really get away from that one. But good pickup there. And obviously the quickness hadn't been burned in that previous fight, so still had that tool available, getting some value from it. Dragon up and available, which it feels like Nongshim leaning towards now.
Trade coming out as Equalizer is down, but even the exhaust committed to as he wants to get the kill. He will not have it though, as Lehens goes on in, burning the flash, but not getting the kill with that Q, as he just smashes the ground instead.
Yeah, the shield, I think, saved Zeus there from the damage of the Bramble Smash. It was hard to see fully.
I thought he just didn't hit him.
Yeah. Maybe.
We'll have to see the replay on this one. Just like we had to with Sponge getting the blue buff in the first series. Don't think we're going to see the replay though.
Probably not.
Nobody died, so that's kind of the rule at the LCK. No deaths, no replay.
Yeah. I mean, the hitbox on the wider Q, not the knock-up bit, is kind of big, so
yeah.
Could have maybe like clipped it and then just maybe didn't hit at all. Either way, commits the flash. Flash on Makai pretty big, not available anymore. And HLE now with the control to move over to this dragon and pick it up. Going down very quickly with the Wukong with Triforce on it, so pretty easy pickup. HLE going to be happy with that one.
Yeah, just a Hextech Drake. Always going to feel good about that. We'll see what the Soul is looking like in a little bit. Still have to see this Drake, so it's both of the tech Drakes.
No tech this time.
Yeah. It's just primitive gaming at this point in time. Delay gonna go get the knockup. Viper's almost dead, meanwhile. I'm not really sure how this happened. He's gonna have to flash away, because now Peanut's going in. They have Zeus on the way, but TP committed to by Calyx. And Viper doesn't have Flash or Valkyrie, so he's just dead. It's just a kill on over. Gideon nearly dies, meanwhile. But it's still a big win here for Nongshim, who have a pretty comfortable lead for this point in the game.
Yeah, how did Viper end up in this position?
What did he mean by that? All right, Needle's coming out once again, but no exhaust available. Just burning down King in. Needle's not quite doing enough. As here's Peanut, doesn't have his ult, but he doesn't need it as the damage comes in. Didn't even need to use his flash on the kill, so another nice bait there from Zeus.
At least someone's getting fed on HLE with Peanut with 3 kills in pocket.
Not another fed Wukong.
The redemption.
9-kill Wukong couldn't do it in Rise Group.
You know, Viper has kept doing this. This has been a tendency of his that we've seen punished by the top teams in Legend Group. He keeps trying to challenge the enemy AD carry around mid and getting punished for it. This is like, it's not even like a one-off anymore. It's like a characteristic now. He kept doing it against Guma, and now he's just done it against Jiwoo and died for it.
We have the ruler spot. We have the Viper trade now.
Yeah, he keeps stepping up mid. I mean, like, I'm going to 1v1 the enemy AD carry, and then the enemy AD carry often isn't alone, and it cost him his life. So maybe something to work on there. Here, pretty straightforward.
We have a fight in live. Kingen just dead again.
Pretty straightforward.
There were 3 people there from Hama Life, so you can kind of imagine how that one began.
Well, we just saw that happen with the replay, and then the exact same thing happened when we came out the replay. Viper, I think...
He's running towards the light. He's like, please, please help me. There's no help in that. As, you know, the play safe AD carry does not work here.
He had his Valkyrie, though.
Yeah. A little bit interesting. Peanut's nearby with flash and ult, but it already backed off.
Was the call like stay in the tower and I'll ult and we'll try and survive the die? I think he should have just Valkyried over the...
Limit testing.
Valkyried over to the wolves. I don't know. Weird one. Very weird.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah.
Limit testing is all I got.
Well, either way, HLE struggling aside from, it feels like Peanut and Zeus, their game plan is just kill Kingen.
Yeah.
And that's working very well.
So this is a replay. Does Lance just die? He just...
Yes.
He just dies.
To delight. And then Kingen's like, you know what? I can do it too.
Dies?
This is a very serious game.
I was hoping it would be one, yes.
It's giving some Rise energy right now.
Yeah.
Okay, well, it's 5-4 in favor of HLE. Gold's slightly in favor of Nongshim. Dragon leader HLE. Herald is up. And Dragon's in a minute 30. And it looks like HLE are trying to act disinterested. You know, we don't really care that much about Rift Herald, but they're moseying on over towards the objective.
They certainly do.
Oh.
There's the knock-up and the equalizer is gigantic, but the Xin Tao taking up a lot of that alongside of the Redemption.
Yeah, the Redemption value massive just to completely mitigate that engage. So now 2 big tools down for HLE. I think Nongshim can re-engage this. To be fair, they've been 2 big tools of their own.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like Calyx wants to do something, but he is pretty much alone. Maybe if he hits the eye, actually kind of close there, but not quite going to work.
So, oh.
Little Viper trade.
He's looking for them. He wants it.
A real Viper trade there is when he Valkyries in.
Yes, he has to Valkyrie in. It's like, it's not non-committal light trading. It's like, no, we are all inning. Yeah, I expected more of a scrap coming out of that. I think Nongshim, because they beat the Xin Zhao ultimate, they beat the Maokai ultimate, but like, yeah, we don't feel good about this. But I feel like, you know, you got the Rakan and the Rumble ult. I thought they had an angle.
Yeah.
Deciding to save the opportunity and look to fight around this dragon instead. Second of the game, as you said, it's the primitive souls only.
Yeah. A little fight brewing down on the bottom side. Maybe they want to dive here. But they see the light, and they're going to think better of it. Just protecting Calyx. Maybe he's able to get this turret down. But not quite. Definitely trying to fight around Prio around this Drake.
Every time we go mid, I'm just looking at Vipe. I'm like, is he going to do it?
Yeah.
Valkin.
He's just waiting for the right time to go for the Viper trade. Speaking of which, Gideon just going to go in, just press his buttons, Ignite utilized, and even a Redemption as well, trying to get onto Calyx. There's the equalizer. That's the combo, as the Maokai ultimate does a great job of zoning for the rest of the team, but not for Gideon, as they will be able to block the rest of the missiles there. Kingen wasn't even in the fight, as he was in the top lane. So that's going to be Double Dragon here, and Ocean Soul on the way for HLE.
I don't really understand what the game plan there was from Nongshim. It was kind of just like, hey, I can auto-attack them. I'm like, okay. And HLE like, sure, let's fight.
Yes, you're right.
You can auto-attack them. That is a thing you can do. They will fight you, though.
All right, well, Kingen, he's going to get the turret, and he's going to TP away.
Oh!
Yep. Just barely, though.
That's
second turret. Second turret on the way.
That's efficiency. Actually, a good amount of gold for Kingen.
This is actually just a very smart play.
Yeah, huge macro play. The ideal spot to teleport as well. Should be able to get this, get the plant on the way out.
They're all running down. They're like, no, we can't let this happen.
I'm sorry, guys. It's already happened.
They might be able to punish. Not before he gets a pedal, though.
I think if he E'd and then, because you get the reset when you auto something.
Yeah, well, he's super dead. They're going to give the kill over to Viper purposefully as well.
Yeah. Maybe he just let the minions kill the tower and you just piece it. I don't know. Could have been the better play. But like Gideon's just like walking and autoing. You don't have your top laner TPing. Your support and AD carry are miles away. And you just die. And I'm like, I just genuinely don't understand what the game plan was there.
Yeah, I mean, Kingan's down 1,000 gold as well. So, or he was, before he got 2 turrets. Now he's actually on parity at 0 and 4.
Yeah.
Which is actually insane.
But it was just such a strange play. It was just like he just dove in and was like, I'm going to auto-attack a Rakan and hope he dies. I'm like, well, okay.
Yeah.
And then they just engaged on him. And I was like, oh, wait. They have engaged.
They can do that?
Yeah. So...
Wait, they can attack me? What?
It's a good response from HLE, but Nongshim, I think, need to be a lot more decisive with how they set things up. A lot more intentful. Don't intend just to auto-attack a Rakan.
Well, the vibes haven't exactly been there for the side of Nongshim here in the Legend group. Maybe just trying to get something going. But unfortunately, I mean, that's what it's looked like for them. It's like one person's going in, the rest of the team is very far away, the coordination isn't there. That's been their biggest issue. Like, individually, I think the players are doing fine. It's just as a team, they don't really get it done.
I think obviously the players have had individually, some of them have had bad games here and there.
Yeah.
But I think it hasn't been like everyone's always having bad games, always been individual outclass. And we've seen these players do well. I mean, start of the year, LCK Cup, Nongshim took Genji to 5 games, right?
Yeah.
It's just been a struggle recently. Now they are starting at a... Oh, this is dangerous. This is very dangerous. It's going down quickly. They could get this and just try and run.
It looks like that's going to be the play. The equalizer is down on top of Calyx. He is pretty much just going to go down. They get the Otacon, and they're looking to turn here. They're not running, which is part of the plan. The part of the plan was to run afterwards, but they're not able to, as Peanut is going to get a second kill there. And just going to try to dodge the Jhin as everybody groups up to save him, and Kingen is eventually going to go down. Yes, they got the Otacon, but, well, actually able to get a couple of kills off of the back of that. Even gets the shutdown for the Gwen.
They got 1 kill, so not a couple. That's just a...
Oh, yes. Okay, yeah, true. Yeah.
I am probably going to lean towards not worth. I mean, we've seen Otacon and Ultai not really be a positive play. Just didn't really have a window to disengage. I mean, at least Jiwoo managed to get out. But, like, Gideon and King get stuck in the mixer and just get melted. At least Kingen does manage to get a trade kill later on. And unfortunately, Jiwoo misses the shots and had to reload, so... I mean, if he'd gotten that kill on Peanut and they got this trade kill afterwards, I think at that point it starts to... I would say it was worth. I don't know, it's... it's hard to call.
Yeah.
It's hard to call in these situations, because also I didn't see exactly how many pedals they got as well.
Yeah, that's what
that
I
also factors in. I mean, they're on 33. That's a lot. That is a lot of XP and a lot of stats. But it was also a 4-for-1.
Yeah. Generally, the golds, I feel like at this point, at this part of the game, should be more worthwhile, but I mean, Jiwoo's up a level. You know, they're able to have parity in some of the other lanes outside of the jungle.
Maybe it is some... it's hard. I feel like it's one of these situations where it's normally if it's like a Baron and that happens, it's really easy to see, because like you lose the Baron buff and also you can see the gold. Like Baron is worth gold and you see how much like the Baron power play. I feel like with Otacon it's a lot more like harder to fully read the impact.
Uh-oh, another engage coming on in. Nongshim kind of caught with their pants down, trying to get in towards the Dragon. The TP is going straight into Zeus as Delight gets low on the left side, but Kingen is isolated on the right. He's isolated, but he's actually winning the fight here, and they just barely is not going to get it done. But Nongshim at least win on the left side, and some low health bars here for HLE means they have to back away for now.
I cannot believe how low Jiwoo got in that situation. Insane. The amount of health he actually dropped to and was able to survive there. And actually the extra XP that he got from the Otacon, the extra level, maybe something clutch there. It was crazy how low his health got. And this Gwen is becoming a massive issue. So initially the engage comes in, equalizer values, it's okay. Look at Jiwoo at the top. Look at his health when he barriers. And look, the barrier just soaks the last bit of damage. And he's burning and he doesn't die and gets the
12
kill.
HP.
That's crazy.
Is what we're hearing from production. So that is really crazy.
Yeah. Manages to pick up the dragon as a result of that. So Nongshim feeling pretty good, right? You know, there's 4 kills in terms of gold. You're pretty even in terms of gold. You still have the Arakan in pocket. I think it's hard in the moment when that 4-for-1 with the Arakan to judge, but I think after the fact, I think we can say, yeah, you're feeling pretty good about how that went down. It feels really weird to say you took the objective and got 4-for-1 and you feel good about it, but
yeah,
you can't really argue with results.
It's very true. I mean, this is a pretty close game at this point. It does feel like the tempo vibes are still in favor of Humalife Esports. You know, it feels like all these fights are just like, they're the ones being proactive, and they kind of are the ones that generally are going to be with this composition, but you know, they're the ones making the plays. They're the ones that are trying to make things happen. As I say that, though, Lehens gets in, and he's making it happen up against Zeus, who was caught big time in the top lane. And Zeus going to pick up his first kill of the contest.
Okay, it's an interesting bit of timing. Oh, that was a big amount of... Oh, my God. Redemption going to come down. It's Corki doing a lot of damage. Byron's up in 5 seconds. Zeus is about 30 seconds after that, but does have TP. But there's a lot of poke from the Corki. There's a lot of engaged tools that are going to make you really feel the hurt when you're in the Baron pit. And Redemption just already got used, so...
They have an Ocean Drake.
Not enough.
It's helping him out.
And this Baron's going down slowly. The longer this takes, the sooner Zeus is going to arrive.
Yeah, Zeus 10 seconds out. The damage already down to 6,000. As Peanut's going to go in pretty early. Looks like maybe they didn't have a huge amount of vision, but they wanted to get the fight started regardless. Now they have the redemption. As in they go. Peanut trying to get close here. As it might just come down to a flip, but Kingen is keeping him out of the pit. Is down. Will go the Baron in favor of Nongshim. The equalizer good on the top side. But maybe they only get Lehens after this. Looks like maybe they're going to get a little bit more, though, as they're looking for Jiwoo. Calyx nearly going to take off the head of the Rakan. Calyx forced to flash away. I think you just got to sacrifice Jiwoo here. And that they will do as the rest of them barely scamper off.
And you see as Zeus was trying to connect on more targets, trying to get more than just Jiwoo.
Yeah.
I think losing 2, I think Nongshim's still happy with that trade. You look at the Baron power play, it's about gold neutral, and you still have 3 Baron buffs. So you'll take that again. It feels like these trades, you don't look at them and think, yes, this is a good thing, but this is a good thing for Nongshim. It feels weird to say losing these fights, but at the end of the day, they're getting the objectives, right? They secure the Baron in this situation. They already got that first kill on the Rumble, so that's 1 kill in the positive. And then they end up losing 2 on the back. The engage is disrupted pretty well. I think it was Gideon's ult, or maybe it was even the Baron knockup, but either way, they don't really connect well on the targets. The equalizer is fantastic, but they just kind of walk away. The Hens dies. Who cares? That's his job. He's a support. Unfortunately, Jiwoo does die, but it's not that big of an issue. And right now, 3 Baron buffs in pocket. You traded up, or you traded down 1 kill, but you got the Baron. It's Nongshim once again getting the objectives they want. And sure, the kill score's not going in their favor, but kills doesn't win games.
Yeah, I mean the guy who's really just encapsulating that idea is Kingen. 1-6 on Gwen, but he's got like 3 turrets under his belt. He's doing a ton of damage in these fights.
Not a KDA player, right?
He doesn't care about those numbers. He cares about winning the game.
There you go.
To be honest, that's really all that matters. So we'll see if he can continue with this. Feels weird to say, great performance at 1-6.
Yeah.
We've seen it happen before.
A little bit scary there. You were taking some burst damage.
Level 16 now for Kingen.
Yeah. I mean, the extra XP, because we talked about it from the Arakan, but Baron as well, given that extra XP, has really helped. Right now, everyone on the side of Nongshim has an XP lead over their counterpart. And use the Baron to push in, take that mid-tier 1. Now looking towards the Dragon in 30 seconds. It's not the biggest Baron power play that we've seen, right? Less than 1,000 gold. But I think getting the mid-tier 1 is nice on the back of it. They also got that fit. The kill they got onto Zeus was before the Baron. So you'll take it.
Yeah. Just really shows how close this game is.
Yeah.
Where it's like, yes, they get a lead, but it's tiny. And they have these objectives. Like, they got that first Ocean Drake. They denied Ocean Soul point.
It's still very close. This game is very close.
Yeah.
There's not much in it in either side. And the fact that we're discussing every single time there's like an objective taken, we're like commenting hard over, is this worth? Yeah, this is worth.
We really need Wadid in this situation right now.
We totally do.
Wadid's worth. Is it worth or not?
Yeah, it's been very close, I think is the main takeaway. There's not been a clear, massive winner in a lot of these scenarios. And right now, setting up around this dragon would be second for Nongshim, third for HLE.
Zeus is like, wow, there's a lot of stuff around here. I just need to get out of dodge. He is going to flash away.
Yep. We'll be able to disengage from that. Viper landing some good poke, but is now out of rockets. And Zekka's on this cheeky flank using the extra brushes provided by the Ocean Soul. Remember, HLE, a big part of that top side is getting access to these backline targets, really important. And also playing into Maokai is really awkward with him just being able to sapling these brushes, clear out. The Ocean Soul map buffs the Maokai a good amount.
All right, I'll kind of come down here. It's kind of preemptive. Doesn't really do a whole lot. Nobody was engaging on the side of Live Esports, so yeah, that's kind of a wasted ult. In they go now, as the Gwen's got a very nice angle. Look at the damage from these needles. It's just insane. That's going to be the end of Zeus. And now you got this Jin on the backline, totally safe. There's the fourth shot in, as a couple of kills will go in to the side of HLE as well. Viper still doing that damage, but slowed up. Hide the bomb on the ground. He's got Zekka nearby. But this is looking pretty good for Nongshim, all things considered.
Oh, I just picked up Smite.
Oh, okay. See if they can get some vision. Yes, they do. They have a ward in the pits. And, well, he's just not going to go for it.
Not able to find the angle. Viper's in trouble.
Yeah, he's in a lot of trouble. He is going to flash over the wall, though, as here comes Gyu trying to get in and get the kill. It's a trade, but another kill goes over, as Delight was also trying to sacrifice himself. And Nongshim, this time we can say definitely worth for them.
Yes, yes. Still very slight advantage, but it is worth for them. Super close in this situation, and this felt like a fight on many fronts. The ultimate that came in from Lahen's not super convincing. And then we see the fight started by Kingen diving in. They immediately have a turn from Delight onto this Gwen. They understand the threat of this pick. But essentially, Gyu is able to get an ult off and just kind of free fire over here. You see the rest of them coming over there. In the meantime, Viper and Zekka just eliminate the Maokai, chase down Calyx. Calyx is basically nothing in this fight. That's why it felt very even.
Yeah.
Because Zekka and Viper just eliminated that. So it turns into a 3v3. And it could have just been a 2-for-2. Nongshim get Dragon, but HLE hang around and try and see if they can find more. We even get the TP back in from Zekka, and then Viper unfortunately gets clipped by the Wind Become Lightning. But even this, like even the fact that you think Viper's in trouble, they still get Gyu on the back end. It's very, we're not seeing any like 5-0 aces. We're not seeing clean.
This whole game.
Everything is in our favor. 17-12 is the kill score, and yet Nongshim are the one who are getting like the objective wins, and they're down in kills.
Yeah.
It's a very interesting game in that
And also
regard.
the guy who did the most damage in the fight was the 1-6 Gwen, now 2-6.
Yeah,
so,
and also Viper did so much damage as well, and was on a losing team.
All right, somebody's got to just face check, so that's going to be the Celestial opposition to do so. Peanut is... What?
Wow.
Okay, well, he's going to be spotted now.
Oh,
and, where do we go from here? It looks like Nongshim are also confused. They're like, why is he that far deep in our jungle?
Yeah, it is a Wukong, so it's kind of hard to punish, and HD also took up this aggressive stance up the mid lane to kind of cover him. That's kind of an early redemption. You know, it was only really Calyx was a bit low. But I guess banking on the cooldown, not being too high. Now we have Kingen doing the Peanut. You look on the mini-map, we can see, oh, there he is.
They get a ward down behind them.
Kingen just sees Peanut, and he's like, hey, I can do that too.
He's actually snuck into the Raptor pit here, so they're not going to 100% know, but they're definitely going to say, okay, well, where's Gwen? She's not here.
He just cleared a control wood now, so I think they're very aware.
And now they definitely know. In goes Lahenz. He's going to take a ton of damage, actually. Has to flash out of here and just throw down the Nature's Grasp. A ton of poke coming down here as Kingen on the back line. He's gonna throw out the needles, but there's the engage. They find Gio in the front line, and down he goes just like that. Calix, the other Fed member, is going to bite the dust, as it's really only Kingen, but it's just too little too late, and HLE, they get the drop on the important members, and they will win this fight in a big way. Finally, in this game, we know who won the fight in a big way, in a commanding way, and now they're just gonna push mid and try to end.
Yeah, for the first time, we get like a really convincing fight win, and it's on the back of this Wukong Rakan. This is why this combo is so broken. Peanut dives in despite being low HP to like and follow. They CC the Jhin, they CC the Orianna, they both go down, and now pushing to end the game. King, and I don't think you can do it alone.
He doesn't have his needles back, and they're just gonna, dogpile straight on in to the Gwen, and that is going to be the ace at the end of it all on top of the Nexus turrets. That is the end of game number 1 as HLE, they finally get the one big fight we were waiting for, and they will take down the one big Nexus for the one big game number 1 win.
I think it's a rough game for Nongshim because it felt like they were edging back their control. Congratulations to Viper for getting his 300 win. But yeah, I mean, it came down to that clutch team fight at the end where really you finally saw HLE execute on what their composition wanted to do. It felt like there was a lot of struggles to pull off that sort of engage. When they finally got it, it worked extremely well. But definitely, Nongshim put up a good fight. And so many fights in that game were just unable to find a big, clean advantage. A convincing victory until that last one. And the last one, very clear, HLE had taken control and said, right, now's our time to end. But before that, so many times it was Nongshim getting these objective leads, or, you know, despite trading down in kills, still feeling like they'd gotten the edge.
Yeah.
Kingen doing so much on the Gwen despite being super down in terms of kills. But yeah, I think it was still a decent showing from Nongshim despite everything. But HLE, I mean, look at that gold graph. It's like back and forth and back and forth and back and forth. And then just
game.
To the moon.
Yeah. And that was it. Went to the moon once, and that was the end.
Most people don't need to go to the moon multiple times.
Yeah.
You know,
that makes a lot of sense.
I don't know if you've seen Wallace and Gromit, but they didn't go back.
I haven't seen that, but I do know what you're talking about, at least this time. Not very common that happens. Guys, we are done here for game number 1. HLE, still a lot to go over in a relatively close game for both of these teams, as they'll take their time in the coaching booth and discuss it. We are done here for game 1. We will be back after the break.
이거 뚫을 생각해보자. 뚫을. 야, 와. 야, 보자 이거. 보자. 마부터. 마부. 네, 미칼 있어. 그래. 야, 싸워 동원이 이거 세게 볼 생각하자. 원래. 싸움 좋아. 야, 진. 우리. 야, 우리 풀. 우리 살려줄게. 아, 정말. 크림. 맞아. 짜오. 마우. 이대로 가면 끝날만. 내가 잡을만해. 오케이. 마우 잡으면 끝난다. 나 테리스. 잡았어. 분명 이거 라클 되긴 하거든. 이거 무조건 간다.
Control wall placed down. Third dragon for Vitality if they can get a steal. Linces Needs this Knucknucker coming from an angle, but the Cyclone is immense, setting up with the glacial fissure, and Jojo! Oh, he's ended the show! A triple kill, Triac ulti's out, he's embarrassed because the better mid laner is clapping Vitality.
O Lamp foi encontrado, travou 3 jogadores! Puxou bonito, mas a Loud tá muito forte, o Griffin tá muito cruel, recupera muita vida! Ele não morre, vai estacar o Menjai agora, meu amigo! Vem pra cima do fluxo! A polícia tá prendendo geral, meu amigo! Agora ele vai ser abatido! Oh não! Não vai nada! Não vai nada, não cai! Não morre esse vôlei! E a Loud passou o carreto de novo! É GG!
边锋吃得更加心安理得，居然选择要赶过来，但视野的布置让他们有点尴尬。红色少年一步一步走在巴龙血量，因为对面发育太好，已经是快陷落了。一凡选择先用虚无双杀开对面，顺势开解，同时又是右边的尼卡，凯威开启4人，红皮站在正面的位置开始输出，嘲讽进来留住阿全，但没有人敢上。右边所有人先行收割，但随着红皮站在最后，东狗在后面做收割，拿下了一个 double kill。这边还有技能是由 driver 帮挡，让后面的红皮最后拿下人头。
하나 빠졌고요.
알리 나오고 태그 매치인데 알리 밀고 넥서스 점프 잘 들어 타이탄 뒤로 가서 물론 정리하고요 밀어내고 밀어내고 넥서스 역시를 좋다 진짜 오래 넥터 트리플 킬 하나 더 바이퍼
하나 생명은 포기하지 않아요.
스트라이크를 막아냈어요.
맞습니다. 뭐 넥서스를 막아야 돼 아니면 상대를 쳐야 돼 이것저것 다 했습니다. 바이퍼.
정말 빠져있는 인원들은 들어오기 힘들지만 도란이 가능하거든요. 밀려고 도란이 시켜야죠.
일단은 브라운.
돌아봐요. 그리고 돌아봐요.
진이 이게 차별 나이스. 이러면
한 방에 맞았는데요.
두 스킬이 빠졌어? 그 매칠이 그래서 이번 턴은
상대는 저런 생각 또 들어갑니다. 나이스 승리!
一塔呀，
是蓝魔仙其实也有大的，直接打大守一波。
一闪，但是交出了这边的时空断裂，而另一边的话是 IYY 直接坐车过来，然后再交一个时空交错没踩到。
1打2，感受1打
上完了，的赛 ！Oh my god！ 而且中路这边两人组也打了起来，看啊，这边也先杀掉了俊伟，佳琪这个位置被 Q 到，反身俊伟，而佳琪是来能 Q 闪，中路直接无人生还，而下半部希尔1打2完。
Welcome back to the space after a magical journey of team fights and calls that we had to watch in that last one. A lot of stress if you're a Hanwha Life Esports fan, but they do end up coming out with the victory there, 1-0 over Nongshim. What did? Please. Help me piece this one together, man.
I mean, so we're gonna have some great reel about the early game. So what's gonna happen in the early game is basically HLE trying to set up the objective cleanly. But after that, they try to look for even more to like invade enemy jungle as well. But it's not gonna work out because they don't have proper setup. So like, I think if you're not good at basics, I think you shouldn't look for the extras. You know, they're already done with the objective, so just leave, reset for the tempo, and look for the next objective. But what HLE is doing right now is just so many things at the same time, and it's not gonna clean up when it comes to like it's really important.
This is a game where gold leads don't matter. It actually doesn't matter. Your Gwen being 0 and 3 doesn't matter. All that matters is execution of big team fights, how you set up on those fights, how you play around those fights, how you use objectives. And frankly, Nongshim just didn't know how to do it. Like, they had so many win cons in this game. They were so ahead. And even though their Gwen was massively far behind, like King and I felt like played from behind incredibly well, but the rest of the team was falling apart around him, and Peanut was finding great angles onto Jiu, who was pretty invisible. I just feel overall Nongshim, when they had that control over Baron, they didn't pull the trigger. They waited. They just took rocket damage from Viper and then lost the game. I was pretty sad to see it.
All right, well, let's get to it. Our first highlight is all over the map in the early game for both these squads.
Yeah, this is the one that I said this is unnecessary play by HLE. I can see the angle because they got the bot priority, then bot push, but Rumble is not here. Viper is jumping in when he has no HP. By the way, Jiu got the item from his base, so there's no point to fight here because they already got the Drake, so they should just back out. But Viper tries to join the fight once again when he has no W, no summoner spells, so it was super unnecessary to join the fight again. But what happens after is actually Nongshim dying both sides 3 times in a row in the same angle. So like, I'm not sure what's happening for both teams, but it ended up HLE getting an insane amount of lead in the early game.
This is just a funny situation where, like, he thought his teammates were coming down, I guess, but otherwise just didn't have enough information in making a play like that. And then follow up here, just Lehen split being incredibly greedy, just dies trying to hold the wave. And then Gingan's just like, I guess they're gone. Then checks the bush to see if they were gone, to make sure. They weren't. He found out. Just a really rough early game. I think Nongshim playing a little bit nervous in this one, it almost feels like in some ways. Because Kingan played well in team fights. He was the Kingan that we know, the world's MVP that we know, but I don't know what the decision making was in some of those moments.
Yeah, but despite all of that, Nongshim still had a gold lead and were doing okay. They were still okay and hanging in there with Hanwha Life Esports that looked a little shaky. And like you said, trying to do objectives without the proper setup. So that's highlight number 2 here down at the Otacon. Nongshim trying to take this to start on off, but then you gotta get out. Hanwha Life Esports don't allow this.
Moments like these will always make me wonder if when you lose a fight like this, you lose your confidence when you have objective control and try to turn, because it's fights like these where you get completely punished, right? The angle here for Lehen's ultimate doesn't actually stop the bottom side of the fight here. Where they're trying to collapse, which means Zeka gets to get out. And then Peanut finds the backline here. Great access on this Wukong. Ends up getting on top of Calyx as well. Peanut, phenomenal performance in these scrappy team fights. But I think a lot of this was about the fact that Lehen's ult did not actually allow them to lock down the targets the rest of the team was focusing on. And Nongshim are just completely split. You make a mess up in a fight like this, that's when you start to question, like, can we turn on Otacon? Should we be starting these objectives? We have Baron and Prio, we have Baron Vision. Should we start Baron and look for a turn? And then you get indecisive and then you lose control, right? Like, I think these are the confidence-losing fights that we keep seeing from Nongshim.
I mean, I think ideas were there from Maokai, but I think the Herald usage from Peanut was really insane because he actually consumed the Maokai ulti with the Herald. So I think that was the key point right there.
All right, and then finally, the final fight that kind of put the nail in the coffin. We're looking for decisiveness. This was a decisive team.
Nongshim just waiting here on control vision, saying, well, hopefully they'll walk into me and we'll win the game. And then suddenly Lehen springs the trap early, loses half of his health, and like, all the waiting you had in this control vision comes to nothing. Also, moments before this, they could have started the Baron and looked for a turn as well, while, you know, Hanwha Life Esports had literally no vision, but they just kind of waited, and then Lehens decided to go in at the worst possible moment. Sure, there's a lot more that happens in this team fight, a lot of punish here from Hanwha, but that's the big thing I noticed in this fight, right, is just a lack of decision-making there from Nongshim. Just too timid, too nervous. And it kind of goes back to that Otacon call. It comes back to many of the calls in the Legend group here for Nongshim, where it seems like they have the right angles, but the execution is so off, they lose confidence.
All right, well, we'll see who can find their decisive moments here in game number 2. Hanwha Life Esports, they got to clean it up. Nongshim, they just need some confidence. Let's see if they get it here.
Thank you very much, Spacers, as we saw a really cool sign there where they should ban all of the members of the enemy team.
Hey, that's the orange in the blender you're talking about.
Yes.
Will it blend?
Still in the blender. Not blended yet, though.
That's a resilient...
If they win, do they... What is going on with these signs?
Oh my god.
That's a very scary and wacky orange there on the left with very long legs. I didn't know that oranges had legs, but...
You didn't?
Today we learned... Yeah, I didn't know.
Yeah, they normally remove them before they...
Oh, so that's why I didn't know.
Yeah, you've never seen like a wild orange before?
Do they run around in the wild, the oranges?
Yeah.
Oh. So that's what the legs are for.
You really know nothing about the food you eat, do you?
Yeah, no, I've never blended an orange, so obviously I'm lacking on a lot of different fronts here.
Next you'll be telling me you've never seen wings in a banana.
Yeah, you know, I haven't. It's kind of strange. Sorry about that. Ox is very disappointed with me.
Very disappointed.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I feel like Hanwha Life Esports, I feel like both teams got a lot of power in the first draft. You know, really, I think it came down to execution. But a lot of things have been taken away. Especially HLE had a lot of very high tier list picks. I do think it's interesting that we had Aurora, Rumble, and Gwen all gone, because I think like Rumble and Gwen get like super high prior with Aurora gone, but now all three are gone, so that's an interesting thing.
Yeah.
Probably just gonna get the AYP from HLE.
Nope. It's the YAP.
Oh, YAP, yeah. Okay.
We're yapping.
They're yapping.
Trundle.
Okay. Maybe setting up for like a tank pick, potentially.
Yeah. I mean, Wukong and Xin Zhao are gone. That's a couple of other junglers that Trundle does decently well into.
I guess we'll see. You gotta remember that the, you know, HLE did specific.
Oh,
they go in a very different order.
Ipa?
Ipa? Yeah, I'm not as big a fan of it. Harder to say. The Renekton ban comes through, so maybe looking for like an Ambessa first pick. This would seem. But remember that HLE banned Shen, Annie, Talia. So a lot of things are open. Talia's open, Annie's open, Ambessa's open, and it kind of seems like they're setting up for that. Vi is going to be the first pick.
Yeah, I mean, Talia's
so
available.
Weird to me, though, I feel like, to ban the Renekton and leave the Ambessa open.
Yeah.
And surely it's just going to be picked, and this is one of Zeus's most played on the patch. Also, King and second most played, so yeah, I feel like this was an interesting choice. Also now Zeka gets Talia, which is his most played pick.
But now Calyx gets to play Ahri Vi.
Yeah.
All those things you said are true, but he gets to play Ahri Vi.
Not feeling super convinced by that. Looks like King going for the Aatrox in the top lane. That pick, obviously, he does have the world skin for. And do you commit to your mid lane now? I mean, could go the Ahri, is what we've seen commonly, into the Talia. Could also go like the Annie. But instead, looking towards the AD carry pick. Wanted to secure that before the second round. Opting towards the Varus. And we'll just secure that. HLE haven't picked up their jungler. I feel like he could just go the Jarvan here.
Yeah. It's definitely next on the tier list.
Also like Jarvan, Talia, really strong combo. Instead, they opt to go for the Sivir though before the second rotation. Sivir we've seen popularly picked into Varus, often banned when Varus is taken, so gonna go for that one.
Feels pretty good. I mean, relatively low range so far on the side of Nongshim as well. You've got a spell shield for potentially the Vi, although obviously there is the tech where you can smite the spell shield away in some certain situations, but going to forego the Jarvan. They're going to be happy they don't have to play into that. And I assume you ban Ahri. Like, I just thought they would definitely pick the Ahri. If you're first picking Vi, I figured that would be the way to go.
Yeah, Jarvan makes sense to ban. Do they ban Annie in this situation in terms of mid picks? I don't think what else.
It definitely feels like it's next on the list.
Kind of feels like the standout. Could also ban the Rise, I guess. Yeah, Annie gets taken away. For Nongshim, we haven't really seen any support bans get a look in, really.
Yeah.
Kind of surprising. I feel like we get a lot more of those typically. I mean, are you worried about like an Alistar in this situation from Delight? Maybe. Could be something you just ban away here and limit the options there in terms of the pool.
Yeah. There's a lot of talking from Lehens.
Yeah.
It's just going to be the Alistar.
Okay, makes sense.
There's still a lot up. I mean, you got Nico, you got Rel.
Yeah, could just go to Nico here. Trying to think. Nico, yeah. Rel's an option.
Sejuani.
Sejuani or Peanut? I mean, obviously Vi's already picked, so Trundle's off the card. It definitely feels like a more Peanut pick. We haven't seen as many tank junglers recently. That kind of feels like a him pick.
Thanks.
Okay.
All right, we're just trolling now. Dude does do a nice amount of trolling. What is he actually playing? Akali? This worked for Vikla, and it is going to be Akali for Calyx here in game number 2.
In our first series of the day, Vikla donked on Yehu and late.
Huh.
And it will be the Elise support coming out. So what do you take for the light? Because I feel like you don't want to go a melee support into this Elise, so you're going to have a really bad time. Do you go Nico?
Bard?
Do you go Bard? Bard has a bit of sustain, you can roam about. If you do get caught by the CC though, you will just kind of get one shot. It's also not the easiest comp to play into.
Well, that's not Bard.
Ends up going for the Leona.
I'm 0 for 2 on the lip reading today. I don't know what's going on with me. I'm losing my touch.
You step it up. I mean, the Leona syncs well with the Sejuani. And obviously, I think once you get in range of your targets, that reliable, just a point-and-click stun, pretty effective. Whereas the Bard, I feel like if Akali's diving in, the Bard feels like sometimes it's not going to offer that much help.
Yeah.
I feel like HLE's composition pretty stable, you know? You have 2 high DPS backliners. You have the Unraveled Earth, which is a lot of value here. You have like a lot of CC provided by the Leona Sejuani with the Ambessa on top. It's that front to back that you normally typically go for. I think for Nongshim, they're going to do a lot more work. They have that poke element from the Varus, but it's a lot about diving and backline access. So you need to find the angles to make that work.
Eating the Noguri Ramyun. That is, of course, Nongshim brand. And hoping for the Lehens fighting. Lots of raccoons out there in the audience. Obviously, the mascot for Nongshim. And this is what their composition is going to look like. It's very aggro. A lot of scary champs on their side.
A lot of snowbally champs.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, let's see how game number 2 looks as we hop on the rift.
소환사의 협곡에 오신 것을 환영합니다.
Alrighty, let's go into game number 2. Nongshim versus HLE. Game 1 was incredibly close.
Peanut seems to have a new emote he's playing with. I mean, I haven't seen this one before. I don't know if he's used it before. A little Jin one.
Chef's Kiss.
Yeah. Has he used that one before?
I have never seen him use that before. I don't think I've ever seen that emote before.
Popping it in the intro. Let's see if he shows it again. Peanut's become very emotive recently.
You know who also has this? Canyon.
Yeah.
I'm not sure why Canyon has taken this path. He hasn't really been that guy throughout his entire career, but now he's like, you know what? I'm just going to start emoting everyone.
Maybe just as a jungler, you got a lot of free time when you're clearing camps to think about what do I want to do with my time, you know? Maybe I could start emoting. Maybe an emote just captured their fancy and they just dove into the world of it, right? Oh, I know which emote you know how sometimes in like the Hextech crafting thing, you'll get like a emote, a random emote. You know which emote I got recently?
Which one?
I got like, it's a capybara in a little tub.
Oh, yeah.
I got that one.
You saw that yesterday. That one is so cute.
Oh my god, I use that all the time. All the time. I try and somewhat, no, that's a lie. I don't even try and make it accurate in the context. I just use it whenever.
No, it's
something good happens.
It's always good.
Capybara. Something bad happens. Capybara. Something nothing happens. Capybara. It's just every situation.
Yeah.
Those are the best emotes. You just it's always applicable.
I feel like the Garen grin is also like that. As level 2 is going to be hit here, Lahen's taking
that is a lot of damage.
A lot of damage.
Yeah. Lahen's not having so much fun here. And we are seeing Talia having pressure in the match. This is kind of what I expect to happen. Unlike what we saw earlier, where the Akali was winning lane into the Talia.
Not only winning lane, but up 1,000 gold.
Yeah, that was a little bit of a subverting expectations scenario. Speaking of which, we are seeing, I mean, Viper doing a good job of getting the early push, but also just, if you ever get like the early push and shove in like an Elise as a Leona, you're feeling really good. Getting that early pressure and able to put the hit on Lahen's. And just maintaining that level advantage. Okay, Alex is, he's on struggle street.
Yep, second potion used. Just trying to survive in this lane. Zeka does get a little bit low on mana, but still is going to be quite annoying against the melee champ that is the Akali. This is the way this is supposed to go. Meanwhile, top lane, there's been a lot of fist fighting, but nobody's really getting a big advantage up there.
Oh, it's actually not the...
Speaking of which, big trade here from Kingen.
Yeah, getting some good connection there. I was going to say, it's not the poke virus, it's the on-hit virus.
Wasn't it Viper who did this recently?
Yeah, so with the changes, they did buff the on-hit virus. They nerfed his E and Q damage a little bit, particularly E later on when it's got more points on it. And they buffed the on-hit damage on his W. There's obviously a lot of tankier targets here. Oh, that's annoying.
Oh, the flash on in too. He wants to kill, and he will have the kill. Lehens gives the thumbs up and says, thank you very much for your gold.
Yep, does give over the assist to Calyx as well, so pretty big boon there. Zeka just not ready for it. Will TP back in. So not missing too much, but a good gank from Lehens, and he gets an early kill. Golden Elise, you're never going to be upset about. Good start there. And just when we thought, you know what? The Talia doing okay in the lane match against Akali. No, no, no. Lehens ruin it. Yeah, flashes over. Goes for the Q as well. And the Spiderlings to tank the tower hits on the exit, so 0 chance of an exit kill there.
Yeah. I do wonder how he knew exactly where he was. Maybe just a little bit of lingering vision before he backed.
I guess it was his spider senses.
Oh, I went for Spidey sense.
Yeah, that's good too.
Yeah. All right, the zoom in on the cannon. All right, Jonah Strong is.
But I'm glad we're on the
placated.
same wavelength of, you know, Spidey sense, spider sense.
A lot of rocks on the ground here. Calyx, though, is going to dodge the knock-up. Still has his flash. Still is on the run. And gets away without having to use it. Nicely done here by Calyx.
Well played there, disengaging from the situation. It was a 3-man attempt as well from HLE. They brought numbers, so it'll feel frustrating not to have gotten the kill there. They'll take the big raptor as a consolation prize, but still, not even getting a flash feels a little rough. Apparently in that earlier play from Lehens, Zeka was spotted when he stopped still to recall. Oh, yeah. Engage comes in.
Right, Engage is there too, in a bit of trouble, does have his flash, but just dies instead. As now up in the air goes Lehens, and with all of that stacking of the Frost, he is just going to go down as well.
You can see Peanut was trying to give the kills over and just failed miserably, but yeah, this is the power of this trio, the Leona, the Sejuani, and the Ambessa specifically, all working together to stack that Sejuani passive super fast, tons of CC, and Zeus being the one with the damage. But here, Zeus kind of going in aggressively, baiting, and then landing the ult. Actually, unfortunately, the Zenith Blade from Delight misses, but it's just completely meaningless in this situation because there's enough follow-up. And now, 2 kills going over. A big tick for HLE on the back of that play.
Yeah, it feels very good. And once again, this Zeka-Peanut duo are getting big wins early on. It's not against Kingen, but it's against Nongshim still. And they'll take the gold wherever it goes.
And Kingen is on Nongshim, so he's...
Kingen, yeah, he is. He is on Nongshim, yeah. And so is Gideon. Taking down the Scuttle Crab.
He is.
You have an Infernal Drake first here. See what this leads to. Gideon, level 6. They want to go in on this big time as the wall is desperate, to say the least.
Yeah, it's one of those moments where, like, you can't fault him for trying, but also it was never going to work. So, like... yeah. Oh, Zeus is kind of getting manhandled in this matchup.
Yeah, Kingen hit everything there.
Yeah. Kingen is pretty known for his Aatrox. I do feel like once Zeus gets his Eclipse, that's really a huge spike for the Ambessa. Maybe you see the matchup turn around then. But for the time being, not doing super hot. Another factor to take into account is he did use his ult and flash in that previous fight, so Kingen had the advantage in terms of tools. That was some better trading from Zeus there. Didn't get hit by all the sweet spots. Makes a difference.
Actually used some cooldowns.
Yeah, the flank comes in, and I guess you would... No, the flash is committed. I guess, I mean, he ulted as soon as he sensed the play. By that point, it was already too late.
Yeah.
So, it was just over.
You're just not getting out there. You just have to have vision of the Vi. Otherwise, that's going to be the end of you.
You needed to sense it in a spider way.
Talia's not a spider, unfortunately.
No, that's the disadvantage.
Yeah. 2 grubs already, and they're going to look for the engage, but the Cocoon comes out. Not going to stop the Sejuani, though. As the follow-up comes in, and Lehens, level 4 Elise, just kind of gets mangled in that fight.
Does really get exploded, and didn't really get a chance to... I'm not sure if there was a window, a moment, but like I think he shifted his Spider Form and didn't get a chance to rappel up in time to dodge the Glacier Prison. Oh,
all right, here we go. Well, execution is going to come out, but also Kingen using that World Ender.
You could instantly see from the play there, though, that like Zeus ulted in and he knew this would get the World Ender and instantly started disengaged, knew he couldn't take that fight, so...
Yeah.
Traded ults, got the cooldowns, backed away. But yeah, I was going to say, I just feel like this CC chain that HLE has, and there's no one on Nongshim who can really withstand it. Even like the tankier people, even Kingen, who's like the tank, he's going to end up being like the tankiest member on Nongshim. If you CC him and he doesn't get access to his healing, he will go down. So, a little bit spooky, a little bit scary, but for the time being, still a very close game.
If we just get another one of these games where it's like back and forth and you just never know who's actually getting the value, it's going to be very interesting. I feel like even though, let's say HLE wins in the end, as Nongshim, you know, it feels bad to not get any wins, but at the same time, you're playing it close with HLE, as now Viper just going to run to the north away from the TP and just flash the wall as Lehens was coming on over.
Yep, long flash there to get away. Playing it safe, not want to risk things. Dragon is up and available though, so maybe this is the signal for Nongshim to feel like they can start it up, they can get in position. HLE trying to set a little bit of a trap here though. And we'll see Nongshim move around the Hens. Doesn't have Merc Treads yet, and I am a little bit concerned that he will just get exploded.
No first item for Zeka versus Calyx, as speaking of getting exploded, Going to actually repel it this time. Nicely done. But in goes Calyx, trying to find Zeka. Going to be pushed away, though. As might just come down to a bit of a flip now as the wall is going to come in, but Calyx and Gideon are in the backline and nobody can help them. Lehens is over the wall and so is Jiwoo, and down will go Gideon as in they go. Another nice knockback here from the side of Zeka, and that will be handily won by the side of HLE. Viper looking for a bit more. He's got that on the hunt, and that will do it. Picks up the third kill for the team as Zeus. Can he manage a fourth? It looks like no. But Viper, man, he is getting pretty big, and that is 2,000 kills for Viper. Congratulations to him, as now looking for number 4. Zeus will pick it up on the very back end of that one.
Yeah, beautifully played there from Viper, cleaning up that last kill onto Jiwoo, and Zeus finding the angle onto King, and you could see how a lot of the time in those scraps they were having, he was keeping him at arm's length, knowing his limits, not overstepping in the matchup, and then he pounces when he sees the opportunity. See a replay of this fight, so it was a little bit scrappy with how it broke off. Calyx initially finds Zeka. Zeka actually does a fantastic job of disengaging with a seismic shove, immediately making space and moving down. And then here in this ensuing fight, the wall comes in, it gets a bit scrappy, but Gideon's immediately focused onto. Delight is occupying Jiwoo, but Jiwoo cleansed already. Zenith Blade comes through, they get the flip onto Spider, and then Viper chases with the movement speed, with the red buff. Gets one auto, and then the auto cancel with the W just to clean up there. And then here on the top side. So again, disengages, waits out the ultimate. Knows he has flash. Ultimate's now gone, all the Qs used up. He knows he has the cooldowns, flashes in for the clean combo.
Very nicely done. It's just great understanding. He was so far away from Aatrox, but it just didn't matter.
Yep.
When you're playing Mbessa, you can close that gap so quickly.
Great read of just his cooldowns and his opponent's cooldowns.
Oh, Ult's gonna come in as Lehens abandons ship. He's like, I'm getting out of here. And honestly, probably the right call, although he might still die as the boomerang catches him on the back end.
The fade away, and that's just how squishy Elise is. Viper doing so much damage. This is the Essence Reaver first. We've often seen the Sivir build. The other popular one is the Navori, with the Essence Reaver getting so much AD, that Q hitting like a truck.
Yeah.
And you're just so squishy as Elise. Obviously the focus there was Jiwoo, but no cleanse on this Varish is such a vulnerable target. And, I mean, Delight was recalling, he's like, you know, I guess I could be there just to supervise, just to watch you guys. And here the late cleanse of the Q, the head is like, I got him. No, you don't. No, you do not. Nope.
Not meant to be. Meanwhile, we got another jump scare from the Sejuani, who is so accelerated in this game. They can't quite get the kill onto Lehens, but look at Peanut. He's been part of 8 out of 9 kills. He's 3-0-5, already has the hard steal. Feeling very good about his position in this game.
I mean, he's just, everyone on HLE is starting to get really fed. And, you know, last game, a lot of back and forth. This game is not feeling that way. HLE are really gaining momentum. Hey, Zeus has already hit that spike with the Eclipse. I mean, you can see the goal graph. Early on, we had that little back and forth. It did not last for long. Zeus has that Eclipse, which is such a big spike for the Mbessa. He's really strong. He's really scary. Obviously, with the Talia kind of scaling up a bit with that Archangels, Viper's going to become a bit of a monster. I just feel like as well, you're going to be in a situation where if you face check, you're going to get one shot by this HLE composition. And like, who is realistically comfortable to face check? Because everyone's going to just be bursted, and especially if it's Lehens, he feels very fragile right now.
They're saying, come on, Zeka. Come on down. Come join the party. As the wall this time is going to go off.
Oh, that was so nice.
Yeah, he's still in a little bit of trouble there, up against both walls, as between a rock and a hard place could not have been more accurate in this situation. As meanwhile, Gideon is going to go for a little long walk here, as eventually I think he just dies to Talia. No, dies to Leona.
Oh, redemption. He must have hit him with redemption.
I was like, what?
Yeah. Yeah. So, unfortunate that Talia doesn't get it, but I mean,
he would have.
Yeah, he got the assist goal.
Yeah,
so
that's true.
He would have got it. But even so, I mean, it's still the right call to go for the redemption, and in the end, you get
Alex. I don't know about this one. He's still gonna try for it. Might as well limit test, I guess. Oh! The flash on in, and Calyx outplays Zeus in the 1v1, down 2 levels.
two very dashy champions making a flashy 1v1, and I think Zeus wasn't really ready to get skill check like that. He got completely outplayed by Calyx on this Akali. And when Nongshim's hopes are kind of slipping away, Calyx comes up clutch, finding a little bit of redemption there. The Hens will check the brush.
Meanwhile,
Viper's just doing his thing in the mid lane.
Hanging out in the mid lane. He's going to take the Rift Herald again. I think he's going bot. There he goes. We got a TP coming down as well. And here comes Viper. Just charging on down. Ooh! Oh no! What? Shelly, come on!
That is, oh my god, that is so disappointing.
That was so
anticlimactic.
That was so dissatisfying.
Yeah.
I just feel really unhappy now. Can't believe that just happened. All right, the flash, and he is not going to be able to get out of this one. And there you go, Jiu. Going to pick up a kill. Nice predict on the flash.
That was well played there by Jiu. Someone isn't slacking, unlike Shelly, who just, I don't even know.
So sad.
So disappointing.
Yeah.
Oh, we're going to see the replay. Lands a Q initially, gets the passive proc, another one there with the Shuriken. Actually, Ard and save the Shuriken until later. That's the reaction you want.
I think he said that champ is OP. Not 100% sure, but I'm pretty sure that's what he said.
Funny.
Afterwards. I mean, what else can you say, really? You just got, you know, Calyx, what was thatted? So, kind of unfortunate.
The best thing to say is, oops. Oopsie.
Whoops. Good death. Good death.
No, the best actual thing is Akali no flash.
Worth. Well, at least Calyx got that. You know, he's 2-0-1. He's got a little lead going.
Yeah.
He's cooking up something.
He can be the threat, you know. I mean, Jiu did pick up that kill. The gold lead's not that big. It felt like for a amount of time, HLE, the lead was slipping away. So Hextech sold, they got 2 dragons in pocket, they got feats of strength. Things were looking pretty disastrous, but Nongshim's starting to claw back a bit of that disadvantage. It's not doomed, it's not completely over. It doesn't look super positive though, okay? But it's not over. We've seen worse looking games than this. Turned around.
That is very true. I do fear for Nongshim, and I don't feel like they have a great way to deal with this Sejuani. I mean, yes, they have the on-hit Forest, but he's got to have his cleanse. He has to have his summoners to deal with them. As now, here comes Hamalife Esports. The engage comes in, and guess who they're going to find? It is, of course, Lehens, who does get over the wall, but Calyx dies on the top side of the fight.
Yeah, I know to take the tower. Okay, looking a little bit more doomed right now.
Yeah.
The
doom meter has gone up a little bit.
Yeah. The doomsday clock.
Yeah.
It's like what? Isn't it like you say it's like quarter to midnight or something?
Yeah, something like that.
Something like that. Yeah, it's definitely approaching. Calyx unfortunately caught out here, and then they just kind of look for the hands on the side. Like, yeah, we can kill a spider. They actually don't kill the spider. The hands manages to flash away after the repel.
Yeah.
But Calyx just gets exploded. And then they just take another tower, so not exactly what you'd hope for. Arakan is spawning on the bot side in 15 seconds. Do HLE just start it immediately? B&K Fair X would.
I would say yes.
Yeah.
I think they can, honestly. I think their turn is insane with Sejuani Leona.
Pina has an ending. Wait.
Well, that's one way to do it. Checking the brush, getting vision. He is Leona, so only took like 10% damage. 20%.
Yeah, I mean,
maybe.
Leona with Celestial Opposition, and he had Cleanse.
Yeah.
So
that's how you get vision.
Pretty strong. They are just on it.
Yeah.
Pina picked up an ending, so he feels very confident, very tanky. Oh, that was scary.
There are just so many threats on the turn. They can also put up a wall if they really need to. Gideon on the top side. Not sure if they're going to be able to spot him. There's the turn. Lehens is already dead.
Where'd he go?
Just disappeared. Gideon says, well, I got to do something. He's going to get in. He's super low, though, as the damage is stopped on the Otacon. He goes back in, but the smite is good for the Sejuani, and the fight is even better for the side of HLE as the sun comes in, shuts down Kingin, and it's a double kill for Zeus. He gets his revenge, at least on the team, but not on the player.
That was actually kind of a crazy smite from Peanut there.
Okay, going on into this one. Calyx actually going to be caught. There's nowhere really for him to go. He is at Kali, so maybe. Okay, he's going to shuriken and flash over the wall.
Can he get out in this situation? I mean, Kali's chase, I think he can TP if he really...
Oh, Zeka. Zeka's got the angle.
Oh, she's a random
still chasing him. Yeah, that could have been anyone's shuriken, you know. It's not 100% Akali.
That could be one from Nelia.
Yeah, there's the rocks on the ground, and there you go. That's how the Taliyah deals with Akali.
Did a pretty good job of it, so we'll get that kill on the end, and that's such a late death for the Akali. Dragon's up in 15. Oh, Viper.
Yeah, you see the smite come down just in case he spell shields, but Delayed is here. The heal comes out, and he is not punished, not this time, for his greed there on the mid-turret. They are going to get the mid-turret. Gideon goes back in, not knowing that Peanut is here, I would assume, as now Kingin has the angle, but he just doesn't have a team. Yeah. HLE just rolling this snowball as an ult goes very wide, but Peanut does put up the emote, so it's all worth, it's all okay. Kingin going to get bursted down eventually. There he goes. As more emotes come out, and HLE are just having fun at this point, almost 10K ahead, 8,000, and they'll get their third Drake.
Yeah, here was a situation where I thought the death of the Akali would mean they couldn't contest Dragon, but then everyone else died too, so it doesn't really matter. So this smite, because we see Gideon goes in and like tries to combo the Q smite, and it just gets snuck away by Peanut just before he dies. So it was actually really nice timing from Peanut. I thought Gideon was actually going to get it there.
I mean, that's favored to Gideon, right?
Yeah.
Like, because of the Q.
Yeah, because I saw it at 1282.
Yeah.
And then it went to 0.
That was the last number.
Yeah, so actually well played from Peanut there. Credit to him for securing that in a clutch moment. And then here was just unfortunately an overstep by Nongshim. They're like, hey, we found something. They did not like what they found. They learned afterwards because they found all of HLE.
Yeah.
And yeah, Zeka turning up just to finish off Kingin on the end. It's been a less back and forth game than the last one.
Yeah, I mean, that's generally the way it goes. You know, you got the underdog team really fighting hard. It's very close in the first one. They almost get it done, and then
the overdog team.
Yeah, the game 2 is just absolute smash. Speaking of which, maybe they're going to get Zeus here. He is going to get the redemption on top, but I think he will be, you know, redemptioned by his team in the end. Redeemed, whatever you want to say, as they're going on in. They're getting a lot more kills after the fact, as in goes Calyx, going to get the kill on the Delight. That's probably the last that he will get in this fight. Kingin basically living forever, but will just die to the Taliyah. Oh, that's the Peanut emote.
Yeah.
Wait, did Peanut do it first?
I hope Peanut does like a capybara emote.
Oh!
Oh!
He's like, all right, I'm just gonna farm my jungle now.
Little juke. Oh! Wait, he's out! He's out! He's out! He's out! He's out!
Yeah. He's out.
Cheeky.
He lived.
Very cheeky.
Well.
Okay, so this one started with Lehens. Yeah, he just died. And then here, look, so Zeus just kind of, it's just like he moves next to Jiwoo, and just Jiwoo just nearly dies. And then Jiwoo just gets run over by tanks. Yeah, this on-hit virus just, when it said Giovanni just stands in your face and just,
yeah,
giant Poro is just licking you. Too.
You're like, please no. I can't take this anymore.
Oh,
just dies.
Oh, good.
What is going on here?
Yeah, it just went away for a second, for a split second. Calyx had +4 gold over Zeka, and everyone else was just super in the negative. It's like you look at all the other scores, and it's just so dismal. Yeah. Calyx is just trying his hardest.
Gideon has snuck in though.
Okay.
He has an angle. I don't think they have any idea. Oh, he's gonna try to send it. Oh, he was so close. Very nice try from Gideon, but it's just not going to matter in the end. The Baron does go over to HLE, and they should be winning this fight. The stun goes down on Ajiu, but he has the cleanse. I mean, they need a damage dealer. There you go. The light going to escape with the gates. And that should be the end of this game with Baron. 25 minutes in. Should be a quick one, or at least an inhibitor. But I think they might just go for it.
Yeah, I think they can do it. It's only Lehens and Calyx. I'm not sure Lehens is up for the task. To be honest, I don't think Calyx can do it either.
Yeah, this game is over. Calyx not even going to be able to get in there. The Rocket Belt just to try to wave clear. This Calyx, they want to actually get him. He is doing a good job of distracting.
Saving KDA.
Yeah.
Not with it. Oh, he increased it.
He increases KDA. There you go.
Nice.
KDA player in the best way.
Yeah.
2-0 for HLE.
This was a lot more one-sided. A big 2-0 for HLE. Not too much of a surprise, but keeps it interesting for that second place race between them and T1.
That they do. And there is still a chance, of course, for T1, but they've got to beat Gen G. And that is the only way to potentially get it done, I believe, off the top of my head. So we'll have to wait and see if that actually does happen. That game, of course, will be tomorrow, Saturday Showdown. So make sure you guys are tuning in for that 2 hours earlier, as always, on the weekends. And Ox is thinking very deeply about his POM. He's deep in thoughts.
I don't remember
meditating, trying to think about what happened.
I'm trying to think about game one, because game one was so back and forth. I kind of know
I think you can give it to Peanut and feel pretty good about yourself.
I was thinking Peanut. Peanut was pretty good in game one, right? And he had that engage at the end was pretty solid. He definitely was really good in Sejuani.
His Wukong was great.
Yeah.
I mean, he was doing so much on the Wukong. Like that would be my go-to. Who else were you thinking of?
It wasn't that. It's just game two is so clear in my mind. I think game one was so back and forth.
Yeah.
I was just trying to recall all the moments before I put my vote in. I was like, I want to make sure. This is the thing with POM compared to POG. I'm thinking back to the previous game. I'm like, is it definitely? You know, I just want to make sure before I put it in 100%.
Yeah. Oh, that's fair.
The thing is, when you're in the space, you can. I normally just like I put the VOD and I'm like, let me look back and just remind myself. When you're in a caster desk, you don't get a
quick refresher.
You don't get to do that. You have to commit.
Especially when I'm right here, like, hey, you're doing your POM. What's it gonna be? No pressure, by the way, Ox.
No pressure. You know, we saw some moments when Ongshim looked like maybe there was hope. I think this was the big one where I was like, oh god, it's gonna be one of those games.
Yeah.
They kind of just got exploded.
It was one of those games.
This felt like HLE of old, you know? Two tanks that had synergy for Delight and Peanut. Zeus on a carry where he's kind of popping off. And then Zeka on Talia, which has been one of his better mid lane mages. And Viper kind of just pressing buttons and doing stuff. Also got his kill record.
Yeah. That's what 80 carries do.
That is what they do.
Just clicking on people and doing damage. Yep.
He does do the damage. I mean, he got that slick kill on the tower. He got that little auto reset kill for his record onto Jiu. This smite, though.
That's just crazy.
Yeah.
I mean, that comes down to microseconds, and Peanut is just
I think the only thing that would have made it better is if he'd done the Mapingu emote after he died.
Yeah.
That would have been a flawless play. So, you know, very good, but that's my only note.
Not flawless. Yeah. Yeah, that's true.
I believe that's what we call in the industry a tilter, if you've got one of those on the enemy team. And here, just the Sejuani Leona just running over the Varus. All over tragic.
Yeah.
I think at least for Nongshim fans, game one was competitive, you know? And at the end of the day, it's been a hard round 3 to 5 for Nongshim. The next series is up against KT. Who knows? It would be very KT to have upset T1 and then lose to Nongshim.
Yeah.
I'm hoping for their sake they do manage to get a series win in round 3 to 5 because it'd be very sad not to. And it'd be a morale boost they kind of need going into play-ins.
Yeah, it definitely would be. I mean, I really don't know what to expect from them in play-ins. I just have no idea. Like, do they lock in and say, we're just the better team, like we're a Legend Group team, but also we lost every single match in Legend Group? Or is it, D plus Kia or BNK or one of these other teams? As it will be Peanut to pick up the player of the match. Not a big surprise in my mind. I think his Wukong was fantastic, and Sejuani got so far ahead.
Yeah.
It was just, making it look like a pick that maybe we should see more often. And only his second POM of the entire year.
That's crazy, actually.
Yeah.
I feel like he had some great performances in the LCK Cup. I feel like it's been him and Zek who've struggled the most on HLE, so it's nice to see a return to form. A great performance on the Wukong, and the Sejuani, one of those classic Peanut picks that we've seen so many times before. But a good omen going towards playoffs for HLE, I feel.
And now they just got to cross their fingers, hope that Genji get the win tomorrow, and then they'll be locked in second place. And if that happens, they'll be in playoff round 2, which gives them a little bit of extra time to prep and to watch the other teams. So always going to be an advantage there. Just like we had for the first series, we have the entire team interview because this is their last match of the regular season. It's been a long season for all these teams, going from rounds 1 all the way down to 5. So very curious to hear what they have to say.
Yeah, it's been a heck of a journey. I think for HLE as well, it's been tumultuous, obviously not making it to MSI, being so close to taking down Genji, getting reverse swept, and then obviously suffering at the end of T1, and after being our first-time representatives and winning that tournament. So it's been quite up and down. I think it'll be interesting to sort of hear their thoughts on how they feel at the moment, have to kind of claw their way back up.
Yeah, especially from Peanut, who picks up the POM. I believe he's the captain of the team as well, so might have been feeling some of that extra pressure. Maybe that's why he wasn't necessarily playing so well, and maybe felt extra pressure because he wasn't playing so well. But nice to see that he's back in form, at least for this series. I think, some work still needs to be done when it comes to dealing with some of the higher tier junglers that we do have in the league.
Yeah, T1 and Genji are they're always going to be a difficult pair to match up into.
Yeah.
But we know they are capable of doing it. We've seen them do it before. It's just finding that form, finding what works for you on the current patch.
Yeah. Do you feel like HLE have it within them? Well, we don't have time to hear your thoughts, Sox. We'll think about it in the future. But we do have the interview ready. I'm going to hand it over to Deer for the translation.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Deer for the team interview with Hana Life Esports. Please welcome Zeus, Peanut, Seka, Viper, and Delight. Congratulations! First of all, let's talk to Zeus. After transferring to Hana Life Esports this year, you have completed your first regular season. How do you feel? Well, first of all, I don't think I struggled too hard getting used to a new team, and I think I'm having so much fun playing with my team. And this year, the LCK structure changed and was played in the new format. So how did you like it? Because we kept playing against the top teams. It just felt like going into the hot tub and then the cold just back and forth. And in game 2, you faced Akali, and she made you say, "What a broken champion." And she did get fed in the game, but she's also starting to show up more frequently in games now. So what was the plan to shut her down? I was ahead in terms of items, so I did not plan to lose there, but I even think that even during the trade, I didn't do that badly. I didn't even make a big mistake, so I was just really flustered when I lost. And so what is your goal in the near future? Yes. No, I just want everyone to be happy and healthy. I meant the end of season and the playoffs goals, but Zeus is wishing everyone a healthy and happy life, so we hope that you have a happy playoffs for the rest of this year. And Peanut, on the last match of the regular season, you got a POM. How does it feel to receive the last POM? It feels great to get a POM, but being able to decorate our last match with a 2-0 victory makes me even happier. And in game 1, your driving skills with HLE was just on point, and we thought you were Leclerc. And now that you'll have to drive your team to a higher place, what do you have to plan? How do you plan to lead the team? Yeah, I believe I'm a great driver. And for the upcoming best of fives, I just really want to reach the top of our form to be successful. And today, Peanut, you pulled out your Sejuani after a while. So now, in prep for the playoffs, what will you focus on when it comes to the drafts? For the best of fives, I think whenever we try to plan out our practice, we just have to be prepared for that 5th game. And that requires us to be mindful of getting and coming up with a lot of different strategies. And Zeka, the regular season has ended. How do you feel? It was such a long regular season, but it feels amazing to end with a victory. And yes, it was a long journey. Was there any particular memorable moment? Well, for this regular season, given that it was so long, I feel like right now is the most memorable. And anything that you kind of wish was different? As for this regular season, there are a lot of shortcomings that I can remember. And I just hope that I can refine those moments, that I can come back stronger for the playoffs. And with around 2 weeks left until the playoffs, what will you prioritize? I think it's just for... Due to the difference between best of fives and best of threes, I just have to be more prepared for that best of fives in the playoffs. And Viper, how does it feel to finish the regular season with a victory? It was the last match and it feels good to win. And it was a pretty clean 2-0, so it feels amazing. And you had such an awesome performance. How do you look back at this regular season? I feel like I can't even remember what happened in round 1. It's been so long. It's been a long journey. And the whole process, it was pretty rocky. And since only the crucial playoffs is remaining, I think I just have to continue thinking about what I have learned, how I've gotten so far, and I just have to really turn those learnings into a better performance. And you have reached 300 LCK wins and 2,000 kills. Such big milestones today. Please give it up for Viper, everyone. What would you like to say about that? These are 2 big milestones, You must be quite proud of yourself. Honestly, yeah, I do think about that. And I just want to keep playing and doing my best. And what goals do you have? I think just putting in my best every single day, putting my best foot forward, and also for the preparation for my playoffs and just playing the best so that anyone can say that, hey, these guys are pretty good. They're amazing. I think that's really my goal. And Delight, how does it feel to wrap the regular season? It was a 2-0 victory on our last match of the regular season. And I just really want to make sure that we finish strong until the very end. And you've actually expressed some regret in your own performance lately. So what do you see as your biggest shortcoming and what do you want to work on for the playoffs? I think everything, really. Everything here and there, I think I do regret and it just feels like a little bit of a bummer. But I do believe that that's something, it's everything that I can actually improve on. So I want to come back even stronger. Now that you got a 2-0 against Nongshim, now you have to wait for the T1 versus Gen.G match tomorrow. So what do you have to say? You know, no matter who wins, I think we have to do well and we have to win in order for us to climb. So, I mean, I feel like I'll carefully cheer for Gen.G because that would allow us to get more practice time. So I hope that they do well tomorrow. And now, back to the team captain, Peanut. Please share any word you have here for your fans. It was such a long season. But there are a lot of top-tier teams that we had lost against, but we still have so many opportunities to come back. And I do believe that that's something that we should feel lucky about. And I want to make sure that we're able to close it out strongly so that we can repay all the fans for all their support. Please give it up one more time for Hana Live Esports. And that's the end of the season end team interview with Hana Live Esports, and back to the space. Thank you.
Thank you very much, dear, for that interview translation. It was a victory here going to Hanwha Life Esports. Not the cleanest, but here in Game 2, a little bit more decisive. Despite a standout play by Calyx. That was awesome. 1v1 in the lane.
That was maybe a palm-worthy Akali moment. The series overall was very messy. I think Hanwha Life, you could see on Zeka's face, like he said, a lot of regrets, I think, for the season so far. But it's the kind of performance in Game 1 where you're like, ooh, that was not the clean performance you're supposed to have against a team who hasn't beaten any of the teams in the Legend group. But then in Game 2, you did see that performance. You did see Peanut pop off early on the Sejuani. His early pathing was phenomenal, and they just took over the game and snowballed it really, really fast.
Yeah, for me, I think it was mainly Peanut who made the game really cleanly. I think especially his first gank of the bot lane. I think that made game a lot easier. And on the other side, like Nongshim, they kind of gambled again on Game 2 according to their draft, you know. Lihan's having a Elise support, which is not the main meta pick right now. And they're trying some new stuff, but it's still not working out. Yeah, it's against one of the good team in the Legend group, but still, you know, like you gotta fight for them. But it didn't feel like it's working out for them.
No, not yet. But just to clarify, because I saw people in the chat saying, where's the interview for Nongshim? Their season's over too. It's not. They do have an opportunity to correct some of these things against KT on Sunday. Let's take a look at the comments here, as it was Peanut picking this one up. Very deservedly so. A couple of surprise votes here. Jonna Strong also going with a Viper vote, but overall, Peanut picking this one up. This one feels pretty good. Good job. Good job, voters. Let's get to comments. What you got here?
Yeah, I think we did had something he wanted to say, but I guess it's me first. This is the Peanut we've been waiting for. This is a Peanut that has been, for me, like one of my favorite junglers to commentate over the last few years. This is early game dominance, constant consistency. We saw it in both games. I think he's kind of saved Game 1, and then in Game 2 just ran the show.
Yeah, for me, whenever I think about the Peanut, it's about the swiftness, about how he shifts faster on the plays, you know? Like, he was ahead of the curve, like, always on the tempo, he was ahead, but just like a Peanut tingle, you know? I think that's all I can explain from Peanut when he's good, you know? So I just want some fresh plays like that.
I just imagine Tingle from The Legend of Zelda with Peanut's face. That's all I can see.
Like Spidey sense, like a Spidey sense. There it is. We call it Peanut. The Nut God in great form. Thank you, Ox. Love to see it. I think all of us do. And winning that big smite earlier, I think that one happened as well. I think it was 1284 was the HP at, and Peanut getting that one. We've seen a lot of high-profile misses or setups that weren't quite able to be executed upon by Peanut. Landing those now as they start moving into playoffs is going to be very important. Let's see what else that we had here from the Korean side of the cast. We had all the votes here for Peanut, I believe, by our analyst.
Ooh.
Go saying, the Nut God strikes only Nongshim's sword.
You know, in some games where you have a button you can press, it turns on like a filter, and you can see like the red parts that you're supposed to hit on the boss. Like,
yeah.
That's Peanut in this game for sure. He found all the weak points, was able to smack them.
He was able to get the critical hits on Nongshim. Whether it's Beast champions or riding them, Peanut does them all. I like that.
Yeah, he played Wukong first game. He played Sejuani second game.
Yeah. All right.
The Beastmaster.
He is the Beastmaster. I like that one. That should have been your comment right there, the Beastmaster. Why?
I like my one. Like I like the peanut tingle thing.
Me too. You know what?
What?
Me too, dude. I like the peanut tingle thing.
You guys are losing me.
Peanuts Wukong, just like Son Goku, just like Son Goku, his Sejuani, just like a wild elephant. There we go. I got that one. Nice one, Pony.
Scary wild elephant.
All right, and final one.
Wait, is it elephant? I don't think it's elephant.
It's a boar.
No, it's a boar. But I mean, it's like
right?
the boar can be
like a wild elephant.
I mean, you could be like a wild elephant.
Yeah.
Even without a trunk. I can see it.
The tracks of the orange
simile.
begin with Peanut's hands. There we go. So just his hands, yeah? You know, because the tracks.
Orange tank, yeah.
We're almost there. We're almost there.
They rode on the back of a great jungler today.
All right. Let's take it here. That was the POM in our comments. Time to take a look at the standings after Hanwha Life Esports close this one out.
Crucially, that matchup between T1 and Genji tomorrow will be the decider. So you can see Hanwha Life Esports down in third place right now, but they are 2 games ahead of T1. That means a loss with any score for T1 will eliminate them. Also means that T1 will have to take a 2-0 to get to plus 22. But doesn't matter because if they win, they'll get 21. So it's actually so crazy that they could end up getting second place with an even game score with Hanwha Life Esports. Just goes to show how wild a long season can be.
So yeah, I think today's match was all about they just decide their destiny by themselves. And now we got this Saturday showdown here.
Actually, both games did that, right?
Yeah, right.
DRX getting the game win was very important. They didn't win the series, but they did what they needed to do to make sure that their destiny was in their hands against Bros on Sunday. Tomorrow, the big Saturday showdown. Makes it easy now. If T1 wins, they are the second seed. If they lose, Hanwha Life will get the second seed and that all-important bye as we get closer and closer to
That's just so simple and so good. Like, how is it?
It's super rare for this to happen, but it means you get to earn your spots, which is the best possible scenario at the end of a season. It is kind of crazy, though, also that T1 have to beat the team that has only lost once and has only lost to them in order to actually... They have to beat the best team to say they're the second best team. It's kind of ironic and convoluted when you think about it that way, but really tough for T1. Seems easy. All they have to do is win one series to get second, but it's against Genji.
Yeah, and it is... you know, one of the premier, if not the premier matchup of the LCK. It just ratcheted up the stakes even more. Y'all, that was a great day of League of Legends here on that Friday. 2 more to go in the regular season. We'll see you tomorrow for the final Saturday showdown of the regular season. Till then, take care. Bye-bye.
소리가 몇 달간 끊이지 않고 외쳐지고 있습니다.
Take down Genji for the first time this season.
MSI EP 챔피언을 무너뜨린 건 월드 디펜딩 챔피언입니다.
그 때마다 명승부가 나오는데 어떤 또 타이트한 게임이 나올지 벌써부터 굉장히 기대가 많이 되네요.
What doesn't kill me makes me stronger.